The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
It was king versus king as chess royalty battled over the boards at Chess 9LX in St. Louis. Chess 960 is an imperfect game, but that hasn't stopped the players from turning in pristine performances. Shahryar Mamedyarov had a great day at the office, winning 3 out of 3 to join Alireza Firouzja for the co-lead. The young Frenchman remains undefeated going into the final round just days after winning the last 2 events of the Grand Chess Tour. Will he make it 3 in a row? The final day of Chess 9LX, coming up next.
Welcome back everybody to the final day of Chess 9LX held at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's been a fantastic event filled with thrills and spills, but today finally we are going to crown a victor. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
Welcome to the capital of chess in United States. Welcome back to St. Louis. Here we are for Fischer Random Chess 9LX. Welcome everyone! Here I am, Anastasiya Karlovych, together with one and only famous grandmaster, Yasser Seirawan.
I wanted to say I'm together with Anastasiya, the one and only. Anastasiya, has been wonderful calling the action with you these last 2 days. You have to promise to come back.
Thank you, Yasser. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I really would like to come back.
Okay, good. We've got a deal. And hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our show. It's been a rambunctious romp through 2 days of Fischer Random, and the jockeying for leadership position has been really intense. But one question has crept into the studio. Can our golden boy make it a triple crown? It's unbelievable. But first, tell our viewers a little bit about Chess 9LX, Anastasiya. Introduce them.
Yeah, first of all, we have to remember the rules. Chess 960 was invented by Bobby Fischer in June 1996, originally named Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960. Named for the 960 possible starting positions.
And there are restrictions when you shuffle the pieces on the back rank.
I hope our viewers remember them, but still, bishops must be placed on opposite color squares.
Makes sense.
King must be placed between the 2 rooks.
So we can castle long and short.
At this tournament, players receive starting positions 15 minutes only before the beginning of the round.
Got it. And our standings after 2 days of very intense play.
So your golden boy, Alireza Firouzja, he's tied for the first place with Shahryar Mamedyarov. Both of them have 4.5 points. Half a point behind only Nepomniachtchi on the 3rd place.
Right.
Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, and Hikaru Nakamura have 3.5 points.
Right.
Wesley So with 3 points on 7th place, and then we have Dominguez on 8th. Peter Svidler has 1.5 points, and Garry Kasparov at the moment
is suffering.
Yes.
And our format, Anastasiya.
So let's see the format. We have 10 players in rapid round-robin tournament. Time control is still 20 minutes for the game with plus 5 seconds per move. In Chess 960, the back rank pieces are randomized. A new starting position is drawn before each round, 15 minutes before. All boards have the same starting position.
Lucky for us.
Yes. There will be a playoff if there is a tie for the first place.
And our schedule.
And today's schedule. Round 7 begins at 2 p.m. very soon. Round 8 begins at 3:15 p.m. Round 9 will start at 4:30 p.m. And then if we have playoff, it will start at 5:30 p.m. if needed.
Let me press you about the playoff. How does the playoff rules work?
Yeah, so if we have two players tied for the first place, then we have two games of rapid 960,
Right.
which will have different time control. It's going to be 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per move.
Okay.
Back rank same for both games. And then if it's still tight, okay, then we are going to have really nice Armageddon game, 960 Armageddon game, which will have 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black wins if it ends in draw.
Okay, that sounds very, very, very fun. And we're very fortunate, excuse me, to have in studio Cristian. Good to see you, my friend. What have you got for us today?
Good to see you guys. Great to be back in the studio, and what an amazing event we've had so far, filled with thrills and spills. But today is finally it. This is it, the championship day. We're going to finally crown a victor. And let's take a look at who are the players making waves in this event as we are entering the championship day. We're going to start with Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. Well, he had a fantastic day one as well as a fantastic start to day two. A brilliant victory in round 4 against Fabiano Caruana. He swindled Fabiano in that one. Unfortunately for him, after that against Ali Reza and in the last round against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he was unable to defend. Just simply brilliant play by his opponents. And right now with 4 points, only half a point behind the co-leaders. And who are those co-leaders? Well, one of them is this man, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. A very peaceful first day at the office. Very balanced. 1 win, 1 victory, 1 loss, and 1 draw. But yesterday he was on fire, and that final game in round 6 against Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces, that was just a brilliant attack. And let's take a look at his road ahead in this championship day. Well, he's going to start off with the defending champion, who unfortunately for him is struggling right now in this event. That is Lanier Dominguez. He only has 2 points. Also struggling is Peter Svidler, and he will be meeting him in round 8. And to finish it off in round 9 against Levon Aronian. And let's take a look at who the other co-leader of this event is. And this is the guy, 19 years of age, Ali Reza Firouzja, came to St. Louis, won 2 tournaments already, and he's looking forward to win another one today. But he will have a very difficult task ahead of himself. But one thing that I'm very impressed with this young man is his consistency. He hasn't lost a single game in this one. 3 victories, 3 draws. And let's take a look at what his road ahead looks like going into the final championship day. Well, against the struggling Peter Svidler, he's going to start that off with the white pieces, 1.5 points for Peter. So definitely a good chance to start hot this final day. After that with Levon Aronian, and finishing it off with Hikaru Nakamura. Guys, we have so many fun clashes ahead of ourselves.
It sure sounds that way. And Anastasia, for our audience, lay the table and tell them what they can expect in the round 7 pairings.
So 7th round, we have Hikaru Nakamura playing against Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana versus Levon Aronian. And the leader, Alireza Firouzja, plays against Peter Svidler. And the other leader, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, will face Lanier Dominguez. Garry Kasparov will play with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Interesting clashes all up and down the table there. And they're fighting hard. And what are they fighting for, Anastasia?
Yes, of course, they're fighting for the great prize fund, 150K, the total amount, and the first place will get $37,500.
Very, very nice. And everybody walks away with a nice payday as we're going to go to the playing hall, see the players arriving, and the reveal is coming soon, yes?
Yes, it looks like position is still not there. I mean, everybody is walking. They passed already the security control and they're waiting for the position.
What's interesting is Garry Kasparov is going to play against Nepo, but it seems like he had been talking as our cameras rolled in. And they're going to get the reveal position soon, and we are expecting the players to kind of go together.
Yes.
Peter Svidler and Garry Kasparov seem to be making the most consistent partnership, I would say.
Exactly, yes. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see today, to watch the game of Garry Kasparov, because, of course, he's suffering these days, and he published lots of many tweets in his Twitter account explaining a little bit what happened to him, right, so those days.
Yeah.
And there's
here
Chris
comes
Bird
Chris
handing
Bird.
the position to
Yeah.
the players.
I saw that, and the players getting seated.
So Yanis, maybe he's alone because the other players are still not there.
Getting it right.
Yeah, so he just decided to put the pieces.
And by the here we go.
Right.
Knight.
We can see.
Okay, let's do the reveal, Anastasiya. Shuffle up that back rank for us, please.
Yes, let's see the number. And the number is 838.
Okay.
Wow.
Bishop's on A1. That means pawn on B2 is pressing forward. Cristian, break it down for us. What do you see in the reveal? The problem pieces, if you will.
So I don't have the position on my board, but the
Okay.
first thing I'm seeing is actually that queen on B8. Maybe we can see it on your board, or maybe we can still look at that. The problem is I'm seeing that queen on B8 ready to capture the pawn
H2.
on H2. Sure, you can do that, but let's not forget the rook on G1 is actually defended already by the king on F1. And if you do start with this move C5, C4, let's say after you take on H2, I will have ideas of potentially, and I do think I have the board right now. So for example, C4, C5, and you go for the capture. I'm seeing knight to G6, rook to H8 is already a big threat to trap the queen, so I don't think you can go for this pawn.
But now you can
This
play
will be very,
before,
very
maybe.
interesting. And if
Or
you do go
B3.
queen to H5 to try to run away with the queen, you have rook to H8. After that, I will pick up that pawn on H2, and you might have some problems. So you cannot immediately go for this pawn on H7. In terms of problem pieces, well, this knight looks quite nice. I'm probably going to get it to G3. Of course, I have to worry about ideas of H5. Nevertheless, without the rook supporting that H pawn, H5 is not going to be an easy move to make. So this knight, I like it. The knight on C1, I like it as well. The bishop on A1 is perfectly placed, ready to be opened up, fianchettoed, and create a very strong battery on the long diagonal after B3, or maybe even B4. And in fact, I was looking at the engine. B4 is the main move right now. B4 seems to be the strongest move, and it makes a lot of sense. You're helping your queen to get out not via the C file, not via the B1, H7 diagonal, but via the third rank after queen to B3. Also, this knight is going to go potentially behind the pawn, and most importantly, the bishop on A1 is going to be protected. Look what they're looking at.
Actually, I see the
C4.
changes in the team.
C4 and bishop
Castle
C2.
immediately. C4 castle and bishop to C2. I don't like this castle, by the way.
And
No,
see
this
the
cannot
trading
be.
of the pawns there.
This can definitely not be good for white, for black.
Well, so far, nobody's making the mate and 3 combination that caught my eye right away.
Which one is that?
The checkmate in 3. I'm seeing
All right.
knight C1 to D3.
Okay.
Okay.
Knight to
All right.
D3 to E5.
Okay.
Don't look now.
And G7 pawn. Wow.
Nobody's defending the central pawn, and it's not only a royal fork; it's just a smothered checkmate.
So, what are the problem pieces in your opinion? I could not necessarily see a clear problem. piece in this place.
I saw what the players were trying to do. What the players were
Or-
trying to do was deal with this bishop too.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that the bishop was going to C2. But while you were talking about grabbing that H7 pawn,
Yeah, that's a
yes or
poison
no, Anastasiya wanted to point out that this is move B2, B3, opening up the bishop. So it means that your rook, you know, for the moment, is not going to go to H8. You've got to make
I will go E5 though. Probably.
right,
E5, yes,
which
I
is
thought about it.
yeah, and then everybody runs home, right?
And then
Maybe
I go rook
H3,
to
then
H8.
pointing to D7
Oh,
pawn.
thank you, Anastasiya. Look at you. See, the training is working.
Yeah, your ideas. I get your ideas and then try to
Are you actually going
use
to take
them.
that pawn?
Of course we.
I'll give it to you.
Oh boy.
I'm
You're
a
so
nice guy. I will give it
you're,
to you.
You're so nice, actually.
Can we have another?
Not yet.
Not
All right.
yet.
I'm not going to take on H2. Let's try something
Whoa.
like bishop to G5.
Okay, look at this. You see, he, recognizing our understanding of weaknesses, pawn weakness and stuff, he's going after
Come
our
on, I have
pawn.
so much compensation here. You guys are completely lost.
No way, Jose.
We are lost already.
We're 2 pawns up. We got this in the bag.
I cannot believe you.
We're
you think
already
this is a good
counting
reason.
the $37,500 that comes with a perfect
Maybe
score.
Bishop G5 was a bit suspicious.
Actually,
Okay.
I like very much you move E3, to be sure that the queen can go to E2 in case.
Yes.
Yes, that was the main idea, I'm sure.
And,
Yes.
and there he is. Ali Reza, as he has throughout the entire event,
He's not
Anastasia.
studying. No, he wasn't even looking
He
at
works
the
by
position.
himself.
Yes.
He thinks of his opponents as rivals, and therefore no reason to give them any insights.
was
But I like
deep in
so
thought.
much his explanation why he's doing it. If you missed it actually yesterday, you definitely should check his interview, which Cristian made with Ali Reza. He
Yes.
explained why actually he stays on his own and he doesn't really play this position with other players.
Right.
So,
He's a very competitive young man.
yes.
Let's just put it that way. And, these players know that they're not going to be able to even scratch the surface in 10, 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Right? And he knows that as well. He understands that.
No, he
Ali
said
Reza.
chess is already so complicated game. In 1,000 years, they didn't find out what to do. How
Right.
can I find it in 15 minutes, right?
Exactly.
One variation that I'd like to show that I've seen the players looking at, C2, C4, attacking this pawn on H7, and then what a lot of the players have been doing is castling. Castling on move 1.
Wow.
How cool is that,
Fantastic.
right?
I
Castling on
remember
move.
it happened once with Nakamura Carlsen match. During the Nakamura Carlsen match, both of them, the first move was castling.
Castle,
Same
castle.
idea. Yes, king
Yeah.
was on F1, rook was on G1.
But look at this. You don't see mate in 1 threat on the second move so often. So we're threatening mate in 1. And I saw them playing this crazy position right up to this moment. And, well, I don't know.
I think they actually gave up on this idea.
Because the
For
king
black,
is
yeah, I think
too
the king
weak.
becomes just too weak. Also, not even bishop to e4, but maybe knight to g3, try to set up that pin.
We're
on
not
the H
worried
file.
about G6 and yeah,
I'm
I
not
can
sure,
understand.
yeah.
Whoa,
I mean,
whoa,
rook
whoa,
H1,
whoa,
for
whoa, whoa,
example.
whoa.
Oh.
Exactly, you have to be careful about that. Rook h1.
Yes. Rook H1 and opening up the long diagonal.
I think
No.
you go e6, and then you can already see some sacrifices on g6.
Actually, it shows that white has some edge from the very
Exactly.
beginning, right, of the
Yeah.
game.
So I think after knight G6, you have to. Yeah, I mean, you just got to protect that pawn on
No,
H7.
I don't want to protect that.
You don't.
No,
You really
no,
don't.
sir. You keep trying to take that pawn. I told you, I don't care.
You want to
I
play
really don't care.
B5,
I'm going to go c5.
C5,
c5. b5 is an idea as well. I like
Okay.
b5.
and then when we
I
It
really
was
don't
not
think you should take
really,
that.
we should explain.
we'll talk
Yes.
softly and slowly and
We'll-
carry
we'll
a very
get
big
into this
stick.
Again. We'll get into this again. I have so much compensation here.
Yes. Okay, just words. I mean, you have to prove.
Exactly, exactly.
let's
we
go.
want action.
Knight b6. Okay.
Oh,
Here you go.
now
You started to defend.
I know he starts to defend his pawn.
I probably shouldn't do that. I probably should give you the pawn on
I
d7.
mean, okay. Now, by the way, look what we've done and look what he's done, everybody. The bishop on a8. I heard the cries. The bishop from a8 was so
Okay,
loud.
knight b6 was a bad move. All right, go back. You guys are bamboozling me.
We're
with this queen to
influenced.
h6.
Because it's 2 against 1. You know?
And
Let me
the
think
Jedi
for
mind
5
trick.
seconds. Let me think for 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
While you're thinking, I just want to mention
Yes,
something.
please.
I paid attention that Fabiano Caruana today, he was analyzing with other team, with Nepo, Wesley So.
He's
You know
a
why?
turncoat? Why?
I think it's
Well,
because
he's
he's
playing
playing
Levon.
against
He's playing Levon.
yes. So he cannot analyze with the same teammate because and now
course.
Levon was analyzing together with Linear Dominguez.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I
they-
mean I see some difference.
Okay,
Yes,
there's-
so teams.
And by the way, as we were coming on the show, Anastasia, you were sharing with me some very, very nice comments that Gary Kasparov had made on the tweet. One of the things he had said is that he is not prepared at all. And Kesa is cruel to those who do not give their all.
100%, yes.
100%.
Exactly, yes.
And he said, however, that he's happy that he's made quite a number of good moves, but unfortunately at key moments the results speak for themselves. But that he can play these guys. But you were mentioning, Christian, when you're not consistently playing, when you're not, in that competition all the time, this is what can happen.
I think that's it. I'm not really concerned about his preparation. I'm mostly worried about his level of activity, and that's zero, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yes,
So-
yes. He's also busy with so many other stuff. Yes,
Exactly.
yes.
We were-
solving really important problems for this world. Actually, I would
Yes.
put it this way. Yes.
Yeah, we had dinner on a few occasions with Gary here in St. Louis, and he explains to us his schedule. He wakes up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and usually he has about 10 email messages as he's preparing to go to, what did he say? Berlin,
some, conferences,
Helsinki,
yes,
Stockholm. It was one after the other after the other.
People
in the
are
next 2
calling.
weeks.
Yes, many interviews he gives. Like every day he gives interviews.
He's
and-
working on behalf of Ukraine, Ukrainian appeals, I want to say, and all of these humanitarian missions that he goes on. It's nonstop.
Absolutely, yes. So that's why it's really difficult to concentrate on chess during those days. I would put it this way also.
But for him, he loves it. He
Yes.
loves chess, and if he gets this opportunity to play, it's very hard for him to decline. But again, Christian, if you're not sharp, I don't know even how to say it.
And I feel it's almost the same, not on the same level, but definitely very similar for Peter. Peter nowadays, he's much more of a commentator.
Right.
He loves commentating. He does that full time. He doesn't play as much, and I think we can see it in this tournament for Peter as well. But one thing that these players have made quite clear is that they're enjoying a lot the process of analyzing, the process of looking with fresh eyes
Right.
at new positions from move one, not playing 20 moves of theory. This is something that all of them really enjoy.
And you can see it on their faces too.
You can, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, Yasser, what is your favorite type of chess? Variation of chess.
Right. Okay. I love chess variants, and essentially, when I was a kid, I was raised with Bug House. So I became a really, really Bug House fanatic. In fact, I think it lent itself to my enjoyment of the game itself. Like as I became a better Bug House player, I became a better chess player, and da-da-da-da-da.
Really? So it helped even to
Everything,
create...
everything, just everything. And I feel today that I still love Bug House. I made my own variant, S-Chess, and with S-Chess I introduced two new pieces, the hawk and the elephant, and that's incredibly fun. I've taught it to Levon and other players that enjoy variants, Jeffrey Zhang, and it's a challenge. It's really a lot of fun. How about yourself? What's your story?
No, Backhouse, of course, it's amazing chess. Actually, I've seen you yesterday play, and it's really actually pleasure to watch you how you do it. I mean, it's just amazing. One day, I think it's gonna be a different event here, only for this type of chess.
And Christian, you're a big Bug House player. I've seen you and Fabi. It's like
Team.
C squared is formidable.
You've felt our power, Yasser. You felt our power. You and Alejandro were trying to team up against us, and I told you it's not going to be competitive. And in my version, at least, it wasn't. What was your version? Yasser?
Well, it's not about the result. It's about who is counting the results. And according to my count, it was very favorable. Very favorable.
I see.
No, but seriously, Bug House, here, even Magnus, by the way, when Magnus comes to town, he'll jump in for a session of Bug House and VL as well.
Yeah.
I've actually checkmated Magnus in Bachhaus.
Oh, it's something to be proud of.
But I
by the
haven't
way.
seen him play as often.
Not
think
as often
he likes
as the
losing
others.
too much. And the rules also differ quite a lot.
Exactly.
If you come from Europe, you cannot place a piece with check or with checkmate. In North American Bachhaus, you can do all of those types.
Yes,
Exactly.
every day we're fighting for the rules for
Exactly.
for 1 hour, and then at the end we start
then we
playing
can
normal
play.
games. Yes.
Exactly. But Bug House is a really, really a favorite variant that's very popular. And I remember doing summer camps with children, and we would have a bug house during the summer camps. And I turned to the camp director, Don Schultz, and I said, Don, if all I did all day was allow the kids to play bug house, they would go away saying that was the greatest chess camp they ever had in their life.
A lot of fun.
They're just having a lot
and it's very
of fun.
social, right? Like one of the things that attracted me as a kid was just going to the club and playing with my peers. That was my favorite thing to do. Bauhaus, at the same time, you're creating a team, you're creating an atmosphere that rewards a very good team and making good friendships and all of that. The social aspect of it is very, very appealing.
And they are off, just as you suggested. C2, C4 was met by C5, inviting.
I really don't think you can take on H7.
Peter's inviting the capture. Go for it.
Yes, yes.
Take the pawn.
Let's see if Alireza will follow our recommendation or not. That's a critical moment.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm sure Cristian now is very, very nervous.
Not nervous at all. He's not going to take on H7.
For me,
no chance.
Yes.
Sometimes you just have to be true to your most inner self. To me, I take the pawn.
Yes.
Knight to G6, Queen to H3, and I would just say, hey, prove me wrong. And sometimes it happens. Most of the time, I get the win.
Look at this. Yes, Queen H7.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Christian.
Goodness.
Defibrillator,
Come on.
our friend Christian. Our friend Christian is in trouble.
Yes,
we are going to lose our friend. We need a defibrillator. Ty.
I cannot believe he took on
Tyler,
H7.
come on. Okay.
Okay, but Knight G6 is an automatic right now.
Well, the strange thing is...
Maybe they missed it. Maybe they didn't notice it. H7 is hanging actually.
No,
think
they
Knight
definitely
G6
didn't miss. But
think-
I could see him. He didn't think that that's even a possibility. He was analyzing with Gary, and he was
I
like,
saw
"Yeah,
that.
you cannot take the pawn on A7."
Right? And
Knight
here it
G6,
comes.
okay.
A little bit surprised by the delay on playing Knight G6 because you want to trap the queen. I was thinking that's an automatic. Why the big thing? So here we have tried
B3 or B4?
B3.
No, before A5. Okay, it's too much. Maybe. But I don't know,
B3 just to keep the bishop. Pardon me, to keep the rook tethered to the pawn for that moment. So rook H8 is the big threat. B2, B3 stops the threat and says to black, okay, what are you going to do? And we know we're going to need B3. So this is a kind of move we can play and do it.
What about B4?
Yes, that's what I thought. Before it's interesting E5, let's say, but then you play Queen H3.
Wait, why
right?
why E5?
I'm like to stop the idea.
But there's no threat, so I can take the pawn on B4.
You can take the pawn. Okay.
Right.
Sorry for that.
No,
yes.
it's okay. It's okay.
The training, Anastasia.
Yes.
Take
yes.
the pawn.
gotta take
It's
the pawn.
working. It's working. Now, the one good thing about Knight G6 is it does stop our checkmate in 3 idea. The
Yes.
checkmate in 3.
No, why? It doesn't.
One.
Knight C5 now.
Oh.
Improving.
A diversionary tactic. Okay, so
Yes.
we still have that.
Yes.
I'm thinking B3, E5 anyway. I'll just
Yes.
step back and say, okay, go ahead and deal with this guy. Why? Because it suddenly occurred to me is if I make B3 move, it suddenly occurred to me that there was this idea that the bishop,
Very nice.
like if I went here, the bishop could come here, and I've got Knight F5. I apologize.
Knight F5.
I was about to say that now our queen is trapped, right? But Knight F5 turns the tables once more. I'm still rook G8 to H8. I got bishop G7.
But it's unclear if he turns the tables, right? Because even after that, Knight F5,
Yeah?
I can go E5, right?
Yes, C5.
Oh my
but,
goodness.
Take on H6 and I go rook H8.
Oh my goodness, wow. Take on H6 and he's still, wow.
So it's very unclear. It's a wild position, I have to say.
And that too is what is so attractive about chess 960 is you're getting unique positions like as
This
early as the
reminds
second,
me
third
of the
move.
position of Levon yesterday against Hikaru when he could have played that move, queen to b6, followed by knight to a5, but his
Yes.
queen was still getting trapped with rook to a6.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That
Very
was
similar to that.
But that was a beautiful find for sure. Do we no, we do have
played B3.
B3 on the board.
Yes, B3. Wow.
Once a broadcast, every broadcast, we get in this quick shot. These guys are good. They're following our
Yes, we have to
they're
admit.
following our suggestions. We have to admit, yes, it's true.
Yes.
What else is going on some of the other boards? I think Hikaru versus Wesley, by the way, my pick, Wesley So, they are underway. They played a lot of moves, Christian.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure how to call this position a Benoni structure. Not really, right? But this is how they started off. C4, knight G6, defending the pawn on H7. Wesley doesn't want to give that pawn. B4, immediately taking as much space as possible. So Hikaru definitely values space and the openness of his pieces very, very much. Knight to G3, B5, C5, D5 is the position. And by the way, the engines are screaming right now. They're saying white is completely winning already.
Wow.
Which, to my eyes, at least, it's very strange because it doesn't seem like you made any big mistakes, right? I mean, you are having full control of the center. You can
Right.
potentially open up this bishop after the move D4. So it doesn't seem like there's anything coming your way immediately. Nevertheless, the engine really hates it. D3.
Oh, there went the advantage.
E3 was the move. Yeah. Good luck trying to understand why.
Why
E3
is the best move, yes.
the move, right? Let's say
Yes.
castle, and then let's make a normal move.
Right.
Knight to E7, knight to D3, and I guess right now the idea for white is to actually
F4.
put the knight on D3, get F4 going,
Maybe a 4,
open
yes.
up the long diagonal for the bishop, and after that take advantage of the fact that the knight on G6 doesn't
so happy.
have any positive prospects in the position. So definitely an interesting approach. Nevertheless, none of that happened. Hikaru took a different approach, D3 followed by E4, with the sole idea of playing against the bishop on A8, setting up this closed path for the bishop on A8. Quite an interesting approach, nevertheless. And
Now, the question for our audience.
That's
Identify
definitely-
these socks. Who do they belong to?
I say Levon.
Me too.
Levon.
You're an influencer. Yeah. Finally, we got one right.
Yes.
Together we did it.
Yes, yes.
I mean, it's always the fashion.
You know why I was
Fashion.
confused? I was confused because normally also his shoes are also quite bright.
Exactly. Well, we know who's got the shoes, who's got the easy.
The best one we know, yes. For this
we know
event,
that. A big game. What's going on between Fabi and Levon?
Well, that one is pretty crazy as well, right? Let's take a look at that one.
Very different approaches by all the players. In previous positions, we've seen very similar approaches. And today's position, position 838, did you say?
probably.
Yeah, they've definitely taken different approaches. And here we see there's very nice tempo.
It feels like you want to put the queen on B2, right? And create that
Okay.
battery. Potentially even look at F4 right now.
And looking at F4,
But bishop
I like
on
that
F6,
approach
maybe.
as well.
Knight to
And then
D3
knight
is the big move that I want to make. This is the one piece that I want to get into play as fast as possible.
Okay, can I try?
You
this?
can, yeah, and I think that's a very good move.
Nice. It's a little annoying tempo because if you have to defend the pawn like this, maybe I can get
F5
F.
even, yes.
F5,
And then,
okay.
and then it's a
Knight
Donnybrook.
H5.
Ah,
This
knight
is what I was
H5.
thinking
Knight
about.
H5, but still you can take on F4, maybe it's not. Yeah, it's a, no,
It's
I want to get the
unclear.
knight on D3, so perhaps after F5,
Yes.
what if I try to go knight D3 here?
Knight David 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow Nepo. He says it's all about development, and I do tend to agree with him.
So that in this case, you don't sacrifice
No,
anything.
no sacrifices. Knight to H5.
Yeah. Wow.
Crazy position.
This is
isn't it?
the king does not have a lot of palace guards. I'm just looking at a crazy line where I really, how do I put it, play all in for the attack. I'm thinking this queen is lurking on a good day. Let's say I'm going to play badly for just a moment. Put the knight away. And on a good day, you know what I'm thinking, right? This
Of
queen.
course, and knight f3 also.
Yes.
Queen h2, nice.
Yes.
I
You
like
do have a lot of
Puzzle
pieces.
rush tactic.
You do have a lot of pieces
I do.
swarming around my king, so
Yes.
I
And
would
c4
get
is
worried
hanging.
at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, this knight, where can it go? Help. I'm not exactly sure, but there's not a lot of palace guards. Just something to keep in mind. How about Gary versus Nepo? Now Nepo, as you stated at the top of the show, he started 4-0, but 2 successive defeats against both the players, who are now co-leaders, by the way.
Yes.
Knocked Nepo off his perch. What's happening, Christian, in Gary's game?
It does seem like Gary is a little bit better, at least
Okay.
visually, right? I mean, you have so much space in the center, and it almost feels like at any point you're ready to go d5 and completely shut off the bishop on a8.
Right.
Also, at the same time, opening up your own bishop on a1, which is, once again, one of your most powerful pieces in this position setup. So
Right.
definitely, from a practical perspective, having more space, having these options of nullifying the bishop on a8 for black, it does feel like white has the advantage in this one.
Great, thank you for that. Somehow I managed to mess up. We're going to go over to your board because
Yeah.
I've
Sure.
managed to mess up my.
On the
I
meantime,
think you have it.
Actually,
I think you have it. This is the position right now. Knight to e7 was the last move played. Obviously, the intention is to go knight to c6, hit the queen, and then potentially follow that up with bishop to f6. But once again, you always have to be careful about e5, d5, and all these potential advancements
I
in
like
the
it.
center by white. I really like what white is doing right now.
Right.
Now, taking a look at the time, still 14 minutes, 30 seconds for Gary. That's pretty decent, definitely not falling behind too much. And as I was saying that he wants to go knight c6, he went to a g6. Wait a minute. So how did he got rid of the knight on h8 and got the other one? Okay, knight to f4. So this was the trade. Knight g6, knight f4, exchange this knight, and then get the other knight to g6. Quite an interesting approach, I have to say.
Yes.
It was a little confounding there because wait a
Yeah.
minute, you know.
Yes, like-
But I thought that was a really clever idea of Peter because it took away the oomph behind f4, f5.
You mean of Wesley?
Pardon me, Kasparov was going to play f4, f5.
Yes, and Wesley did play this idea with, sorry, Nepo.
Nepo.
Nepo, yes,
Yeah.
not Peter. Yeah, knight to g6, definitely a good one. I understand the oomph of f5, of f4 is present, so let's reinforce that.
Oh.
Knight to h5. Why not? Also,
Maybe
not
knight
only that I'm
g7
reinforcing the move
sometimes.
f4, but once again, I'm coupling the idea of playing d5, shutting off your bishop on a8, with the idea of pressuring you on the g7 square.
Right.
This is it. Knight to h5 seems to be a very good move, and right now the pressure is going to be on Jan Nepomniachtchi to find a defensive setup, which is not easy to find. You probably have to start looking at trying to trade off pieces. Knight to f4, trade off some more pieces, and try to survive those type of positions. Definitely not going to be easy, especially, let's say, knight takes f4, queen takes f4. I can see a rook lurking on the third rank. Rook to e3, rook f3, rook g3. Once again, this is the key square I'm looking at, the pawn on g7.
You're going to love it. We've been waiting anxiously for you to return to the game between Firouzja and Peter Svidler because
Everything
this is
happened.
all according to our notes. I don't know. I mean,
We have analyzed this position. It's
we-
only 830 something, you know, we have
position
seen it yesterday.
838, but we got this. We got this. Ali Reza says, look, I'm in first and I'm currently 2 pawns up. What do you got for it?
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes you just got to throw the gauntlet down and
Yeah,
play chess.
exactly, yes.
Exactly.
No,
How are
but
we doing on
it's
time?
so funny
So-
that it goes-
Now, look, he's looking for the time.
I'm looking at the
Some
time.
solace.
I'm trying
I mean,
to
what have I
find-
got for the 2 pawns?
Yes.
I've got a lot of time.
I'm trying to find some positive aspects about the position.
And there's one,
B6.
so opening the bishop.
B6.
But it closes
I-
this bishop on a5.
I kind of considered this as a defensive reaction, seizing the defensive as this pawn was under serious attack. Now, Anastasiya.
But you see, actually, he was ready for moves like rook d8, yes, so he was not afraid to give up this pawn on d2. So instead of b6, maybe black could try something like rook d8, but probably it didn't work that well. Yes.
He must have been afraid that it would have only resulted in a trade of, that was why Peter, but you're right, with the move b6, a couple of things have happened. The knight is, well, that's one square that's not going to. d8 is not protected, so we don't have to, and the bishop isn't coming back. The bishop's on a one-way ticket.
That is the problem. And remember, I was trying to do something very similar. I was putting my bishop on g5.
Yes.
Instead of
Yes,
a5.
yes.
With the same idea, I'm looking at that d2
Rook d8
square, right?
and d2, yes.
Yes.
On g5, the problem was that you were playing e3 and then you were hitting that bishop with queen to f5. Now,
Yes.
the problem is, after the bishop comes to a5, is there's no more, especially coupled with the idea of b6, there's no more rook to d8.
Right.
And that is because you are setting up so much pressure on this pawn on e4.
Right.
Yes, maybe actually
With this-
castling. Just give up this d2 pawn and
You can definitely do that.
Castle.
no,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
it
afraid that
protects-
much even to give this pawn. Maybe.
It protects h2 maybe on a very, very good day. I'm not suggesting that I'm reaching for the pawn quite yet, but that king is still on f8 square. So a move like f3 to open up the f-file after castling, it's good. I think this is going to be a very interesting game. What else do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I was still looking at this game and I was trying to understand also with the engines, and actually the engines are giving this as a completely winning position for white. With
Here we go.
greed, you have to maintain greed.
Explain to us about greed.
Rook to d1. Keep contact, defend the pawn on d2, keep all your pawns alive. You have to be greedy in this position. And I have to say, the more I look at the position, the more it makes sense. With this pawn already on e4, this bishop is not doing as much as I wanted it to be doing. The bishop on a8, also the bishop on a5. Now that you play the move b6, seems a bit out of touch with whatever is happening in the position. And I'm looking at white's pieces, except the knight on c1.
Right.
All the other pieces are having an active role in the position. This knight is not only defending, but also ready to go to f5 and put a lot of pressure on the pawn on g7, coupled with the activity of the bishop on a1. This queen is ready to come back, swing back potentially on g4, and once again, look towards this g7 square, but also towards the e4 pawn. So I'm definitely looking and comparing the pieces in this position, and it definitely seems like white is just pretty much completely winning at this point.
Right. The training's going well, but I'm a little worried I lost control there when he went like rook e1 to d1. And that gave
And
me
he
this
played it.
explanation of why you should defend your
played it.
pawns. I was like,
He played it.
He played it.
He played it.
nice.
Two pawns. That's
Two
really
pawns.
The training is definitely working with this one.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much.
The force is strong. Look at this game between Lanier and Shaq, because all the pieces are still on the board. No trades. I've seen like a lot of trades in the Fabi versus Levon, but I'm looking at. I want White to start getting the pieces off the back rank. Where should this knight go, Anastasiya?
From c1, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. Because if he goes, if the knight jumps to b3, then no place for bishop. Yes, so knight e2 probably.
Yeah, but then I got to worry about the bishop landing on d2, right? So if I go knight e2, there is this trapped rook that I have to deal
Bishop
with.
e2, yes.
So if I go bishop b3, then I'm prepping for knight d2. But again,
Yes,
he would
b4
just
pawn.
take
But
the
it
You're
is
losing
b4
like-
something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even though perhaps you can take on d5, but that's not a pawn. The problem is that pawn on d5 is so well protected.
Right. So how does Shaq untangle himself here? It's not easy.
Well,
To
you
develop
see,
the pieces,
you're
actually.
using the right words, Yasser, untangling.
Yeah.
Because right now the best move is d4. In fact,
David 4.
d4,
yes, to fight in the center.
And
yes.
that untangles your pieces because now finally your knight is
What a
ready
move,
to
huh?
jump to d3.
I like it.
Once
If it
you
works,
see it,
if it works, yes,
once you
and
see it, you go, wow, of course, that makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
He
until
did
you
not see it.
mentioned it,
He played bishop g4.
yeah, it wasn't on my radar. But d4 would have, as you say, gained space, opened the bishop, but more importantly, just get ready to play knight d3 and away you go. Bishop g4 on the board, everything's on the board actually. Kind of symmetry, the difference is this pawn is on c5. Queen d8. Lanier, I like what he's doing better than what Shaq has been doing.
Well, right now, actually, Lanier's position looks very much like a chess position.
Right.
Yeah.
All of the pieces,
Almost.
maybe except of this configuration of the rook on e8 and on f8. So if you do have some time, get the queen out of the way, go with the rook to d8 and the other rook to f8, that's an option. But
Right.
you can make use of what you have right now in the position and potentially hint at ideas of playing the move f5 later on in the game. Of course,
Not-
not immediately.
Knight e2.
As you suggested.
Now, yeah. Now, in this position, I mean, I got to tell you, right, flat out, I love as black playing the move d5, d4. Yes, it does take away the pressure that I have, but look what it does to this knight and to this bishop. This bishop will have to spend some time, and I like the space. But we'll see what Lanier's approach is. I wanted to go back to the Ali Reza game because he did play rook d1. Look at this.
Oh, he did.
And knight e7. And wait a minute. Do I see
Yes,
a third pawn?
yes, yes,
No.
yes. Take it. You have to take it.
I mean, why not?
Peter is really. We know
and
him as a very
generous-
nice guy.
Very
Yes, he's
nice,
very nice.
very
I mean,
nice.
he's
And
very
willing to
generous.
share.
Yes.
And
Today-
somebody willing to share his pawns.
Yes.
But why not, right? I mean,
Right.
bishop to e4, and it also feels like it's not only that you're taking a pawn, but finally your knight on c1 once
Exactly.
again has this d3 square, right?
Right, exactly.
Now, the question is, okay, let's start
What-
calculating. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4.
Okay.
Knight takes e4.
Okay.
H2.
And then something comes to h2.
Yep.
Something.
Let's say queen takes h2, right?
Okay. Now, the problem with rook d1 is I can't castle that way again.
Not anymore.
So after
yes.
knight c3, I do not threaten to castle.
Maybe knight
But
g3.
can I borrow? Yes, thank
Maybe.
you.
But I think knight f4.
Well, that's okay. I
That's
can
okay?
do. Yeah, knight f4. I'll in this case.
Queen to g4. Let's take the other knight to
Yes.
g6.
Like knight g6.
Right, and get rid of
Bye bye.
bye
Kick me
bye.
out. Yeah, you're
Just get rid of that knight. By the way, this bishop could really become offsides if it's not not doing anything in the next 5-10 moves. It will really play a passive spectator role. Interesting game. It looks very good for our co-tournament leader. Shaq doesn't look that good at the moment, but everything to play for. Let's see Gary Kasparov's
I think
position.
Gary's position is very interesting.
Look at this. Nice.
Wow.
Pawn on
You know-
You
d6.
don't see that very often. A pawn
No.
on d6.
No.
Not at all.
A white pawn on d6.
Wow.
But on the other hand, it's not exactly disturbing Black's development. Like Black is, you can see this bishop on d8 is
h5.
okay,
Oh,
and
it's
this
getting
bishop,
wild.
yeah,
Yes.
the queen could make room for the. So at the moment, the space isn't, putting Black under lock and key.
All right, so should we just simply go wild? Let's go g4. Can we
Yes,
go-
I think
can we
about
do
this move
G4?
actually, g4, but like it's like you are
G4.
opening everything for your opponent too.
It's,
Yes, like, well, it can
Lifting
backfire,
the
right?
kimono. Wait, what? Really?
it
don't
feels
understand
that way.
anything.
I have to agree with you guys.
No,
on that.
I mean,
Well,
you need to
well,
have
well,
a
well.
computer with you to
But-
play something like that, g4.
But maybe it's
So-
really dangerous.
Let's check just if f takes g4.
F takes g4,
Yes.
whenever you do that, I always am looking at bishop to e4.
You really want to take with this pawn? Ah, yeah, okay, bishop e4 is okay.
Bishop
By
e4
the way,
first.
one issue and it's not a positional issue, it's a time issue. Gary, down to 5 minutes.
Yes.
FG, okay, if I roll with the punches, I've got bishop g6 on tap, I've got bishop e4 on tap.
It looks good for white,
Also
right?
good, yes. So queen and bishop, they stay, I mean, they're positioned very well, but it's
No
threats.
checkmates yet.
Yes, no threat.
But Gary's clock, and I know Nepo has been playing the whole tournament
Very fast, yes.
in easy. So what time does Nepo have?
No, but to play move g4, you really need to be sure what you are doing, right? I
Oh, gosh, yes.
That's an issue. It's
That's
actually
a-
more psychological, maybe.
It's such a
than-
committal move.
Yes.
Nepo has
15 minutes and 30 seconds. One thing that Nepo does very well is he thinks on his opponent's time.
Yes.
He really is trying to delve deep into the position. If you look at him, well, maybe not right now, but he's definitely always keeping a very focused posture.
But I also heard him telling me, like, why did they make this move so fast? I had so much time here. And like, what's wrong with you? Just think a little bit. So,
But Gary needs to start making moves
yes, no,
fast.
he
because
should.
Dropping down to his last 3 minutes
Not good.
against 15 minutes, I mean, from the practical side of it, when it just feels like you're material down. It doesn't matter if you have a great position, but when you're having 5 times less time than your opponent, well, that's a
Right.
problem.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, and that,
Move.
and
Let's
it's
make a
also
move.
that pressure of knowing that you have so much little time.
Oh,
Uh,
3
qu-
minutes.
You guys have looked at G4. I'd propose a different approach.
Yes.
Maybe bishop to E3, gift me the pawn.
Okay.
You're going to play rook G7.
For
You're not going to
example.
play G4.
No.
I'm going to go H4, and I'm going to give you a pawn. And I want to see just exactly
I think
if
there's G4 on the board, guys.
G4, really?
G4.
No,
king-
H4.
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 H4
really?
on the board.
I mean, it's the same idea, actually. To open
Similar
G file,
ideas.
yes?
Yes, exactly. I was thinking that if the king can
Rook
be
G7.
safe on rook G7
Yeah.
immediately. So Gary spent a lot of time playing a very committal move, and
Immediately. yes.
Immediately.
It's unpleasant, actually.
as if I expected you to play this move. What took you so long?
That's the way Nepo plays.
I know.
That's the way Nepo plays.
But isn't Gary just simply doing extremely well?
Really?
Bishop
What if I
G5,
take? Yes.
Bishop E3. Because I was thinking that my dark square bishop, trading them was actually a plus for white.
Well, he's following up with your ideas, yes. Sir.
Great.
But
Yes.
He played it.
the resulting position, Christian, what do we make of this position?
Do you want me to use the engine?
Please, by all means.
Because we
It's
worry so
actually,
much.
Get our silicone friend involved.
Black is better.
Black is better.
Black is better,
no.
actually, after the trade.
Yes,
Take,
queen
take,
takes.
and Queen C5.
Queen C5.
Queen C5,
Just
yeah, I
offering-
want to go into an endgame with you because my bishop on A8 is actually very nicely placed. Not only that, but even without the queens, I will still have some very tremendous attacking possibilities coupled with the fact that my rook is already active on the G file. I have
Wow.
options of opening that G file with the move H4 or F4, and then you cannot move this pawn, right? If you play
Right.
F4, open up this
Yes.
bishop,
That's
H4 is
not-
going to come, open up the G file, and you're going to get checkmated on
That's-
the G file, with
right.
or without the queens on the board. So it's still very dangerous, it feels like, for a white right now. Let's see what, and by the way, they're going into that
Bishop takes
variation
queen.
right now.
Now,
What,
the
did
key
he play
moment,
queen
will he
C5?
play queen? No.
No,
And it's
king
not the
H7.
only move. Like,
No.
Okay.
it's not the only move. You can just play normal moves such as rook to C8 or anything. It doesn't feel like white actually has a follow-up in the position.
I don't know, maybe like Queen F4, maybe with some ideas even to make
Even
some
King
perpetual
H7.
checks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, maybe Gary
G4,
overestimated
no.
his position.
I certainly did. I thought that this was a position where the bishop was going to play a role, but it looks like, for example, if I
By
just
the way,
put-
King H7 is on the board.
yes, King H7.
And Gary is down to his last minute and 30 seconds.
I'm looking at Rook F2. I'm looking at Rook on E8 to G8, Rook to G1, defending. At the moment, I would be very. Uh-oh, is there a checkmate? No, you can't. Yeah, he can't. I was thinking that you
Yes,
could
to take
sacrifice
on
a rook,
G4,
but not so fast. Not so fast.
So we've seen a couple of fast moves, but our
Let me
board is
just
not
refresh
updated.
my
Maybe
board
we can
for a
see.
second.
It hasn't updated yet. Maybe we can see the bird's eye view.
Uh-huh.
That's going to help us. a
So
little
King
bit.
H7. I'm expecting Rook F2, Rook G8, Rook G1. What have we saw? Yeah,
It
we
was
saw
actually Rook E2.
Rook E2,
Rook G8, Rook G2.
Rook G8, Rook G2. So Gary would prefer keeping his rook on F1.
Okay, but now you have to start thinking about ideas such as Rook G4.
Rook G4, wow. The idea is, yes.
No, my idea is that you're blind and you're going to take on G4.
For example, yes, and then Queen G2.
That's my only idea.
Yes.
Position. Come on.
Yes, but I like this Rook G4.
Deep thoughts with Cristian
And now I was
Chirila.
considering, can I take on C4 and just sacrifice the exchange and say that I have a lot of compensation due to my active bishop on A8?
You know, truth be told, Cristian, you have a lot of compensation doing that. But you had a lot of compensation before.
Probably, yes.
Before you
Yes.
sacrificed the
That is
exchange.
I'm not sure
That
about
is
this
true.
position.
I mean-
If we take and Rook C2, Rook C7.
Exactly.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's an idea. I'm a little bit more worried that one day the rooks will reposition themselves, the king will step off of this diagonal, and then the threats of h4 and f4
Okay.
will be too strong.
He played Rook G6. Interesting move. Now,
So he's kind of prepping
and then H4. Right?
h4.
I see. So he's
Also,
playing it slow.
Regrouping.
Yeah. Also, by the way, queen f4.
But now Queen F4, Rook G4. He played it.
No, really? Rook
He played Queen F4 and now Rook
Oh,
G4
he
is on tap.
immediately grabbed his head, did
Yes,
Gary,
yes, yes.
And
as
then
he realized.
H4 is coming. You're losing too many
But maybe
tempings.
Bishop F5, just to check.
Oh,
No, nothing.
I was putting it on as a joke just to say Queen F4 can't be played because then your move, Cristian, Rook G4 is too strong.
Which I think he probably missed and we
Okay.
see Gary quite disappointed with himself.
Is there a trick?
Yes, let's
I don't think
let's
there
check
is a
this Bishop
trick.
F5 just
I'll
in
take
case.
that.
Take
Of
it.
course.
Queen takes.
Rook G6, Rook 4, G6.
Okay,
And the problem is you cannot take on H5. I have Rook H6.
that is true.
That's a problem, yes. And we cannot really play E6.
It's just a piece.
No,
Nothing
that is
like
not.
that, yes.
That's
Doesn't
not
work.
a compensation.
He did not play.
By the
Wow.
way, he said to Gary, he gave him a reprieve. He said Rook G4 is not that great.
But now Gary has the option of defending the Rook on G2 and then Rook G4 becomes
Like
obsolete.
Rook F2, yes.
Yes.
And Rook F2. Yes, and that's immediately
And that's what he
plays.
immediately played.
That's good.
It's sort of
Correct.
like, okay, I transgressed, but you forgave me. Okay, this is crazy. Queen C5 now, and
Rook E2.
I don't like how Gary has played this. I thought he's getting himself in a little bit of a tangle.
Okay, I don't know if Gary actually saw this, but I checked it with the engine. Queen
Yes.
F4, Rook G4 was actually bad.
Really?
Four?
Yes, because of Bishop to E4.
Bishop to E4. No,
Maybe
how
he
to
started
find this
shaking
move?
his head,
Inviting
trying
Nepo
to
to play Rook
invite him to
G4.
play this, and after Bishop E4 it is now White who is better.
Cannot
What?
believe it.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
An incredible trick by Gary,
Okay,
if he
what
actually
a
saw it.
what a trap by the former
Wow.
world champion. Okay, just a second. Let me.
No, but okay, we have to check it. Like Bishop E4, F takes
Oh,
E4.
Sorry,
Yes.
he did
Yes.
what I suspected he would do. I think a really good plan is to take a king walk. Put your bishop on c6, tuck your king all the way to
Wow.
b7, and then one day these moves h4 and f4 are going to essentially sack the king. Gary's no time, no time,
Rook G1.
15 seconds.
Rook G1, he's trying to transfer the other rook to G2.
To what purpose?
That's a good question. Also, right now, can I go Queen A3?
Queen a3. I like that move. The move I really like, by the way, once more, is to put the bishop on c6. I've got all the time in the world as black. White has literally no threats in the position.
You know, sometimes I'm looking at such moves like Bishop F5 and like E6. This type of ideas, but not working.
You're a very
Yes.
dangerous woman.
Yes,
Anastasiya.
for sure.
I mean, look at this. You want to sacrifice their pieces.
Yeah,
That's
I'm-
good. That's
yes,
good.
Yeah, of
And
course.
perhaps-
And then like D7, Queen B8. I mean, all these ideas are like.
Go, go, go.
But
Perhaps
it's not
that's another
working.
reason why you should play Bishop C6 to have that D6 pawn under control.
Right?
Yes, maybe.
Right.
I like this move, Bishop C6. Yeah, it's a very
Times,
controlled move.
Anastasia, again, our
Yes, it's
former...
not so great. Yes, for
for
the moment,
Gary?
like it's Nepo who's thinking.
Okay.
That's I think only good news. But it remained seconds. I mean, less than a minute.
Just to give you
15
an update,
yeah.
not that much happened in the Ali Reza, still much better for
Nursing some extra pawns. Whoa. Lots have happened, though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Peter just played knight f5. Is that a threat of mate in one?
That, not in one.
93.
Not in one, but in a couple. Yes.
Yes.
Knight e3, mate threat.
Well, it's at least a queen. Yeah, rook takes d1, queen takes d1, knight e3.
That's true. Whoa, 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 whoa.
How could it happen?
What happened to our golden boy? He did
Yes.
take the pawn. He took another one, too. He took 4 pawns.
By the way, is Firouzja down to his last minute?
No.
I think
50
so.
seconds.
Whoa.
You are right.
Where did-
And he's
What
getting
a game.
nervous. King, I think the king has to go to e1 to sidestep this devastating threat.
I like the move. Like very nice, prophylactical move.
Well, in this case, it's called survival. Never mind.
That's a new
prophylactic. New chapter.
In
How
this
to
book.
survive. Run.
The problem with
You cannot
king
do casting,
e1,
huh?
isn't it? Maybe I
Queen
can take on
h2
h2 at times.
Oh,
Rook
he
takes d2
takes
was
on
played.
d2, and now
Wow,
what?
that's why would he invite
Yes.
the queen?
Queen takes d2.
Oh, then he can castle.
Oh my gosh.
Then
Nice
he can
trick.
castle.
Wow, what a trick.
Oh my goodness, that would be amazing.
I think he will. I think
Yes,
that's his plan.
no moves.
But by the way, guys, Alireza, just 26 seconds right now.
Wow.
His decisions will have to be bullet fast.
Well, if it's
actually,
going to
it's like-
castle, he's got to do it in the next 20 seconds, Anastasiya.
No, but actually it looks a bit dangerous because look, I mean, two
There you
knights,
get-
queen and rook, everybody, all pieces are attacking.
Yes, that's a very
so
good point.
I mean, I don't really see how to
You're
give checkmate, but I have feeling
attacking-
that.
You're moving into a huge attack.
Yeah, so like.
The one good
knight
news
h4.
I can offer Alireza is that he does have the move queen c6, which will serve both offensive and defensive purposes. I can cover if I'm forced to play g3 sometime down
Yeah,
the
yeah,
road.
sometimes,
I can cover the light squares with queen c6.
I don't think I can force you to do that. So I was looking at queen to f4,
Okay.
and I don't think you want to play g3. If you go g3, I have queen h6 and some sacrifices on
Yes,
the
and
h
then.
file.
Oh.
Yes.
This might become problematic, right?
Correct.
But I think you can go h3.
Right. Which
H3?
And I'm not convinced I'm in time to sacrifice. It's all about whether you are able, you have time to go knight somewhere
Yes,
and then
and
a
queen
sacrifice on
g5,
g2, right?
and something like that. But now queen c6, the move
that
you
was
said.
the idea, was to, in case those knights started hovering around the g2 complex, yeah. But I was thinking another way, maybe queen it was supposed to go to h6. So the idea was not to occupy
F4, yes. The square F4.
Yeah, exactly. But
That's so tricky.
By the
it's
way,
from my
yes,
bug house days. Yes,
it does feel like black has to do something immediate, right?
correct.
How about this idea? Knight e3.
Whoa,
Knight
whoa, whoa,
E3.
whoa, 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 whoa. Knight e3. I bet
nice
you.
idea, actually.
I bet you dollars to donuts. That's exactly what Peter's thinking about. That's a nice, crafty move.
Okay, let's check what if you take the knight.
By the way, Garry Kasparov has lost as Nepo unblemished. He wins and loses. That's all he does.
No draws.
No draws.
No draws.
Never. No compromise.
Man don't draw.
King h1, yes.
Then we have at least.
Princess
Oh, do we have at least a draw? Because I can sacrifice
Not
back.
convinced. Not convinced. I have 97 and that covers all the checks, right? So rook takes f7. You
No,
take.
no, I meant that
No.
black has at least a draw.
H3,
Oh,
rook
black.
h3,
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, black for sure has at least. a
Which
draw.
means that knight e3 is definitely a very, very promising possibility.
And it's probably a very important move to make. If you
Knight
don't,
e3,
then
that's
how
why
do you
he
To
continue
make the
on attack?
threats.
Yes. No, but when you see all pieces next to the king and the other white pieces are somewhere else, at this moment something should be there.
Right.
Yes, but of course it's just theory. You have to
Yeah.
find the moves.
Right? But striking
Yes.
while the iron is hot, when you have a material preponderance on the king's side, as does black, two
Big
knights in a
moment
row.
right now for Peter. And by the way, Mamedyarov, the other co-leader, is actually winning his game. So we'll take a look at that in just a second. But let's stay with this one for the moment.
All right. Big moment for our co-commentator. Will he spot 93?
I'm sure he's
Queen
checking.
H3. I'm seduced by Queen H6. I have to tell you guys, Queen H6 and H3 and Knight F4.
And that's why I think 93 is a difficult move.
Yeah.
Because all the other checkmating threats in one move, right?
Are also
They're
great,
so
yes.
appealing.
I mean, look at this. You're eyeballing this guy. You've got Queen G5. You got Knight. I mean, it just feels like Black's pieces
Also
are
good, yes.
swarming.
Exactly.
So-
but now, what if I go Queen D7, guys?
That's-
Isn't that a
Queen D7.
checkmating threat of my own?
Exactly.
Also, the Knight on F5.
Also the Knight on
So if you
F5.
don't checkmate me after Knight takes H3, I will have to take that. I'm forced to take it.
Right.
But maybe sounds like Knight H3 immediately, yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
I take
Taken
it.
Queen G5.
Yes, and then I
King
go
H2.
King H2.
Queen
So
F4.
I've got
I
at
think it's
least a
before I go.
perpetual, but
Yes, we have.
I'm not sure you have.
But
I
Rook
guess you do
H3,
have a
yes.
perpetual. Yes.
I mean,
Queen, what, you go to
Yeah,
F3?
I'm not going to F3.
No.
I'm not going to F3.
You are very brave, of
Very
course,
brave.
but maybe King of 3 it's a bit too much.
I've always said about Christian, his courage is unmatched.
Okay, you know what, guys? I'm going to go to F3.
No!
You see?
Go.
We throw
We
down.
provoked
Go
him,
to
yes?
F3.
We provoked
Why
it.
not?
But
Why?
okay, I do believe that Peter is actually looking at 93. Christian, give us some ideas of what we could expect after this very forcing.
Let me take a look at the engine right now. Knight to E3.
With
In fact,
it's
Bishop
gonna
to
go-
C3 is the best move in that position.
Bishop
The
C3.
only move that maintains an advantage.
No.
The only thing you're needing in this position is to actually include your queen into the attack and create your counter chances.
Queen D7.
So now Queen D7. Queen H6.
Queen
Queen
H6,
H6.
H3, Knight F4, yes. all the
Well,
best.
I mean, he couldn't. I mean, it's such a seductive idea. You
Time
just
to go for that King F3, guys. Come on.
now here we are.
No,
Now
it's
let's check.
it's Queen D7 for sure.
No,
Bishop E5.
Bishop E5.
What?
Maybe
Wait a
he's
minute.
losing now.
Whoa! That
That
looks
doesn't
dangerous.
feel good.
Yes. So
That
what
doesn't
if
feel
just
good,
Knight
guys.
H3?
He's defending H2, and he's thinking
and
Queen
then Queen
C6
C6.
will defend H1.
Where's the
Sorry,
mate?
let me put that on the board.
But what about Queen G4? Oh.
And
Where's the
we
mate, guys?
think that Firouzja. Does this defend?
I think so.
Wow.
Wow!
No,
What a
if it works, it's
what a
really
great concept.
Because like Queen G4, Queen G2, yes. So
Yes.
it's not possible. What if Knight H4? There are some checks already. Queen C8, yes.
But you have to take on
Wow.
H3. If not, I take on F4, and then I'm
Yes.
going to be like, what, 2 pawns, 3 pawns up?
Wow. No time to
With-
play Queen G5.
With a defending knight as well in the
You have to
vicinity.
take
So
on
he has to
H3.
take. Queen G5 check first. Let's see.
Okay.
15
And-
seconds for Ali Reza.
No, that's smart. Queen G5 actually.
King H2 seems like the only move.
King H2. What's knight H4, Bishop G3, of course. If knight H4 attacking the bishop and threatening
So now
mate,
Queen H4 or something.
we've got
But
bishop.
Queen H4, Queen B3.
Queen B3, yes.
You cover on the 3rd rank, and I think
Oh
it's
my
over.
goodness.
Also, Queen
Unbelievable. I
A3 is an
cannot believe it
idea to
works.
just attack the pawn on C5 as well.
And
You
no-
see, I'm losing
wow.
control. He's attacking pawns.
Rook
Whoa,
H3. I thought
H3.
about it, but,
Rook takes
but
H3.
how? I mean,
But is
check.
it enough? He's ran out of
This is
firewood,
not
hasn't
enough.
he?
No,
No, it's just like, okay, Queen, you can
I'm
play
hiding.
Queen H4 check,
Queen
but King
H4?
G2, Queen G4, Bishop G3, yes?
I'm hiding.
Exactly.
Yeah, so unfortunately. Queen
Yeah.
E4.
Queen E4, okay.
Queen E4 check. Sorry.
Yes, so let's say
he's
he
trying
He
wants
to
to
can
take...
pick up the
Bishop.
bishop. That
but-
makes sense.
But what about the extra rook? I don't have a rook.
That's a good question, Anastasia.
Just one small question. Huh?
King to G1.
Okay.
Queen to G4 check.
Bishop
Only.
G3. No.
Okay, but now I can
Why didn't
repeat
play Bishop
Queen to
G3?
H4.
Because it was a draw?
Queen
to
H4.
Yes, I can repeat once at least. King to
Queen
G2, Queen to E4, and now
Oh,
you
he
have
tries
to make
to
a
make
decision.
time, actually. He 5
Yes, he
seconds per
won-
move.
he won-
He won 10 seconds.
he
Now
won
he can
10
think for a few
Now the
seconds.
problem is the desirable
King
F3.
G1. Okay.
King G1.
That might be a 3-fold repetition, and I think Peter might. Oh,
No.
Bishop G3, yes.
Oh.
He takes, and now it's a question. Because if you take, it's a draw.
Right. So
Okay.
can
So-
we go Queen
5 seconds to
C6?
answer that.
No, he takes. Okay, draw.
No,
Okay,
draw.
it's
That's
gonna
a
be draw.
that's a draw
Wow.
offer.
Great job, Peter.
Big-
They're laughing, both of them.
Big smiles as our commentator. Let's jump to the game of Shakhriyar versus our defending champion Lanier. As Shakhriyar, he's wonderful. He's a pawn up, and he's got these beautiful pawns to fight against. Shak is winning this. This is all but in the bag. Yep, he's got an A4. It's all going swimmingly for our co-leader.
Okay, there's going to be a race at some point, so it's not...
I don't see
So
the
he'll go
race.
king g4,
At
king
some
h3.
point I will go
but-
king g4 and try to tickle you on the king side.
Yeah, I'll drop back. I'll drop
Will
back.
not
I
give
think my
g3, yes?
So you're
yeah,
playing
I
it
think
safe.
my knight can do it. I can do the job by itself. I'll go knight c3, push, push, push.
But for example, so when do you go king f2?
he
I
did
guess
it already.
he did it immediately.
Bishop c6. This is where the knight will rule the bishop by being able to play on both complex of squares.
Yeah, no, this looks good. This looks pretty much dominant at this point.
Exactly.
It feels like king e5, maybe try to
I'll
drag
go-
your king back to e3 and then try to go back king f5. But
Exactly. I'll get in h7,
H6.
h6. Okay. d4, let's go. He's done it. I think it's time to just wait as black. Maybe h5. Just give white the move. If you play d5, then a future king e5.
He waits with those moves of bishop. He just moves the bishop, bishop g2, bishop.
so he's saying, okay, show me the progress. How do you make any progress in this position?
So what
King
happened? after-
e3, bishop g2. You can see it on the board now. King e3.
King e3, bishop g2.
So did he
Probably
did he drop?
b7,
No,
for
sorry,
example.
h6
yes.
was the first move. h6
Ah,
was the
h6,
first
we
move.
don't have
Oh,
h6.
sorry.
Yes.
So go back
Okay.
all the way after knight c3,
h6.
h6, king e3.
king e3, bishop g2, d4.
No, I thought he played d4 right away, but okay, I'm wrong. That's fine. d4, what did he do after d4?
Something, and then b5. And there is b5 already.
You're
Yes.
really
Can
a lot of
we
help.
say pass?
Can we say pass?
And then you have to
Yes, I
refresh the
just
board.
pass
Yes,
and
sir.
that's it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just refresh
Yes,
my
refresh.
board. And we're up to date.
And now he wants to play d5 and c6 in some variations.
Yes,
Maybe not
d5,
immediately, but
maybe even with a blockade.
But the more pawns get traded,
It's
Yeah.
the better
closer
it
and
is for
closer.
Lanier.
Absolutely.
And if you go
Absolutely.
king to f2, I still have that h1 square. Very
Yeah,
important.
I'm thinking I should redirect my knight to the e5 square.
And then what?
Well, I'm hoping that I'll make it like a zugzwang, so I can at least drive your king into some passivity.
oh, he played d5. Yes.
He just went
I'm not sure.
the most direct
King d4.
way possible.
King e6.
King d4, king e6.
I can't say I'm
Now,
convinced about this.
well,
He
I
just wants to
thought-
win this pawn on d5.
But do you win it after king d7?
if you could play like, you know, on the dark squares, okay, you're threatening check, and
Let's go king d7.
King d7, king c6, yes?
Knight
So king,
d6.
knight d6.
And now perhaps let's go h4. Let's try to exchange.
well, be
one
careful.
pawn.
I've got the threat of knight f7. Knight f7 is simply winning because I'm forcing the pawn into a fork. If you go, pardon me,
G4?
g4, I've got check, and let me take it.
Yeah, that seems to be winning.
No, it should be, yeah.
A table base just jumped up. What does it say about the position?
Table base says unknown.
I
Confused.
didn't expect that from
And
the.
in fact, it's just a draw, guys. You cannot take
No.
on g5.
Because
King f6.
king f6 and knight h7, king g6.
And if you try to go c6, I have the h3 square. So you take on g5, you go c7, and then I have bishop h3.
Eventually, you will have bishop h3 ready to give up your bishop.
Incredible defense.
Wow.
Incredible defense.
d5 looked rushed.
Yes.
The move d4, d5. A lot of nervousness there. Oh, Shaq just said, you know what? I see your defense. I'm
Let's
not
just
even
play
going
this
to.
position, yes.
Right,
It
bishop
can be unpleasant for
h3.
you.
It's still not over.
Yes.
And what about knight b5 now?
Knight
Knight
b5,
b5?
knight c3, yes.
Yes, knight c7. is
Knight
the big
c7
threat.
even, yes, of course.
And actually, now with the Oh, he's going for it.
Can't we go
Wait a
for
minute.
this pawn?
King e3, king e5. Now with the king on e5, it just feels like this should be equal.
It should be not so bad.
Bishop g4, perhaps. Bishop c8.
Now, if this game ends in a draw, that means our two tournament co-leaders will be tied. But can anybody catch them?
Nepo
Yeah, Nepo. He won.
Nepo
has
joined.
joined the top right now.
Exactly. Yes. Because he won against Gary, so it means.
That's
he-
right.
5 points, all
he will
three of them.
die.
And then also Fabiano is lurking in the back if he manages to win, which he actually is just winning. I think we're going to see a resignation in that one.
Shall we call this game a draw?
There's a resignation in Fabiano's game right now.
Oh,
Wow.
Fabi has won it. Let's just see the last few moves. I mean, chaotic position as both players have protected passed pawns, but the move knight c6 to d4.
And that letter.
And Fabi is only half a point behind the leaders.
And he's lurking. And by the way, Hikaru went down to Wesley.
Wow.
Whoa. So
Crazy
Wesley,
results, I have to say.
I don't hear any draw. Do we? This one, maybe Mamedyarov might finish.
Also,
in a draw.
Firouzja versus Peter was a draw.
Yes. Yes.
That one was such a crazy one.
That game was so crazy that I
felt
think
like a
everybody
win.
deserved a
Full point.
full point in that game.
But while we were talking now, there's no more deep pawn. How did that happen?
I don't know, but
It went, but I think it made Black's defense easier with this bishop patrolling this diagonal, and the king always ready to come forwards.
And by the body language of Lanier, he thinks the same.
Yeah,
He's just like looking around, asking,
Like,
okay,
I'd
what are you
chill.
still playing? Why are you still playing? This,
right.
I have an easy draw.
By the way, 3 decisive results only.
only yes, it felt
So
like
far.
all of them were
How are we
decisive.
doing on time, though? I mean, can somebody actually flag in this one?
We don't have a good.
You no.
I see 8 seconds on
wow,
Shaq.
8 seconds.
5 seconds for Shaq. Shaq,
Make a
don't-
move.
Well,
He just
he held it for what?
until 1 second. It looks like. Cannot believe it.
Okay.
I don't know.
King F5.
Now I remember one.
Asking
think
very
it's
serious
King
questions.
E3.
I am going to go to G4. Okay, but that's okay.
I remember once Ivanchuk had few seconds on his clock and he with Giri against Giri he played it. He couldn't take his hand to make the
Wait
move
for
and
this
he
bishop
was
to
waiting and made
King.
everybody nervous.
Nervous, yes.
Bishop to B7, I don't know. I
I
feel
like-
like C6 has to be played right now. Go for it.
Yeah, but your black king is so close to the pawn now.
That's okay.
Will you be able to defend it with your king? Maybe.
Yeah, I think now
Bishop.
King D6. King F5,
King
really?
F5. Now.
Wow, 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 wow.
So let's say King D4, King G4. Yes.
By the way,
That's the idea.
I believe Shaq is down to his last 5 seconds right now, and
No.
counting, he has to make a move. 3 seconds.
Wow.
Redirected knight to D4. But
Okay,
will that
but
help
we
his
can deal
case?
with that. We're happy about that. King D6.
I don't think that's going to help his case, right? You can even
So-
go bishop to A6 now.
Bishop G4? Why is it?
I like bishop A6 just because it, yes.
Okay.
It asks a very salient question. You have to, ooh, nice.
Look at this nice trick.
trap.
Yes.
Nice.
King C6, knight B4. Yes.
Yeah,
Direct
you want a
defense
king
of the
upon
C6
enemy?
pawn. Very nice.
How about knight? No. No.
But I think that was the last trick.
That was the
Yes.
last trick.
No, but look at Shah. Huh? All the time he's trying to find
How-
some tactical
He's
ideas.
looking
How
for
can
something.
I win? How can I
Yes.
win? That's all these guys
G4.
ask themselves.
Okay.
G4, by the
something
way,
has
was
changed.
played with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh no! Now, how much time does
No, but
Lanier
wait a
have?
minute. I can take on F5 now. Take on F5, take on C6.
What?
That's a draw.
Okay, but hard to make such decisions.
But you have to make it.
No, oops.
He had
2
to
seconds.
avoid knight E7 check. He had to avoid knight
But the
E7
sun check
check.
as well.
King
yes.
F3, all right.
Right now you're.
C7. Wait a minute. Knight E7 is coming.
Knight E7.
Isn't this just winning?
I think so.
And there you see it. The knot
Guys,
of
this is
the
just winning
HUD.
right now.
Wow.
The nod of the head is the
Bishop
giveaway.
B7
Oh
or
my
knight
goodness.
D7?
What a miss
Oh.
by Lenier.
Oh my gosh.
We do
Wow.
not have a tie for first.
Yes, and
because
Shahryar won the game.
Exactly.
Yes.
And he's 4 for 4 in his last
Last 4
4
rounds,
games.
yes. He won.
Sole leader. And we're down to our championship rounds. 2 to go. Penultimate championship game round coming up.
Wow,
Where did it go wrong? Where did he blunder, Christian?
Well, I mean, you can take on F5. I think that was the key moment.
That was the moment right here?
He played, of course, yes.
You
Knight
take
to
on
F5,
F5
just
and
take on F5.
C6.
This was the calculation that can throw you off. You take on C6, and now you start calculating
Yes.
this, right? Are you in time? Yes, you are, because you go king to F7, and
Yes,
you know
and
that this
F8.
position is a draw. F6, pom,
Yes.
pom, 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 pom. That's going to be a draw, of course. He probably started seeing ghosts. He did
Yes.
not trust his intuition. I can guarantee you, he saw bishop takes F5, and he was calculating, but he only had 5 seconds on his clock, so he had to make the move so fast. Unfortunately for him, he played this move king to E5, bishop to E6, sorry, and this was the key moment. Bishop to E6 just allows C7. Now, you cannot defend the E7 square with your king. You cannot play the move king to E6 and get close to the pawn with the move king to D7. With the bishop on C8, you would have been able to do that. Unfortunately, you're not in time to do that. After C7, the game is over.
Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful offense, I have to say, by Shahryar. He created problems all the way until the end, and finally, Lenier cracked under pressure.
He was rewarded for his persistence. And as we get ready for our standings, tell our audience what offers there are at Q Boutique, Anastasiya.
Yes, so Q Boutique, we have today the T-shirt, as I understand it, button-down black short, sleeve short, featuring the Chess 9LX logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back. Available in your size. Have you tried it?
No, but I'm anxious. I mean, so long
I wore it
as-
today to breakfast.
Really? I had one
Yeah,
also.
it was great. I really
Yes,
liked
so-
it.
It looks wonderful, and there's plenty more swag, also at the World Chess Hall of Fame. So just do check out Q Boutique, and we are ready for our standings. We have a sole leader, Anastasiya.
We have Shahryar Mamedyarov, who just won the game against Lenier. He has 5.5 points. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, by winning this game, also he jumped to the second place. He has 5 points together with Alireza Firouzja. And then we have Fabiano Caruana with 4.5 points on the fourth place. Wesley So has 4 points. Levon Aronian 3.5, same as Hikaru Nakamura. Peter Svidler 2 points. And then Lenier Dominguez with 2 points. Garry Kasparov unfortunately lost the game, so
Yes.
still on 10th place.
Exactly. And our pairings for the penultimate round, Anastasiya.
So Wesley So will play with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Ooh,
I think it's
big,
important game for
very
you
good.
and Christian.
Absolutely.
Then we have Lenier Dominguez facing Garry Kasparov. Peter Svidler will play with Shahryar Mamedyarov. Peter is in good shape already.
That draw certainly gave him more confidence.
For sure. And then Levon Aronian will play against Alireza Firouzja, the leader, second place now, yes, Alireza.
Right.
And Hikaru Nakamura will play against Fabiano Caruana.
Big clashes. And as we go to break, we invite you to take a break yourselves. I mean, too much excitement going on over here, and we'll see you on the other side.
You may have heard about St. Louis's world-class museums. Art, history, science, even magic. But you may not know we have an entire museum dedicated to play, with a 10-story slide and a Ferris wheel on top. Don't let all this family fun slide by you. Whose kids it is? St. Lou is always exploring. Anybody?
welcome back everyone. We have standings after round 7. Shahryar Mamedyarov is leading in the tournament with 5.5 points. Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja, they share second place with 5 points. And then we have Caruana on the fourth place with 4.5 points. Wesley So follows him with 4 points. Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura with 3.5. Peter Svidler, 2 points. Dominguez, 2 points. And then we have Kasparov.
Suffering. And our pairings for our penultimate round 8. Anastasia, do the honors.
So round 8, we have Wesley So playing against Nepomniachtchi, Dominguez, Kasparov. Peter Svidler will play against the leader Shahryar Mamedyarov. Good luck to Peter.
Can Peter spoil the streak?
Yes, and Aronian plays against Alireza Firouzja. Hikaru Nakamura will face Caruana.
Big matches there as well. And we're getting ready for the reveal of the new round, the new position, pardon me, that they're going to be playing in this round 8. And shall we shuffle them up? Let's see what the new position might be. Here it comes.
I wonder if they're analyzing it.
I think so.
Yes, together.
Okay, Anastasia,
so
what do we have?
8, position 7-0-1.
So bishops in the corner, that usually means we're going to see a b3, b6, or b4, b5. Problem piece, queen on g1. How are you going to get that into the game?
Exactly.
Christian, take it away. What do you see as the tasks the players are going to have to solve?
That is the one big task that I'm seeing in the position for both sides, of course, is the queen. The queen on g1, g8, respectively. First of all, if the queen wouldn't be on g1, I would be able to castle. So with the queen on g1, I don't see short castling happening anytime soon, because you do want to play potentially g4, get the queen out, but then you will not want to short castle because the king is going to become weak with this pawn from g2 moved to g4. You don't want that. So this king probably will go on the other side and castle long.
Right.
This is the big problem. A very harmonious potential development on the queen side. I can see b3, c4, get the knight to c3 behind the pawn on c4. The bishop goes to c2, and then I do long castle. So I see quite an easy development on the queen side. Definitely not as easy on the king side. g4, queen to g3, but then where is the knight going? The knight from h1. Definitely quite an intriguing position. And after g4, for example, I was asking, where does the knight go? Sure, if you put the queen on g3, if you put the queen on g2, the problem is you will have to face ideas of b6 and the opening of the light square bishop on the long diagonal. So the queen is the big problem in this particular position.
All right, and for me, I see that the a2 pawn is undefended, and the a7 pawn as well, therefore. So I'm attracted to the move f4, and oops, that's supposed to be an arrow that went across the board. It got midway. Something like b7, b6, and then I'm thinking, this bishop is a good bishop, so I would probably want to play e3, and I liked what you were saying about the harmonious development of castling queenside. I want to put my bishop on f4, potentially even recapture with the pawn, pawn to b3. So let me just put some moves. Let's do the same. b5, let's do the same. e3, let's go. Let's go. And we're going to get some position like this. This is the position that I'm aspiring for.
Now you can do the castling.
Exactly. Now I can do the castling. The g4, what Christian mentioned, open up the possibilities for the queen development. It's going to be, if they go into these types of position, though, Christian, it'll be a long-winded battle. It won't be like the e4, e5, d4, d5
Not
clashes that take place.
Immediately. And I can easily see ideas of d4 potentially for white, with the idea to go d5 and break the center open, and then
Yes,
black
but
answers with d5.
It feels like half the participants are working with one another. Look at the four.
The Americans are sticking together, it seems like. And I was actually curious to see whether Fabiano and Levon are going to rekindle their, let's say, romance.
Right, the bromance.
After they took a break in the previous round.
I don't see actually Hikaru where he has been all this time.
Yeah, Hikaru seems to have
He's
pulled a
hiding
little
maybe somewhere.
disappearing.
Hikaru is all the way in the back. If you look, he just took his jacket off. There he is.
I see.
Okay.
But
Weird
a very
for us.
disappointing result for him, because I think right now he understands with only 2 games to go, he does not have a good chance of winning. Actually, I think he's completely out. Almost out. Mathematically almost out.
Yeah.
2 points behind Mamedyarov right now is going to be very difficult to catch up.
He's playing against Fabiano.
And Anastasiya, what do you give to Shakhriyar that he's got 4 out of 4? Did he have a good night rest?
I don't
What's
know.
happened to him? He's a different man.
Yes, for sure. I mean, probably it's already the 3rd tournament he's playing. Actually, it's been a marathon for him, and I know that he really, let's say, he gets his self-confidence back when he feels that his brain works well and he enjoys playing. So I think he finally found his way, and perhaps lack of opening preparation here also helps him. I mean, just he needs to play creatively and enjoy himself, playing chess. So that's what he mentioned also during the interview.
He had said that something remarkable, like he'd play 300 games for the year, some unbelievable number. It was just like, wow, nonstop.
I think it's because of COVID, he suffered so much staying at home during COVID period. I remember we were chatting with him from time to time during that times, and he really couldn't believe that all this was happening. So now he's enjoying
back at the board, sitting in front of her opponent, and boom, there we have it. F2, F4, or
F4, F5, I think is on the board. Maybe not F5, but F4 is the first move.
I think he was also terrified with this moment that he played 2 legal moves in the first event, and it took him a couple of weeks to come back to normal.
I think he needed to recover from that shock. I teased him that there was a best prize for the best cheater. It was like, I won something. F4, B7, B6. So kind of going into those very, that mood that I mentioned. Now, you don't have to play E3 right away. You could play knight C3, at least intimating that you were going to play for E4. Likely that will produce F5 as well. Something like this, F5, and this is where I was really heading. Like, it's very funny with Fischer random chess. Me personally, I want to commit my king early to a castle's position. We just witnessed Firouzja, for one, who had delayed castle until the very last moment, and he made his escape.
You remember what happened after? Maybe it was not the best.
Perpetual check. But I like having my king secured, and then I can face the middle game with confidence. Cristian, over to you, and what games caught your eye?
A very cool battle is happening between the 2 Americans, Nakamura versus Fabiano, right now, because Nakamura started off with F4, Fabiano responded with B6. We've seen this typical move in a lot of other games, defending the pawn on A7, and immediately Hikaru played the move F5. Continue.
Wow.
I cannot believe it.
Let's take more space, right? Quite
And
an
kill the
interesting
knight.
approach, but are you falling behind in development right now? F6, B3, and now we have this move G6, immediately challenging this expanded, maybe overexpanded pawn on F5. This one, well, it's not going to be a tame approach.
That's right.
Given the structure and what we're seeing right now happening on the board, I don't think this one is going to be very tame.
And if we follow it up with G4, just go ahead and put that.
G4 is probably the best move in the position.
Right?
Yes.
Where would the likely path go?
Well, a lot of interesting things can happen right now. E5 is a
In the
move, knight to
spirit of the
F7.
Right.
Knight F7, knight D6, at least to my eyes, make the most practical sense, right? Because you want to target this pawn on F5 and put as much pressure on it as possible. Also, E5, I do believe that you want to have this idea of E6 and creating even more pressure in your back pocket, right? Unfortunately, if you go E5, that's not an option anymore. So I do prefer the move knight to F7. Nevertheless, G4 is not on the board. He's still thinking it's a big decision for Hikaru. G4, I mean, you are overexpanding on the king side.
Well, I think that the move F5 is a very typical reaction of what Shakriar said in his interview yesterday that when you're white, you're trying to get an advantage, and sometimes you play a move like f4, f5, and instead of getting an advantage, you get a big, big, big disadvantage. And he, Shakriar, said, I won 4 games, if that makes sense, with the black pieces, and lost
yes.
1 with the white pieces, you know, like something like this. And it was sort of like f4, f5 is maybe a demonstration of an overreach by Hikaru. By the way, a very important game between those two players. This game between Wesley So and Nepo, boy, I tell you, that looks like our prep. The two players are bringing it. And what about Lanier? And Lanier and Gary, very different approach by Gary. Gary did play b7, b6 as a reaction, and maybe Lanier kind of channels his inner Nakamura with the move g2, g4, preparing f5, not immediately.
Yes,
and
yes,
e7, e6. You know,
Bishop
if there
h4.
wasn't a knight,
If there
wasn't a knight on h1, that would contain some venom with the move e7, e6. That looks like a fun game going
Very
on there.
But look at what's happening in the Aronian game, guys.
Okay,
Aronian
let's jump
versus
to
Firouzja.
that. Whoa, c2, c. Whoa.
Exactly.
It just blowed up.
By the way, you mentioned, Yasser, that you
Yes.
would have taken this bishop on f3 with the pawn. Remember, you said that maybe
Yes.
it's not a bad idea to take this bishop.
I was concerned that, well, not concerned. I like to give my queen, especially more pathways to get into the game. He recaptured with the rook, and I don't know about this move c4. Help me out, Christian. Is that another one of those overreach kind of moves? Do we really need the move c4 as white?
It does seem like right now black is to be preferred. I mean, you're making so many weaknesses in your position, right? That square d3, whenever you're going to go long castle as well, the square a2 is going to be a problem. Knight b4 might be on tap for black. So it's definitely looking loose for white right now, and you're coupling so many ideas, and it doesn't feel like they're very cohesive in this position. The
Like
rook
there
on
is no
f3,
harmony.
where are you going with that rook on f3?
Exactly.
On g3, that's going to get hit by the bishop on h4.
Correct.
You might have some problems. Knight
Right.
h4 is also an idea right now.
Not completely wrong either. Yeah.
I don't know. At least from a visual perspective, it just feels like black is closer to finishing up its development. Also, the structure is much more compact for black.
Let me play the devil's advocate here. I'll take a pawn. I assume you want to recapture with this knight. I'm not
Sure. Why not?
100%
Why not?
sure.
Yeah.
And because my rook, as you mentioned, kind of lacks a square.
You go to g3, I go bishop h4.
Yep.
And actually, maybe we can show that, because this just goes to show that c4 is not a tremendously good move, because if you go rook h3, boom, knight d3 is coming on the board.
Oh.
Surprise, surprise.
Racing. I think
How many pieces are involved in this foreground?
it's what we would say, ding dong. No rook. Yep. We're gonna have to play rook to h3, and it feels like well, one move kind of interesting, threatening the castle short, offering the pawn, but because the king is still here, I'd be reluctant to grab this pawn myself.
I love that move, and I was trying to, well, take on h7, just for a
Take on
second.
Still take on
h7.
h7.
Because I'm seeing some very nice variations.
Bishop
no,
f6.
no, no.
You want a
I would
castle?
go bishop, queen g6.
If you want to attack the rook, you got.
No. I want to go queen g6.
Okay.
I will tell you why. So you have to go to h3,
Right.
and now bishop h4.
Oh my
How do you
goodness!
defend it? I mean, my knight d3 is coming.
Wow.
And knight f3 too. If you
Knight
take-
f3. Well, if you take on h4,
Yes,
knight to f3
then
is
knight
the idea.
f3, yes.
Do you have that? We have royal fork and we have family fork. A royal fork is king and queen, but a family fork
If
is
it also
with the
rook is
rook.
involved,
Do you have that?
No, I don't have. I didn't know it, yes.
expression. And
No, I didn't have
Ukrainian?
nice.
By the way, I don't know if it works, but It looks fun. It looks fun.
It looked inspiring, that is for sure. Nice challenges going on here. By the way, we've got some skin in the game here. We that is to say, Cristian and I chose Wesley
I remember that,
as
yes.
our
But Wesley's so far,
winner.
right? I mean, how does he even have any?
Well,
chances?
he won against Hikaru in the previous round, which
That took him to, I believe, was it 4.5? Or
4.5. I
Okay,
don't
that's
think
not bad.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
I don't
Striking
But Fabi is
distance.
doing a little bit better, I think, no? If I
Yes.
remember correctly, Fabiano has more points. So I'm here.
Don't tell me you're
In that case,
competing
in that
I
case,
do.
Wesley has more points.
against legendary grandmasters.
What to
To
do,
quote you,
Yes.
legendary.
Absolutely legendary, but still,
Still,
you know,
you're competing.
I'm still hoping and rooting for my.
But if
Fabi.
Fabiano had more points, then it means
And-
So,
Wesley
yes,
only
looks-
has 4 points.
Once again, a peek at the standings, Anastasiya.
Yeah, so you see that Fabi has half a point more compared to Wesley So. So it's he's on the 4th place and Wesley still on 5th place.
Wesley
Facts are
1.5
facts.
points behind. That's a lot.
And he
That's a
still
lot.
has some chances to win the tournament even. You can see that if he wins 2 last rounds, very decisive, important rounds, then he even can win the tournament.
He needs a lot to go his way, though.
Yes.
Wesley So with the white pieces against Jan. The last few moves seemed like an invitation to a draw offer, if I see that
I also
correctly.
have the same feeling. Yes.
I am seeing a number of reps going on here. I think that's it. I think that's a draw, right?
It doesn't
Rook
look like
H6.
draw at all. But okay.
Rook to H6,
Rook
Queen
H6,
G3, yeah.
and there's the draw.
Yes, so
I'm
they
pretty
just
sure in
keep
chess
repeating,
960
yes?
you can-
Yes. Yes.
I think you can also offer a draw.
You can, yes, you can offer. Yes.
There's no
We're-
more no
we're-
draw offers
Absolutely.
in this tournament.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you can
Not
just
that
offer.
draw offers are being offered or accepted, by the way. The decisive number of games is amazing, close to 80%. Let's jump to
I'm not
the-
sure that players remember that. You know,
Yes,
players
exactly.
normally don't remember the rules.
No. Levon versus Alireza. We thought with the move e6, e5 that Levon actually was the one in a bit of trouble. He did not capture the pawn on e5 and make those moves with the rook. He instead just said, knight c3, go ahead. If you like, you can gain more space. My idea will be that in the future, maybe not immediately, but after castling, I'll play g4 and try to undermine your structure. And knight c3 on the board, Cristian. Is that...
It's still a very complex battle.
I think
Very,
also
very
even
complex
after
battle.
e4.
There's nothing immediate happening.
Nothing immediate.
No,
That
nothing
was my
immediate
question.
happening in the position.
Okay.
It's still a very fluid center, potentially. I can go e4 as black, I can close it up, I can take on f4 and keep it open, or I can wait with a pawn on e5, and I think that's probably the best course of action for black.
He did play queen e6, did Ali Riza, and he's thinking, you know, I can castle short too. If you, by the way,
He created the threat.
Levon is committed to castling long. His rook is already moved, obviously. So Ali Reza, like, for example, let's just put some moves down for a moment. Castles on opposite sides.
But now I go d4.
D4?
Yeah, I mean, this has been the move that creates the most problems almost for black in so many instances. And I think we're actually going towards that variation.
Whoa.
Isn't that problematic with a queen on e6? How do you defend against d5? And if you have to exchange one of the pawns and then get out of the way, then I feel like my rook on f3 finally has something to do. I go to e3 potentially, to h3 as well. It feels like my pieces finally are better than yours as white.
He almost
And d4 is,
convinced
by
us,
the way,
yes. I think maybe e4 first and then castling. Maybe after white makes castling, queen e6.
We do have queen e6.
So
and
queen e6 and then e4 and
by
then
the way,
castling.
is that analysis or is that the
No,
game
no,
position?
it's game.
Yeah, they have that. They played straight into the variation that we were looking at.
Wow, I was about to suggest a different move.
No.
E4, but
Like queen e6, castling, and here
castles,
e4.
castles, and D4.
Take on
yes,
D4,
take
I
on
was
D4.
thinking the same as you. Anastasiya. So d4 takes on d4.
I don't think he took yet.
Oh,
No.
So he's
What?
maybe considering knight d5.
let me just refresh my board because I can't believe.
No,
Yeah,
he
he's
took.
taken on d4. He took on d4 already.
I think he's considering knight d5, which makes some sense if you think about it.
How long do we think about it?
Probably not for long.
Because I do like winning the tempo, right?
I think that's the idea. I mean,
Is-
after knight d5, you're not going to take on e3. That's the idea.
Is he afraid of knight takes f4?
No. D5.
Yes.
D5?
It's a pawn.
But I go d5.
It's
It's a piece.
pawn.
Queen h6. Yes.
Listen to your
Oh my
your
goodness,
friend,
Yasser.
your mentor, your
I remember only the song "Listen to Your Heart."
listen
So,
to your heart.
You are too hungry.
Too hungry, greedy.
Too hungry for the power,
He
Yasser.
he's paused.
Let's go king
bec-
b1.
Because I bet you he is concerned about
Ali Reza is not going to take on f4. Come on, guys. No.
commentators
chance.
cursed.
Yes.
You
let's
be
see.
careful. You be careful over there. Knight e5. Look at this. I'm a pawn up and I've got the initiative.
Well, he took on d4. Let's wait and see.
Here it comes.
I have to say, Ali Reza has been extremely greedy in this format. So
In the first game of today, round 7, he certainly was. Here
I
we
can
go.
see knight takes f4 appearing on the board.
Because the otherwise, what you said makes perfect sense. D5, rook e1, rook e3, great harmony in the position for white. You gotta make white pay.
Wait, what's happening?
What?
They're talking about something. Yes,
I think
actually.
Ali Reza is complaining for whatever reason. Maybe there's some chatting going on.
You right?
Playing
The guys who made a draw are,
Yes,
are
maybe they're-
congratulating themselves on their brilliant play.
Arbiter, kick them out.
Kick them out.
He took.
There-
Oh my goodness, he took on f4.
Christian, how do we let him compete in these competitions
By
of
the way,
ours?
best
I mean,
move in the position.
No,
Best
you're
move.
in a good shape. Yes, today, Yasser. Just it's
Yasser,
impossible
I think we need to
fight.
get you in.
Yes.
I
See,
think we need
this
to get
is
you
the
in.
danger. I shouldn't be too accurate. King b1 immediately, by the way.
Yeah.
Not even
Not
thinking
even-
about rook f4. Yes.
Exactly. He just said, forget about it. King b1.
I trust you. Yes.
Deal with the dual threats.
So, d5, you have to deal with that. Queen h6 is one of the ways.
I
Knight
think
to
it's-
e2 is another one, right?
Knight e2. I didn't realize I had a choice.
I think knight e2 might be. I don't know if it's a good choice, but knight e2 is an option as well. It feels like that queen is going to get trapped. on
It
e2.
feels like, but like how you can do it? Yes. Also, I'm checking. Like I don't see it. The
Well,
king is too open.
But also, I
Yes.
feel like, can't my queen somehow get trapped down?
Exactly,
Yes, but
exactly.
how? Yes, like
Rook
And by the
e1.
way,
Rook e1
queen
immediately.
h6
yes,
you
queen
played.
d4. Queen can go everywhere.
And you're somehow
Yes.
you're
I
you're
understand.
running and well, even here I've got great comp, but
Yeah.
I think I can do better.
By the way, queen h6 was played, and knight h3 came immediately.
Knight h3.
Queen h6, getting out of dodge, knight h3. Whoa, didn't see that one coming. What is knight h3, by the way?
So let's say if you
Why-
take the knight, rook h3.
That I can see
Yes,
that I'm
and
just
then
helping.
what? Yes, and
But
then
I'm-
knight d5. I don't know.
Well, I can feel that I'm helping white. Can I just like,
You mean black?
yeah, black is helping
No.
the rook,
Really? But
isn't it?
he took on h3.
He did.
took on h3. Yes, rook h3.
But where is that rook going? I mean, I will go queen g6.
Yes, like queen.
I get almost half a tempo, let's say, because I do have f4 ideas.
Well,
Rook g3, and now I hide. I hide on f7.
but aren't you like really afraid that that
I'm
diagonal?
not, because I
Big
can
bishop
challenge you with the
c.
bishop on f6.
You know that bishop hasn't moved.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we
I
forgot
didn't-
about it.
I forgot.
Yes.
The bishop's been lurking.
Yes, this
And
bishop.
then it feels like
will
your
wake
king
up.
actually gets weaker. The king on b1, right?
Right. That is a good point.
I think white, if white didn't have this pawn on g2, it would be better.
Yes.
Now queen on g1, rook on
Right.
g3.
That
But
battery.
unfortunately, yes. But unfortunately, it's a pawn.
Could it mean that Levon isn't thinking about g takes h3, is he?
Oops.
I hope not.
Because you
That's what I meant.
mentioned
That's
the
just-
g2
I gi-
pawn,
I
if
give
it
an
was
idea.
disappeared, suddenly, if it disappears,
Yes.
g takes, knight
But
d-
g takes, I go f4, right?
f4.
No, I hate my pawn structure. And, of course, I'm a pawn down as well.
He took it with a pawn. The commentator's curse once again.
What are you talking about? This is brilliant.
I said, if there was no pawn.
Your comments on the Ali Reza will never
take it.
Never take the pawn. But G takes H3 to open up and maybe play
Let's be
rook.
creative. I mean, what is it? Rook H3, obvious moves. Who plays like that
And
these
bishop
days?
H4.
That's a
That's
nice move.
creative
That's
too.
a nice move.
Yes.
That's crazy move.
Keeps the G. No, well, you're not allowing the rook to come to G3, and you're developing.
But really?
Why not?
Okay, so
I don't think
Rook
speed is so much of
F1?
the essence.
Rook
Yeah,
of
rook to
one.
F1, but I'm probably going to give you that F5 pawn.
And
Rook
because
to
if play
E8.
F4, Queen G4 then, yes? Probably, yes.
yeah,
You
something
prepared
like that.
something like that, maybe.
But
or maybe.
but the problem,
I'll
he's
go with
making a
F8,
good
rook
point.
E8.
This Christian's making a very good point that if we do take twice, the bishop has a dual purpose. Stops rook G3, but also protects rook for rook E1 future. Very intriguing positions. What else is happening?
I think black is just completely dominating right now.
What is happening in our tournament leaders game as we jump to Shakhriyar?
That one is wild.
Is it?
That one is wild. And it does seem like Shakhriyar is having a pretty nice position, right? So much space in the center. The king is still, and he's not going to get castled actually anytime soon. You cannot castle on the short side. And I'm not sure if you want to castle on the long side.
So Peter also was influenced, and guess what? Peter played F5.
That was Hikaru's move.
I think it was
Hikaru.
It was preparation.
Yeah, okay. And wow, after D5, Shaq looks, that's an
Great.
imposing center. The queen jumped out. I think black is simply better.
I think Shaq is taking over the initiative right now, and
Simply.
But look at this C4, E4, making sure D3 square will be, like 95 is coming. I don't know what to do.
There's only
Family
one,
fork,
right?
whatever fork you can imagine is happening.
I mean, if this knight was on C5, life would be gold. This looks really good for Shaq, but he's going to have to do something. Bishop to B4, rook to D8. What does the engine evaluate the position as? It looks good for black.
the engine is recommending knight E5, in fact.
Just go for it.
Just go for it.
Bishop C2, I think. Yeah, or
Bishop-
knight F4.
No, actually,
what
I think
move?
he has to
I think
take.
you probably have to
I have to take, yes.
Knight D3 is going to come, and you might be in some...
Yeah, but now I'm crying about other issues.
That's one. Rook takes F5 is another one. And the knight is actually not jumping to the center anytime soon. You don't have knight D4, you don't have knight F4, you don't have a good way to activate your knight.
Makes sense.
Also, what's the knight on H1 still doing there?
He's in the way, actually, the knight on H1.
Very, very deep understanding.
I think knight E5 is a very unpleasant move
So
to
double
face.
pawns
Yes.
are not weakness.
No, and in this
situation,
case,
for sure.
I think the problem is we were just jumping in anyway and just, causing a real accident along the C file. And
Horrible.
yeah, this guy, and
That's
this
a-
looks
I think
chaos
we see a
for
knight on E5, guys. I think knight E5 was played.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Shaq is on a
Shakhriyar is feeling
roll.
it right now. He is in the zone.
Wow.
And he has to be, because there's a couple of contenders lurking in the back. I mean,
I know.
Firouzja is not stopping anytime soon.
Exactly right.
Neither is Nepo, it seems like, right? So
Right.
he needs to win games if he wants to maintain his edge.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, in the Grand Chess Tour, he was the defending champion in Bucharest. He had won previously Bucharest with a very nice +3, undefeated, and everything went wrong for Shaq in Bucharest. He didn't have a
Exactly.
Grand Chess Tour. He didn't have a good performance in the Grand Chess Tour. But we know he's a brilliant player, as we've seen.
But I think it shows also how strong Grand Chess Tour is. Like
Exactly.
every player can be first one day and can be the last one. I mean,
As
it's-
Maxine.
Yes.
Yeah, he came into St. Louis in clear first and looking just to secure a podium placement. Just barely hung on to that third place. First and second went whoosh, right out the door. And 95, that's a great move. Peter, under pressure, let's just jump to the Garry Kasparov versus Lanier game, because it seems to me, and Garry has played some very creative chess. He doesn't end up typically following the lines that, like, for example, you've just played the move E3. And you provoked
And E4.
E4. Let's go. And Garry C5. And let's see where we're standing here. We've
Time
caught
management.
up. By the way, breaking news. Of course, he is playing Lanier, so
Yes.
let's put this in perspective. But he is ahead on time for the first time in the entire tournament. An opponent has less time. But again, it is Lanier. If there was going to be an opponent in the tournament who had less time, it would be Lanier Dominguez. And
I think the
I
casting.
would say
Gary's doing well.
Gary's
He's doing well.
slightly better. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I mean, why not? It's still a complex battle, but
Okay.
I think black is slightly better, at least visually.
Okay, a big clash between top American players, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano. And this was the early F5 punch.
Yes.
And when we left it, we kind of left it around these parts. So let's just quickly get caught up. That bishop H5 check, that is a funny check. And white got the
Nice.
two bishops. And he's maintained his pawn on F5, for the moment anyway. But wait a minute. Talk about cohesion. We can get these doubled rooks and end up playing knight G4 and knight H2,
Or knight F5 even,
or knight F5.
because using the fact there is a pin.
Exactly, with the rook on. Once we've got the doubled rooks,
Yes.
what about those two bishops? This guy is, well, kind of stuck in mud. You've got a good blocker on F6. Our feeling is that Fabi might have tricked Hikaru in this position, and maybe Fabi's for choice.
Well,
Christian.
the engine is not agreeing with you.
Okay, good.
The engine is saying that Hikaru is actually better in this
Oh,
position.
really?
How?
I would expect only because of the fact that he has more space on the king side. Rook to F4. The engine was proposing bishop to D1, in fact.
Bishop to
Bishop to
D1.
D1. And just try to
Wow.
preserve your space advantage like that.
like
At
rook
the same
G8?
time,
And
you
so
see bishop
after-
to D1, you see the other rook coming to G8. It doesn't
now maybe
feel like
rook
white is
H1.
better, right?
Right.
I don't feel it, right?
I don't feel
I
it.
think what he wanted to do, rook to G8, is to just play moves such as potentially E4 and calm the position down, defend the pawn on F5,
Okay,
and then
that's
try to
logical.
kick that rook from G5 at some point. It's not easy to play like that. You want to do something active, and this is exactly what Hikaru is doing. Rook to F4, rook to G8. He's looking towards that H4 square and activating the rook. The problem is you also have to tend to your F5 pawn. And that's the weakness that Fabiano is focusing on right now.
Well, I mean, knight takes F5
Is a threat.
Is
In
the
positions
threat,
right
yes.
now.
Anastasia said, take advantage of the
Yes.
pin. Let's do it. Let's go. I'm assuming rook F1 to maintain the pawn on F5. And if Hikaru is intimating he wants to play for rook H4, he's going to do it like this.
But let's try to get aggressive now. Let's
Yes.
go knight D5.
Knight
Why?
D5.
Exactly. I'm still kind of stunned when you said that the engine prefers white. I was like, wow, I thought black was doing pretty
And
darn good.
It prefers white. I mean, that's almost an overstatement. They prefer white, but it's a very balanced position. Plus 0.5 in chess
Okay.
960 in such a complex battle without, many known factors at stake. I mean, I feel like it's very difficult to say that white is better.
So it's
Okay.
balanced, more or less.
Balanced,
Yes.
fair.
Balanced.
Translated.
Yes, I think it's just a balanced position. Balanced endgame.
Let's just jump to Levon. Levon played G2 takes H3, and that Ali Reza has been nursing at extra pawn that he captured very early in this game.
It's an extra pawn, but it almost looks like two extra pawns, right?
It does, because the structure is so ugly. C4, C5.
Yeah, he tries to open this diagonal, yes?
That's a strange move. For some reason, I really liked having the bishop
on H4, yes.
parked on H4 just to you know, maybe drop the queen into d2 on a good day. And he did, however, play bishop d6, c4, c5. I think Levant's scrambling to get out of this game. If he could get a draw here, I think he would take it.
Scrambling. I mean, he's a pawn down, and I think the compensation lies with the black side.
Exactly.
I take on c5, and then I try to exchange the bishops with bishop e5, right?
It's actually interesting why we couldn't take on f5 before.
I think you can
After
take
bishop d6.
right now.
I mean, I think he
Ah, you
takes
mean
on
the-
h3, right? Or at the end, or
There,
what?
there is the,
I think queen
the
d2 is the
scary
problem.
queen to d2, reminding white that he
Rook
did play
f1, and then I
C,
can go on the second rank as well.
Yes,
c4.
rook f1.
c4 exposed the king a bit, and if you do go rook f1, then as Christian said, oops,
That's
Yeah.
game over.
And you can
ding
lose
dong.
it like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the f5 pawn was untouchable, but here you were about to say after c5, trade the bishops and just enjoy your extra pawn.
Why
Makes
not?
sense to me.
Why not? I mean, maybe you can take on f5, but it does feel very dangerous.
Oh.
Let's take on f5.
Right now in this moment,
Well, if you don't do it now, I think it's...
you're not going to do it ever,
doing it
right?
anytime soon.
And if we drop in,
Yeah,
But you
if
go
I
to a3 or what?
King a3, no. But
well,
I get
then I
checkmated
drop
by
in with the
force.
rook and threaten mate, right?
No, you go queen a5. I think it's mate by
It's
force.
made, yes,
Made
by
by
rook
force.
e2, yes, oh, come
Sorry.
on, yes, it's very so easy.
Yes.
This is ugly, and I
So-
don't have king b1 because of queen d3.
Queen
and you just
d3?
pick up the rook.
So queen is a1 is the only move. Okay, yes, it's lost, looks like.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with this position. And they are playing quickly, so let's just flash back and forth and catch up with them.
But it does feel, guys, like Shaq, our leader, has blundered,
What happened?
or at least has not taken the correct path and allowed white to stabilize the position. So this was
Peter's-
the moment. Bishop takes e5 was a big move by Peter because that's a big decision. You
Yes.
take on e5, you know that this pawn on f5 probably is going to fall, and you have to calculate everything very precisely. Knight to c3. Now, if you do take on f5, then I can just go bishop to g4, and this was the key in the position. I have this idea of bishop to g4. You take on f2, I take on d7, and I'm actually winning an exchange. You take on d7, I take on f2. Still, black has a lot of compensation even in that position. Nevertheless, that was the tactical shot that Peter had in mind with his move, knight to c3. He did not take on f5. He played rook to d8, rook to h3, and after g6, if Peter goes g4, stabilizes the position. If you do take on f5, I will take that and open up the g file. That's quite clear that white is going to have a nice, not necessarily advantage, but initiative given by that activity over the g file. And Peter might be playing the spoilers role in this one. How are we doing on time?
Yeah, well, he made the draw already to
Oh, he did not play g4. He played f6.
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 Ooh,
I don't know
well,
about that move.
that sure landed a pawn in my midst.
What if I just take that pawn?
Good.
Good idea.
Thank you, thank you.
Look, wait a second. If you take the pawn, queen h4 is not working, rook f1.
That's
That's the
a
only
big
thing I
problem.
can see, right?
That's a big
So
problem.
rook f6.
Just a
So queen,
second.
we cannot play queen h4, the move which you normally
you-
would like to play in order to give
As
some
you
checks,
were about
but
to
rook
say,
f1.
rook f1 is a check, and it's a discovered attack on the queen. You win material,
Yes.
and black is a happy camper. So in this position, after rook takes f6, Peter was obliged
To play
play
queen
queen
e2.
e2.
And then what? Why we gave the
He
pawn?
wants to go knight g3. And if he could please drop a knight and capture the pawn on e4. Now, black has a problem because pawn on c4 is hanging, pawn on e4 is hanging, but the queen on d3, I might end up regretting that I was forced to trade queens.
And one of the bigger problems that black Mamedyarov has in this position is his time. He only has 2 minutes on his clock. He made a move.
Really?
It wasn't updated on our board. Maybe we can...
Bishop to d5, what did he do?
I'm not sure. No, bishop to b4. Wait a minute. Can
Bishop
you take on
to
c4? Ah, but the bishop...
D2
the pawn on
is
D2
hanging.
is hanging at the end. That's a crafty move.
Nice.
Bishop b4, didn't expect it. But what he's realizing is that when you get this knight g3,
Which he played it.
and knight takes e4 in the position, white is going to be for choice. So that he played bishop b4 in order to capture this knight? Does he
Yes.
really want to do that?
I think he wants to go queen d3. He played knight to g3. What he was aiming at was that after queen to d3, if you play it first, before white commits the knight to g3,
Oops.
white can play the move knight to f2.
You got it.
And that's just going to be a much better placement for the knight.
Right.
Now after knight to g3, maybe I can go queen to d3.
Knight to g3 on the board, and now you're suggesting queen to d3.
And I think he wants to play it. At least he was
Fidgeting
hovering
with the pawn.
his...
So let's say if bishop c2, then we take queen and bishop c3. This is the idea.
Wait a minute.
Or not.
maybe-
If you go bishop c2, can I take queen takes c3?
Ooh, I
Queen
think you
takes c3?
can. Yes.
Yeah, that's,
No.
that
Oh,
might
yeah, but
be a
this
problem.
is nice.
Sweet. The Dutch have a wonderful word, by the way. It's called verrassing. Surprise!
Exactly.
Queen takes c3 and a verrassing.
Nice. Okay, queen
Surprise.
c3 is really cool.
It's really pretty.
So I guess you... Why not?
Oh, he took on c3.
With a bishop, no.
Encouraging rook takes c3, though.
I cannot believe that. Maybe there was something
But
better
I
than
have
bishop
even
c2,
queen
right?
takes c4, guys. Queen takes c4 and then queen takes c3. And he
Queen
got...
takes c4?
Whoa, whoa, that's a check. Check.
Oh,
That's a check.
Shaq.
Don't tell me he didn't
Oh,
see it.
my gosh.
That's a check, Shaq.
No.
Oh, no. It's unbelievable. We've seen it in the Blitz.
What, he didn't see it again? That it
That-
was check?
Almost made... Well, right now the problem is he touched the rook on f6.
And
He
he's
has to move it.
obliged to move the rook.
He needs to play rook e6 or rook f7.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. So queen came to c4 with check. Oftentimes you would play a move like bishop to d5, but because he touched his rook, he has to move it.
But I don't know why he wanted to play rook d6. I guess he
Well,
anticipated rook
he-
takes c3.
Exactly. And he thought that he would get the triples. Oh my word.
Oh.
And now you see he's lost a tempo.
He did.
Because his bishop could have been on d5 a moment before. And
Now bishop-
oh, it rains, it pours, bishop g4. And our tournament leader is wobbling.
Oh, Shaq was rattled by that situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
And Peter
Allowed
is-
this bishop to g4, which was
he
lurking in
doesn't
the
have
back
much
in the
time.
position for so many moves.
Exactly. And remarkably, Shaq played the move. Shaq was worried about bishop b3. He played bishop d5 to protect his exchange,
Yes.
and he got hit on the other side of the board with bishop g4. Rook
Shaq-
f8.
Shaq down to his last 30 seconds, by
Yes,
the way,
yes,
against
yes.
7 minutes, and probably a winning position for Peter right now.
Yes.
But
Now the
something went
question
wrong.
is, I would love to play a move like queen c7. You take my queen, I'll take your rook. With
And the
check.
bad news don't end there for Shakhriyar, because Firouzja is about to win his game against Levon Aronian.
And do we have queen c7 on the board, by the way?
Queen c7 is on the board.
That's what.
Wow.
But I wanted to correct myself and say that after queen takes c7, bishop takes e6, I am hanging my rook on h3.
But how is that ending?
So I was going to play the move rook h4 as a prelude to queen c7. He played it immediately.
Yes.
I think white is better in the ending.
Much better.
Much better.
That's why he played the move h5.
Okay, but now we can just trade queens, take the rook, and move our rook.
I think what Shaq is dreaming is just getting the knight to c5, though.
Ah, good point.
That's what I think he wants, getting the knight to c5 and then to d3. But what white can do, given that he's up material, he can take on c5.
And return the exchange very
Return the
nicely.
exchange and then take on e4 with the knight and say, okay, I mean, I'm taking on c5.
That's
I have
better.
the better.
Ending bets, maybe.
Take with
better
the knight or
structure.
maybe the rook?
Yes,
Maybe the rook.
yes, yes, yes. Yeah, if you take with the knight, actually, I think bishop to g4 might be a little bit problematic.
No, you're still doing good. But definitely white in the driver's seat. And wow, Ali Reza, did you say? Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that the golden boy is going to make a triple crown?
He's going to be in pole position to do so. He's winning this one.
His
There's no way he's not
f-pawn
winning
moved
that
so
one.
far away.
Look at this endgame.
Yes.
He's about to just push his pawns on the queen side. G5, G4, H5, H4.
How many rook
And you're
endings he won in this tournament?
A lot.
Seems like a lot,
Yes.
right?
A lot.
Yes.
That's a very good observation because one of his problems, at least according to his critics, was his endgames.
Yes.
But he's been showing time and time again in the last couple of weeks that his endgames have improved. Definitely, the young man has been putting a lot of work into his weaknesses, and it shows.
Time on the clock is a factor, though. We've got 5 minutes for Levon, who, as
1
you
minute
said,
and
is
50
losing.
seconds for
but
Alireza.
less than 2, yeah. That was one of the things, seriously, I played on the same team as Magnus in Holland. We played for the Hilversum Chess Club, and Magnus was this young boy. And what was he doing? He was winning games in the end game. Well, the youths are supposed to be sacrificing pieces and pawns and, you know, scrambling. No, no, no. Magnus was a great, and it was like he was almost born with a kind of a feeling for the ending. And good endgame play is the hallmark of world champions.
Why I was not born like that? Yes. Can
Exactly,
you tell me?
exactly. It's a bad
It's so
karma.
hard.
Bad karma. You're being punished, trust me. G5, very powerful move.
He doesn't take on H2.
Alireza is ready to play G4, H5, H4.
Perhaps don't allow the move rook to d5. So if you go g4, rook to d5, might be a little bit problematic.
What?
He takes on h2. I like this move.
Greed. Man's noblest emotion.
Greed is good.
Greed is good. Rook to D5 and then just defend it.
H6. It's
H6?
important not to play G4, yes? Or
Right.
H5. Yes. Just in case, if somebody
So you can
forgot.
start with rook d7, right?
It's still possible to lose any
Oops.
position.
Proving time and
Yes.
time. Rook H7, I think I'm just playing H6.
h6, yes.
And next turn, G5, and wow, those,
So what if I take on c7 now?
well, those are 3 connected passed pawns.
I understand that, but I go rook g7.
And
Now rook g5.
And
Look
then
at this,
ooh, we do
rook
have rook
G5.
D5. Yeah,
H6.
I should have played King H3 first, actually. King H3.
Look at, very smart what Levon did. He played now before.
Now be okay.
Look-
let me
look at
just
this-
refresh.
yeah, yeah. It's
I'm
very
going to
funny.
refresh my board. Sorry for that,
and
folks.
he says, play G4, please.
Okay, time to come back with the king.
King H3, yes.
I still am not threatening, but I'm going to go King H4, and then finally I will be threatening G4.
Once I go king h4, g4 is over.
Yes.
Once I connect those pawns and
Ye-
not get checkmated on the h5, it's
Yeah,
over.
this is not a race.
No.
The pawn is already on F3 and its colleague is going to show up on G3. This game is in the bag, but I saw something that looked crazy. Look at this game between Garry Kasparov and Lanier Dominguez and tell me this isn't regular chess. This just looks like a reverse King's Indian, Queen's Indian that went wrong.
Well,
We're
Gary
gonna,
has 3 seconds to make a move.
No.
I think he flagged.
Ah.
He just flagged.
Yes. Oops.
He just flagged.
a flag.
There's a
Now,
flag.
at the moment we move to this game, unfortunately.
there's a
yes,
flag.
Yes. Oh, it's a
And
pity, yes.
how, with a 5-second increment, could you flag this position? Because you can play King B8 and Knight.
Yes.
And Lanier almost feels like he's sorry about it.
Yeah.
No, of course. I mean, everybody has such a big respect to
Gary,
and
yeah.
It doesn't feel great to win
Not
those
on
games
time. No, 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 no.
like that.
And to be frank, I mean, White's position is definitely still dominating. But guys, let's go back to Firouzja because he still
Please.
hasn't closed the show yet.
And if he
He
does
will,
close
but
the
he still
show,
hasn't closed the show.
oh,
And Peter is winning.
Peter
just
won.
Yes.
Peter
just
won,
won.
Peter
not
won
winning,
game.
won. And by the way, Rook D1 is a tricky move. Once again, we can show the obvious threat of mate. G4, the desired G4, Rook H1 would be painful.
And now h4. King h4. Now that is threatening the move g4 finally.
King H4 threatens G4, so he had to give a check, put the king in the way, and well,
the problem
he-
is you also have another problem right now as White.
Yes.
Rook to e8 is coming.
That is the big problem. How are we going to answer?
Well, he played b5. He's trying to create his own pass on
Yes,
the
what
queen
else
side.
to do?
But you're so far from creating anything on the queen side.
Yes,
Exactly.
you need to play a5,
Rook,
b6.
rook e8 or
Rook d8.
rook d8.
Everything is winning right now.
These look like it's over.
Set position.
Yes.
And that's all she wrote. That is because rook e2 check is such a powerful move. Then you can the passive white rook, and then you can go rook to c2, get your rook behind the pawns, and finally you will 3 connected pass pawns win the game. So that is a killer blow. Rook e2.
If he wins
rook e8
and makes the hat trick in St. Louis,
that would just. He'll walk away with $300,000.
more than that,
Yes.
More than that, yeah.
310.
310.
Probably not counting it correctly. It's
Right,
probably more than that.
Yes.
A tip for the good staff at the chess club staff will enjoy the tip.
Well, he's taking everybody to dinner after this one.
Wow. Yep. No question about it. Dinner on Ali Reza. Rook e8, and you can see. Just look at Levon's
yeah.
look.
He
No,
knows.
it's not the best.
He knows.
Position.
This
knows.
is over.
Yep.
You're not even close. Like, it's not even a race.
Nope.
It's not competitive at this point.
Exactly. By the way, once again, Peter did win, upending our tournament leader. And what's going on between Hikaru and
Well, Fabi is looking really good.
2, 3,
Yes,
4?
good.
So
Extra
if Fabi
pawn.
wins, he gets half a point behind Ali Reza.
Yes.
And very, very nice. But look at this. You don't usually see a pawn structure like this, but this knight on f6 covers, it's like a magical shield, if you will, covering so many squares.
It's like a spider.
Yeah, exactly. If the rook had moved to b8, king would have
But the plan is
protected.
very easy, right? You go h3, e4, rook h1, h2, knight. You don't have knight g4.
And it's over. We have a new tournament leader. The golden boy remains golden. Ali Reza. Jeez, Anastasiya.
Yes, I cannot believe it.
I mean,
Levon
it-
resigned, and yes.
I don't want to say it's unprecedented
He's
to win
winning
3
everything.
tournaments in a row.
Okay, but guys,
But-
isn't rook d2 just finishing the game right now?
Yeah, the bishop looks trapped.
Rook d2 followed by h2.
H2, but actually, yeah, where to put the bishop?
I
It
guess
does
you
look
have
trapped.
one check, but that doesn't really help you. No, rook d2 just wins the game.
The rook
right now.
d2 just wins the game. I agree with that. Rook d2 expected.
Yeah, he
Yep.
plays it, yes. With that one.
And I think we're going to probably see a resignation.
Okay, hopefully.
Again, the number of decisive games is just astounding. This will be our 4th.
But look at
Decisive
Peter.
games.
He will say, no, I need just a couple of more days and I will win this
Guys,
tournament.
I
Yes.
was warming up.
Yes, it was
you know.
just the start.
Exactly.
Yeah, H2 and
H2.
Not knight g4 yet, because you still have to worry about.
Well,
bishop
not
takes
knight
e4. Just
g4
king
because it's
e5.
illegal, but yeah.
King e5.
Something maybe to be said for rook e2, just to remind white that he may have to drop back with his king.
yes,
He
then-
played it.
yeah.
And, you know, as
Yes, take on
a,
the 4 again.
as the
invitation.
president of the Pawn Grubbers Club, you know, good to see the member. Ooh,
King c3.
King e5.
King E5.
That
is-
was helpful.
But now I have also knight d5 ideas.
Yes,
he wants
you
to go
do.
b5. The problem is,
That
whenever
pawn's
you go
not going
b6, I
anywhere.
can go knight d5, right?
Knight d5 check, and that rook cannot capture the knight once it's gone there. Knight b5 check, wins on the spot.
Yes.
played it.
King has to go back, and knight takes knight
takes
takes
e3? Why not?
e3, and
There's
then
no way that
knight
pawn
c4 check.
going anywhere.
Oh,
Knight c4 now.
knight c4 check, yeah. Or maybe d5.
Yeah, okay, he just resigned.
Resignation.
Like,
Yes.
yeah.
I think in this final position that he resigned, d5 would be the fatal move, because knight c4 check and rook. But never mind.
What a result.
Another crazy round, a penultimate round as we go to the championship round. And what did you see in this round, Cristian, that got you excited?
I'm just seeing a young man that wants to make the hat-trick in St. Louis. That is Firouzja. I mean, with the black pieces, such a dominant display. He's not afraid to take pawns. He's not afraid. He's not shying away from any sort of tactical situations. Knight takes f4. I was saying, don't play knight takes f4. It just looks bad. It looks like you're allowing white to gain so much speed in his position. He said, no, give me the pawn, right? You definitely enjoy seeing that, Yasser.
Right.
I know that. I know you saw knight f4. Gift me the pawn, and let's
go.
discuss the details later.
Yeah, let's go.
Definitely a very interesting game, and as we are entering the championship round, he's the favorite, but I'm also seeing a very motivated Fabiano Caruana.
Yes.
He won 2 in a row.
Yes.
Right now, who is he playing against?
And look at this, Anastasiya laid the table for our round 9, our final
Yes.
round pairings.
Final round. Fabiano Caruana plays against Wesley So. Alireza Firouzja will meet with Hikaru Nakamura, who just lost 2 games and looking forward to win at least something.
Right?
Mamedyarov plays against Levon Aronian. and-
Both those players just got upended.
Exactly. And Gary Kasparov will play against Peter Svidler.
His teammate,
Exactly.
Serge Wilder.
And then Nepomniachtchi will play against Dominguez.
My goodness, everything to play for. And the standings reveal that we have a sole leader, Anastasiya.
Exactly. Alireza Firouzja now is usually
At
leading.
the top.
Yes.
But look at the chasing wolves, only half a point behind.
Yes, we have Fabiano Caruana and Nepomniachtchi and also Mamedyarov. All of them are looking forward, and perhaps everything will be decided in the last round. So
But
Wesley So.
You know what the
Yes, right.
problem for Alireza is?
Yes.
What?
None of these players, Fabiano, Jan, and Shakhriyar, are playing against each other.
Right.
So all of them have shots as potentially catching up with Alireza.
And potentially
for
scoring
us.
6.5. And once again, Alireza in the last round is going to be playing against Hikaru, right?
Yes.
Who you just told us went down to a second successive defeat. But my goodness,
Wesley
everything
is
to
out.
play for. And yeah, Wesley is out. Rub it in. Look at, you know.
My boy is still fighting.
One tournament and already she's bullying us, Cristian. What can we say?
What can we do?
Yes,
Yeah.
What can we do?
Results speak for themselves, guys.
Yes, it does. And we're going to be taking a very, very short break as we come back for our 9th and final round.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our show. Let's check the standings before the last round, Yasser.
Yes, round 8. This is where you stand.
Exactly, so Alireza Firouzja is on the first place, 6 points. And only half a point behind, we have Fabiano Caruana, Nepomniachtchi and Shahryar Mamedyarov. They're hoping, of course, to win their games
Absolutely.
today. Wesley So has 4.5 points, then Levon Aronian 3.5, and Hikaru Nakamura has the same, 3.5 points. Peter Svidler 3 points, Linear Dominguez 3, and Garry Kasparov is in the last position.
Bad tournament. And our pairings for this, the championship round, Anastasiya.
And very, very important pairings. Fabiano Caruana plays against Wesley So. Alireza Firouzja will face Hikaru Nakamura.
Can he make it a triple crown?
Shahryar Mamedyarov plays against Levon Aronian. Garry Kasparov faces Peter Svidler. And Nepomniachtchi is placed versus Linear Dominguez.
And the players are in the playing hall busily scrambling their way with a new position. And there you see Nepo on the left and Shahryar.
Only 2 of them, yes, at the
Yes.
moment.
And let's shuffle up our pieces on the back rank and see about this new position. Anastasiya, shuffle 'em.
Let's see them. Papa. Yes, 85.
Bishops.
Only 85. I mean, of course, it's in the list, right? It's less than
Oh,
100.
number 85.
Number 85, 085,
Interesting.
yes.
Well, the queen side looks okay, Christian, but break down this position for us. Those
The
bishops.
king
look
side is
strange.
going to be a bit problematic with those 2 bishops, right?
Right.
Because they will be vying for position. How are you going to set up your pawn structure? You
Right.
probably will play G3
G3.
and F4, right? So you're not going to castle most likely on the king side. I'm expecting G3, F4, open up the bishops, get the knight from B1 up to C3, play the move D4, queen to D2, get the rook from A1 to D1 by long castling, and then I'm not 100% sure what to do with the knight on
Yes.
B1.
What about Bishop D1?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, the bishop on G1 might suffer a little bit momentarily, right? So it's a tricky one, I have to say, but I can see some potential to be leading towards a very chess look-like position.
What do you think about the Grob opening? The Grob opening in chess begins with 1 G2, G4. Is this one of the moves that you find attractive, Christian?
I do, yeah. I like G4. Why not?
How about you, Anastasiya?
I also like it, and I also like the fact that you open the bishop because B7 pawn can be problematic sometimes, right? If you put some pressure on this pawn, maybe C3, Queen B3 later. I don't know, it's just an idea, but
Sure.
But bishop on G8 somehow makes me a little bit
leery of walking
Scared.
into that. No real pawn weaknesses, just the pawns on B7, C7, E7, only protected once. Oh, pardon me, apologies for that. The knight on E8 also protects C7. Boy, did I get that
It's
wrong.
easy to
Only this pawn, and B7 and E7 are the weakies. I don't see any quick checkmates.
And if you
in the
think about
position.
it, you're so much closer from castling queen side, excuse me,
Yep.
as white, for example, and as black, of course, as well. So it makes some sense to gain as much space as possible on the king side. Not worry about, let's say, a potential weakness of the king because you're not castling on that side.
Right.
So G4, to me, to my eyes, it makes a lot of sense. And I think actually G4, G6, F4, F5, I mean, it already feels like white is having a very nice advantage. I would respond to G4 with G5 myself.
G4, G5.
G5.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
That's how I would tackle this position.
Okay. Something about H4.
Of course,
He will eat.
Pawn sacrifice.
This would be, this looks like a harmonious pawn sacrifice. H4,
One thing
H6.
we haven't done in this broadcast, and we should have,
What's
we
that?
haven't named the openings. We have a free hand, guys. Nobody named the openings. We should be naming them.
Yes.
Well,
step
in
by step.
recognition,
Could be the Chirila gambit. This could be the Seirawan, the Karlovych gambit. I mean, name it however you want, and it's gonna stick.
I was about to say, you know, we're recognizing the three of ourselves. The Seirawan attack, sure,
Yes.
sure sounds good.
Yes.
But more importantly, look what we did. Oh my gosh, I was influenced. Christian
Yes.
played the Jedi mind trick on me.
To
So,
do this. What to do?
Var,
Never follow,
congratulations,
Yasser.
but
Never be a follower,
you,
no.
I'm still, I have chances
Anastasiya,
still.
you've got a serious chance
But-
here. Shame on you guys for not choosing the Triple Crown winner.
Nobody chose actually Alireza, but I still hope Fabio can make it.
Exactly.
And I don't think you will mind if Fabiano Caruana will win this tournament.
It wouldn't
Yes?
be. It wouldn't be a tragedy.
No.
Not at all. I did something very silly. I didn't pick Alireza because I was just playing the mathematical odds. He just won two of the strongest tournaments in the world of all time, played here.
Yes.
The Rapid and Blitz, the Singfield Cup. I thought he was going to let down. Like he was just going to say, whew.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. And just, you can't help it. It's human nature to relax.
Yes.
After just completing a marathon, if you will.
And look what
Yes,
a
it's
sad
interesting,
situation
actually.
for Peter, because Peter has been analyzing with Gary, but finally they meet.
And they play against each other.
They play
so
against
they're
each other.
not
They cannot
analyzing.
analyze with each other anymore. This is it. They have to face each other right now. And Gary
Who did Gary take as a
found a partner.
replacement?
Okay, okay.
Wesley said, do you mind? I would love to
He was waiting
share
for
a
this moment. He was waiting for his game against Peter.
Exactly.
Planning maybe to spend some time analyzing together with Gary.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter how many points Gary has. He's a great player. I mean, even clocks are ticking. It's another story. But if you just have chance to analyze with him, I mean, it's a treasure.
fantastic.
It's fantastic.
Well, I mean, at the ultimate moves, I mean, it's the trash talking, happy get-together that the players have each and every year. And there's Gary on John's team, and he's competitive. Oh, we should have played da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And he's like critical of the players as they stand up. Why did you play F5 on your last move and not F6? Don't you remember Rex is coming into the game? You should make it easier on him. it's like, dude, man. I was just thinking of a good kibitz.
No mercy.
Not the
No, no.
position, but
Never.
he is a competitor, Christian.
Absolutely. He still is a competitor.
And now he wants to beat Peter, actually.
And now he
I'm
wants
sure
to beat
about
Peter.
that. Yes.
But Peter is warming up, right? He won the last game of day 2. He started off with a sharp draw against Firouzja, and then he won a critical game against Mamedyarov. And Mamedyarov, let's be honest, I mean, he was dominating the event up to that point.
Right.
Yes.
But I'm actually wondering how the position was if Mamedyarov wouldn't have touched his rook and almost made an illegal
Oh
move.
my God, poor Mamedyarov.
And this is through the magic of television. We just saw this move: Queen takes C4, check to Black's king, and there the rook is going. No. What?
And look how
Check
he's
to
shaking
the
his
king.
head right now.
Yeah,
You can see it on his hands. He's like, oh my goodness, what did I do?
Yeah, so let's actually remind
So-
our viewers what happened a couple of times before. Yes, so
Yes.
in one game he played two illegal moves.
In the Rapid and Blitz
Yes.
that came earlier before the Singfield Cup. Yeah.
Exactly, and the last game of the same tournament, he played this move Rook G3, I still remember it, and he thought it's check against Jeffrey Song, and it turned out to be not check, and Jeffrey just took his bishop, and he lost the game. He just
Right.
resigned next
Right.
move. So some strange things are happening with Shah, even though still he showed really great chess in this event.
Absolutely. By the way, I just saw one interesting idea that these two players have been looking at. It went D2, D4, which is, as we know, a move that we like in regular chess, either E4 or D4, grabbing the center. Perfectly sensible. And then I saw it G5. And on Nepo's side of the table, he said, if you're going to play G5, this bishop needs a role. Let me play H4. And then came G takes H4, knight F3, E6, and Nepo stopped. And he said, I don't like it. I don't like it because it's a little bit... it's
Just
not
calm
that
down.
easy. Well, but it's not that easy to win back the pawn, And even though, yes, you just play the position normally, he didn't like it. So
Well,
just,
he didn't like it because there's that bishop on H1.
Yep.
And then if you do go G3, then I'm going to be able to exchange the pawn on H4 for the pawn on G3 and actually be a pawn up, a clean
Right.
pawn up, right?
Right,
So
something
if
like
that bishop would be on f1 and the rook would be on h1, that would be a completely different story.
Exactly. Then you'd have the natural pressure down the H file. But yeah, it's just interesting to see the players play around with the position a bit. Did you pick up anything from the pre-game warm-up analysis, Christian?
No, actually not as much. Obviously, there's still some tension there. Definitely, Mamedyarov was a bit disappointed. You can see it on his face. He was disappointed because, and I did look at the position. After queen to c4, if you do go bishop to d5, the computer is saying 0-0. The position seems to be more or less balanced. Nevertheless, if you look deeper at it, it does feel like black has a very nice initiative on the f-file. For example, if you do take on e5, now you're already lost. I'm going to go queen to f7, triple down the f-file, threaten to give a checkmate with rook to f1. You have to attend to that threat, bishop to e2, but now I have ideas of knight to d7, knight to c5 fast, or even moves such as bishop to b3, as the computer is recommending. So definitely an intrigue, and by the way, bishop to b3 has a very nice threat. Rook to c6 is a threat. For example, if you play something like rook to h6,
and
rook
queen
c6,
f2.
boom, surprise, yes, you can take my rook, sure. But with the bishop on b3, I'm controlling your escape square on d1,
It's
so
just
queen to
a
f2
checkmate.
comes with a
Wow.
checkmate.
Dirty.
A very, very nice position. Unfortunately, after queen c4, you touch the rook, you have to put it on e6 or f7, and in both situations, you're going to be much, much worse. After queen takes c3, already borderline winning position for white. Not only that, but it felt like after bishop to d5, he forgot about bishop to g4, and that was all she wrote. So an unfortunate event for Shahryar, but still he has chances to catch up with the leader right now, Alireza.
One more quick look at the current standings. Going into the championship round, Anastasiya, can I boldly state the obvious?
Yeah, I mean, Alireza, if he wins, I mean, he is just winning the tournament, and that's it. No discussions anymore. But if he makes a draw,
You stole my notes. If he makes a draw, there's a potential for not just a playoff of 2 players, but a playoff of 4 players. The only undefeated player in the tournament, a draw, and he opens up the door for playoffs.
And who's going to win it? Only time will tell.
You know, we waited 3 days to hear you say that question, but it was worth the wait. It was worth the wait. This tagline. Anastasiya, predictions for our championship round. All I'm going to ask you is, are we going to see a playoff?
yeah, that's only this question.
Only this question. Are we going to see a playoff?
I think yes. I have a feeling we'll see. Yes,
Let's
maybe
see
it's
a
Fabi
playoff.
against Alireza.
Anastasia, only time will tell. That's,
Yeah, so
that's the
that- for
response
sure,
to that
for sure.
question.
Last time when I tried to predict something was London candidates.
You were
2013,
really
yes.
close on the final round, I'm sure. You predicted both losers
We
would,
checked
both
all
leaders would lose.
all possible ways, but not this one.
Exactly. And there you see the handshake, and they are off. Looks like E4 in the
E4, yeah.
Alireza game.
Yes.
That's actually a surprising move on move 1.
It's also funny. It sounds funny.
Right? Because it was like the one move
Yes.
that we
We
really
did-
would. I was looking at D4, looking at G4.
It just feels like you want to open up the bishops for whatever reason, right?
Right, but Alireza says E4 is a good move, just gain space. Maybe he's thinking F5, E5?
G5. All right.
All right,
Favorite move.
let's tangle.
Now
Let's
we
go.
have a game, guys. Now we have an imbalanced game.
He plays for win.
As we came on broadcast, we talked about the fact that Hikaru is a streaky player. And he's on a losing streak, unfortunately for him. He's not happy about that. Nepo is also one of those players. If things go wrong, they can go very, very wrong. Now, this is a very competitive situation. Hikaru is playing the next generation. You know, he's thinking like, okay, I've got to school him now.
Show him a lesson.
Show him, right?
I mean, you school the young kid, you allow one of your
Right.
peers to potentially take the championship, and then you put up a nice YouTube video that's going to make a lot of numbers on it. I mean, look, I beat Alireza.
That's
It's a
the modern
win-win-win
chess.
situation for Hikaru. Why
I
not?
think this is contra gambit. We should call it something like that. I don't know, F5. in this position.
Okay, I was about to say, the nice thing about G5, seriously, it's not a joke, I can control F4. Why do I find that compelling? Because I'm thinking about the move knight c6. Not so easy for you to defend conveniently the pawn on d4, so you're going to advance the pawn on d5, and shazam, I have an outpost. Nope.
Playing an Alekhine. Yeah.
Something, a queenside Alekhine.
Queenside Alekhine, yes.
E4, F5.
It's interesting because e4 actually was played in the Nepo game as well.
Wow.
And he responded with f5 directly, not g5,
Just a
f5
second,
directly.
Where's the Nepo game?
And I think he's playing a Mamedyarov, if I'm not mistaken.
There it is. No?
Yes.
It's
Maybe
Shaq.
that's the Shaq one. But I think the Nepo
Shaq
one.
played E4.
Nepo played it with the white pieces.
F5 takes. Wow. Okay, interesting. And Nepo played it with the white pieces the same.
Yes.
We have two games that are identical to one another.
I think they're also checking.
Yeah.
Same position for
They're
these
checking
guys.
each other.
Was it Shaq and Nepo analyzing together?
I think so. I think so. It's Nepo Shach gambit.
Yes, yes. And look
connection.
at this. If we see G4, there was, of course, the very famous Gothenburg variation, where the Argentine players had come to the candidates with a variation of the Najdorf in mind.
Guess what?
And they sprang their innovation against the Soviet players. Okay, Keres and everybody saw that Geller had the same position. So the Soviet players all stopped and they waited for Geller. And then they repeated what he showed. It was great. Sorry, Cristian, I interrupted you. You were about to say, guess what?
No, guess what? The Firouzja game is very similar to that one. And I'm not sure, did we see G4?
Did
We have
we?
G4
It's a
on the
trend,
board.
you know,
Yes,
to play
it's
this
a
way.
G4 is on the board.
What?
Rook
to A5.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, just a second. G5.
Now this is a
D4.
chess 960
Yeah, I
position.
like it.
Finally, we have a chess
Nobody has
960.
anything to
Pure
lose.
chess 960 position.
Yes.
Cristian, do you know what the move Rook A5 threatens?
Yes, to take the pawn.
He's going
I
to be
can guess.
tasered after this
I can definitely
broadcast.
guess what it threatens.
My goodness. Rook A5. You're right. This is a chess 960 position. It's so crazy.
Crazy.
I mean, is Hikaru just,
What?
what is he doing? What is this rook?
I'm
on A5,
very.
guys.
He's
Come on.
probably very lucky he's not losing immediately after, like a move like Queen D2, hitting some things.
I don't know.
No,
it's
I don't
just
like this
crazy.
move at all. Other players probably just drop back to F8 with the rook, Cristian.
Yes, yes. Well, I mean, Mamedyarov. Oh my goodness! Look what's happening in Mamedyarov's game.
No,
Show us,
Move
show
to
us,
that
show us.
one. Let's move to
Let's
that
go.
one.
the same position. The rook came to A5. I wonder if these guys actually do look
Yes.
at
Each
one
other.
another.
I'm sure.
Because
They
queen
do.
takes G5, bishop takes D4. That's hilarious.
Well, you know they have the digital screens. in
Yes,
the
they
playing
know.
hall,
They
so they
have.
can actually see
Yes.
all the games.
Oh, of course.
They don't
We've
have to
seen
move
it.
around. They have the digital screens with all the positions.
So as I'm looking at the players right now, Cristian, does it mean that the frames to their right are
No, it's not. You have to wait.
screens?
Normally, you have to stand up and go there. Yes,
right.
but some players might still can see
Some
this.
of them might be able to.
Yes,
to
might
see
be able
it.
to check from
Wow.
the seats.
Okay, we do have some B2, B3.
B3.
There's only one move you can
Bishop
do.
B1.
Take
have to
that knight
take-
on B1
Take it.
as fast as possible.
Yes.
Don't you believe in the Fischer gambit?
I guess you can consider A5.
No. No. Don't.
Why not?
I'll go knight C3 and I'll
A4?
I'll happily take your bishop.
I take on B. And you take back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen on
Okay,
B2 is defensive.
but
Probably-
this is crazy. Bishop takes B1, but
Okay,
Lavona's
what is he
thinking.
thinking about?
Lavona's thinking about it.
This
Is
joke about
C5
Fischer
an
Gambit,
idea?
I got it a bit later, but okay. Meaning Fischer Spassky, yes.
Fischer Spassky,
It took
1972.
me some time.
Trapping your bishop. And he did take. Let me go again to our tournament leader. And by the way, after the move rook to a5, not believing his good fortune, Alireza just played knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, and we have caught up to the players. I don't know, Anastasia, but this...
It's like they try to play normally like knight c3, knight f3, but then you just have rook on a5. That's the only problem.
Like,
the rest is okay.
Crazy.
You just develop your knights. Knight f6, 4 knights, develop.
Well, the one thing is, this bishop on g1, you never got to play f4.
Oh.
Isn't
I
this
don't
one
know.
starting to look good for black?
I'm
Somehow.
What if I go
bizarrely
knight
like
d6, let's just develop, right?
knight d6 right
Sure,
now.
why not? Knight d6, queen f8, and then long castle. And
Right?
it seems like I have all my pieces playing a role in the
And
position.
for what it's worth, this rook is not being tickled,
You cannot tickle it anymore.
and
And
that
you cannot
being the
castle
case,
anymore because I take on a2.
you know, I think this has worked out brilliantly
Absolutely.
for black.
No, but actually Black is saying, okay, you can try to get rid of my rook, play a3 before, but then where you will castle your king, and what you will do with your king? You push all your pawns?
That's one thing, but it's not even so easy to
Yes,
threaten
not
a3
even
and
do it.
b4. But I hear what you're saying, you know. But what Cristian is saying is, give me the chance to play queen f8. I'll castle long, and I'll start to break up the center, and bishop will come to c4.
I think it's
I think Alireza
It looks good
is
for black.
losing.
already.
It's so bad.
It's a difficult position for Alireza, right?
right.
Wow.
And by the way, the times are
Very
hard to
even.
read.
16 minutes for Hikaru, 16 minutes and 40 seconds, and 16 minutes for Alireza.
That's not a factor yet.
No.
Let's just go around the board and let's jump to, well, we're seeing something familiar between Jan and Lanier. Let's not forget, Lanier is the defending champion in our showdown. And, well, once more, black seems to,
But he didn't go with the rook.
yeah, didn't go with the
Yes,
rook to
that
the
way.
a5, but black seems to be doing pretty good here.
Too.
Oops, excuse me. This is the Shakriar game.
I also wonder what Fabi is doing. Like, what about
Yes,
Fabi?
how is it going with Fabi?
He is within striking distance, so we definitely have
Yes,
to
we
look
have
at
to
that.
check what's
Okay,
going on.
so-
G4.
Okay,
Different.
they played one of our lines, G4, G6, and F4.
And Fabi was not at the board, so perhaps he was doing exactly what we were discussing, checking
Checking
the other
what's going
games.
Yeah.
See if he can spot any patterns.
Right. By the way, I like this Queen A4. You're leading with the pawn in front of your queen. I have seen this in old Indian positions when I'm black. Oftentimes my knight is on D7. I will have A5, A4, Queen A5.
Bishop to d5 was played, a exchange on d5, and knight to c2.
Okay.
Covering is no, e3 once again, so knight is 3 maybe.
For the moment, I'm not completely satisfied with the role that this bishop is playing here. It feels a little
Do we
passive.
sacrifice it?
If you don't like anything, you
I'm
can just
very,
give
very,
it.
as a commentator, I'm very happy to sacrifice their material.
Yes.
Is there anything to be said about bishop takes c3?
I don't know, we can play before, maybe later.
Bishop takes c3.
Oh,
I mean, I am taking 3 pawns.
That is,
wow.
And then I take on
And?
g1 as well. So my knight is not getting trapped.
and you've kind of messed up the king a lot, right?
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
So
right.
more or less at the end of the day, 3 pawns for a knight. Not,
It's not easy to assess the position.
not at all. Because maybe G8 is protected and it's not so easy to challenge the open file. You might prefer white.
And the knights are protecting the king quite well
Yes.
as well. And actually, it could turn into an attack against the black king after a6.
But
Yes.
it was a nice try.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anastasia.
I liked it, yes.
Thank you, Anastasia.
In years of broadcasting together, I don't think
You
I
tried,
ever
Christian, you
tried. I ever stated that for Christian. I mean, he's been waiting I don't know how many years, but never said nice
Yes.
try.
But I like it.
I like it.
It
I
was a
like
good
it.
try, yes.
Okay. 3 days, and look already, first bullying us about the prophecy.
Yes,
and,
what to do.
wow. I wanted to go back to our tournament leader because when we left it, guys, I got to tell you, this looked ugly for Alireza. We're looking at Queen F8. Simple idea. We want a castle. We want to drop our queen to F4. We want to drop our bishop to C4, where we get a very, very fast initiative, and we haven't sacrificed anything. The rook looks misplaced until you say how to take advantage of the rook. You can't find a way to do that. Then suddenly the rook is looking pretty good. It protects G5. It patrols the 5th rank, hits A2.
Not bad.
Well, I mean, I would rather have it on F4, but you can't have everything. We think, we understand the move H3, right, Anastasia? We're going to, on a good day, put our bishop on H2 and pretend that it's a monster. But
Yes.
it's not doing anything on H2. Again, Queen F8, let's just play a few moves around with it for a moment.
None of this will happen, guys.
Why?
E5 was played.
E5.
E5.
That's a very aggressive move.
Yes. He's in a very aggressive mood.
It seems like it, yes.
E5. Okay.
What if I take? I
Yes,
always
yes,
try
yes,
to check the captures.
Okay,
Yes.
absolutely. So I always said the first thing you always check, whenever you're calculating a variation, the first thing is checks. Is there a check in the position? Even if it's the stupidest check in the world, you have to look at it. Second is a capture.
Yes.
So how would you like to continue after takes takes?
Yes, I mean after we have done it, I'm not sure what's going on now. If we
Well,
take again, bishop will just be great, feeling great on E5.
Exactly.
Right? I thought queen f3, but
the trade improves the mood
Yes.
of black's pieces.
so we don't like it. Yes. We
So
don't take
maybe
it. Bishop h2 first. I liked how you put it, Yasser. You said, let's exchange pieces on my terms.
Exactly.
And I like, actually, that's interesting. Sounds
Yeah.
really good.
I always thought of these trades as you go to a marketplace and you have a currency, you have bread, you have eggs, you have milk, and you start to trade with the market.
Yes.
And then you want to do it on your terms. So in this position, if I'm black, I really don't want to take the knight and improve the queen, for
Yes.
example.
Same for white.
And white really doesn't want to see that bishop dominate the bishop on g1. Over to you, Christian.
D takes e5 was played.
D takes e5 on the
Okay.
board.
So we don't need to check other variations.
Knight takes e5
We
and
expect knight takes e5 to come quite quickly. I don't think there is, I mean, you can go knight c4, but I don't think it makes any sense. Just take the pawn back.
exactly. And the assessment of this position? We think
The objective assessment,
Yes.
at least according to the engines, and we trust the engines in general,
Not always,
is that black is actually doing quite well. Minus 1.2, so that's pretty
it's-
significant.
that's
Really
significant. Significant
Queen
advantage.
f8 was probably a bit better, but e5 is also a very aggressive move, and I think one that does the job.
You know why I much preferred queen f8 is because I felt that the pawn on d4 was more vulnerable than the pawn on e7. So on a good day, I could threaten to play knight takes and queen check.
I understand Hikaru's thought process.
Please.
After knight to d4, right now what he's going to do most likely is going to go queen to f6. And he's going to activate the queen on the f-file, but on a more active square, creating the battery on the long diagonal that could potentially become deadly.
Okay.
So I feel like this is why he played e5 and decided to go this path.
Right, as opposed to putting his queen on f8, queen on f6 might even
He's
be
trying to
more
maximize
dangerous.
everything right now.
Knight to d4.
Knight to
No
d4.
trades for you.
Now we're expecting queen to f6.
high expectations, definitely.
And you also help your king to get
Castled.
Castled.
Yes. Okay, and that would very much fall into play with what you suggested. Let's just take a look at the pretenders to the throne. What's happening between Shaq and Levon? Things are a little crazy here as well. White's rook somehow
Here on F7.
and methinks that the white rook is more active than the black rook.
Well, not only that.
How do you
but
like that? Is that
It
the kind of commentary
I
that
cannot
moves
really
your
say anything
heart?
against this statement. Yes, there is nothing.
Are you soaring with this
That's impressive.
poetry?
That is impressive. Yes, sir. Queen E2, check this out. Check what he's doing right now.
Uh-oh.
Because he's creating some immediate threats. Queen to A6 is a problem.
Alert.
A5 or what will happen?
King to B7, unfortunately, you cannot do that because the pawn on D7 is hanging. You
Right.
cannot allow me to pick that one up. If you try to go A5,
Okay.
the question is, are you in time? Or will I be able to just simply go knight D3?
Knight
Knight
D3.
I want to go to C5.
And
Not only
C5,
that,
yes.
but I think I might want to take on D7 next.
Yes.
And then knight C5.
And then
I
it could
think
be
you're
a
getting
mating box.
checkmated.
Yeah.
Yes, and this try will really work this time.
I suspect it really will.
Yes.
The other thing is, I don't want to jump on the bad qualities of black's position, but with the queen on h4, it almost feels like you're inducing me to want to activate my bishop with bishop to g3. Even if you take the pawn on h2, the bishop will end up on g3 with a tempo. But I like what you said, especially Christian. Rook takes d7, and knight c5 might be a checkmate. Knight to
Queen
d3.
e6.
In case of a7, a5, knight to d3 looks great
Let's keep
for
going.
Shaq.
Let's show those type of situations
Yeah.
on the board. Let's go A4, right?
Right.
Let's say
A4.
black is trying to create his own counterplay.
Exactly, and based on this bishop, and let's just do it. Let's just have some fun at the player's expense.
Knight C5. And I
We
don't-
can show one quick checkmate.
Well, two.
Two.
If you go there, I go knight D7. And
Yes.
if you go to D8, I can go. Let's
Queen-
give the
queen
checkmate.
D7.
No, let's give the checkmate with the
No.
knight.
Style. You have to show style.
I agree, yes, I think.
So
It
you're
was
gonna
better.
you're gonna run away. You're gonna attempt to run away, and I will take this, and I will take this, and
Keep
it will be
running, and,
terrible.
yeah.
So you have to go here
But then I take on E6
with,
with a queen.
and I have
And
to
then
go.
queen
and
is
then
7
knight B7
and knight, you
again.
showed me already knight b7.
Knight B7 again.
Sweet.
That's a problem, guys.
That's a huge problem. By the way,
Yes.
queen g5.
Inviting the check, a very dangerous check. But he's saying, okay, you can give a check, but you're not going to have a strong follow-up after that.
Is that true, though?
That's
That's.
well, I'm pretty sure he's going to run to D8.
I think so too.
There's no way you
Pardon
want
me.
to go
Let
to
me put the
D8.
move queen
G5.
g5 on the board. So he does want to chase our rook out of f7. Okay, shall we just have a quick look-see? Okay,
course, yes.
check.
Checks
king.
first.
We have
Queen
to
b7, rook c8. I don't know what's
queen
going on.
b7, rook c8.
Can we do any?
Well, we need
Yes.
more fire, right? But this is the problem, I suppose.
Yes.
I don't see.
Any kind of checkmates? Yes.
Well, just a moment. I mean, it is frightening, isn't it?
It is, yes.
In such
And knight
situation,
e5. No,
right?
doesn't work. Knight c5. Yes.
We've got.
What a beautiful.
I know,
operation. Nice.
but we're still not convincing, though. I mean,
Why not? And then king e7.
this is where our bishop needed to be on
Yes.
h4, so that we would have brilliancy. Queen a6 is seductive, Christian, but I didn't see a winner.
There's not a clear follow-up, though, after
No.
queen to D6. So it's not winning. Knight to F3 seemed to be a very, very intriguing option right now.
Because after queen g6,
Queen G6. Probably rook to E7.
and bishop to f6,
Maybe
and
knight
knight
d5?
to d5.
Uh-oh. And of
But,
course-
but boy, you've got to
No,
calculate
I give
this.
you check,
Ooh,
check.
now.
Now you're done.
Now it's a done. Now it's
Now
a
it's a
done
done
deal.
deal.
Uh-huh. So bishop
Nice.
f6, I will have to take that. And now
Now
our
bishop.
rook is kind of deeply entrenched, right?
It is.
No, but if we keep the rook on
King d8, bishop
7-5,
c5.
Sorry, Anastasia, what did you say?
No, I just mean that, of course, the whole idea is to keep the rook somehow, yes, on the
Yes,
seventh rank,
yeah,
I mean,
no,
no
you-
matter what.
You want to keep it
Yes.
in the danger zone.
Yes, because if we have to move this rook, okay, probably white will lose the most of advantage here.
So this is a
But still a very complex position, guys.
Yes.
I mean, this is not easy.
I have to, pay homage to my colleague, Gary Kasparov. Come on,
course.
Gary. Get on the tournament scoreboard.
Yes. Don't forget he plays against Peter and he can check this video after. Still.
And this is what we've got. Well, it looks, again, it's not the fact that Gary doesn't get good positions. He does. He gets good positions with advantage, like he had against Fabi. It's just that he's, at times, he's losing on time. We saw this. But he's always behind on time. What is the current clock at times,
Situation, yes.
Anastasia?
Let's check what's
Gary
the
has
time?
7 minutes and 35 seconds against
11.
11 minutes.
Okay, so he's behind on time to Peter. Unfortunately, that game's not crucial for our standings. We'll go to the Fabiano game for a moment. Again, I mentioned that when we left it, I didn't like this bishop on g1. Neither did Fabi. He's trying to bring it back to life. And Wesley looks good. There's no reason. I mean, your pawn is on a5, but once it gets to a6, if it doesn't do damage,
Guys, I think it's all about the Ali Reza game right now.
Ali Reza.
Really?
let's
What,
do
Ali
it.
Reza
And
may win this
It's
position?
it's also getting explosive. So
Let's check. Let's go.
Let's go.
we should definitely take a look
Oops.
because that b3 move, I mean,
If it was queen on a5.
Ooh.
those dark squares around the king, they're so
whoa, whoa,
tender.
whoa, 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 whoa.
What's
The first thing Hikaru is looking at right now is queen e7, queen f6,
Yes, of course.
trying to take advantage of the dark squares as soon as possible.
But then you will change your queens. But if it's not winning immediately.
I don't think I would allow you to take that knight on d4. I think queen f6, f4 might be an interesting idea.
No, you have to do it.
I think you have to go
do it.
F4.
Your bishop must protect this knight.
But you know he's looking for some checkmates. So queen
Of course.
e7. Let's go queen e7, guys. Let's try
Queen
to checkmate.
Edgar 7?
Let's try to get to a3.
So if we take the knight, just knight c4.
So now the only way to stop me from doing that is a4, right?
a4.
a4, queen
I'm
b4.
worried about Queen B4.
a3, we want to
I'm
play
coming
with.
Well,
close to your king, and that might be arriving with devastating
It
consequences.
doesn't look good at all. Look at these bishops also.
So let's imagine that B3, in fact, carries no weight. It's not a threat to take the knight. We have a free hand to do just about anything we want. Now, what would really be nice is if we could play Queen A5? Queen A5?
Yeah, that's.
Something crazy?
You know he's looking at ideas like that. I mean, this is Hikaru Nakamura. He's a creative genius. And he
Just you
played
decided
queen
Yasser
f8.
to replace this rook with the queen.
Yeah.
And,
Why not?
and you found all these moves.
Queen f8, f4 immediately.
Queen F8?
F8, yes,
Excuse
also.
me, can you?
He played queen f8. I was
but
thinking
guys-
about this move, but I didn't know
Same
why.
ideas,
why
same
not
ideas.
E7,
What
yes.
you said, Christian.
Go back just for 1 second. Don't take on f4. Didn't you have knight e4? Was knight e4 a move?
Knight in this moment after B3.
After f4. No. So queen
No,
f8,
queen
f4.
f8, queen f8.
Yes.
Which was played. And immediately Hikaru, I think, took on f4. But what if I go knight e4?
So f4.
Oh,
And
F4.
then let's say he thinks about knight e4. Ah.
And I'm just seeing checkmates after queen a3. And
queen a3, king b1, queen b2, mate.
I guess
Yes.
knight b1 maybe?
Something like that, or knight, yes, knight b1.
Wow, how did he resist not playing knight e4 if you could provoke knight b1?
Not only that, he didn't play it, he blitzed out g takes f4. Like
And
he
that's-
anticipated.
Because he's basically saying, do me a favor, play b3 takes c4, open up this diagonal for my queen, and that will be devastating.
Actually, you know why he played queen f8, not queen e7? To be
Why?
able actually to take on f4, yes? Now that
And
rook
to
cannot
protect it.
recapture, yes.
Yes.
But, so that's why maybe he automatically took this pawn.
Yes, that was his intent,
Yes,
as you're saying.
the main idea yes, is
Yeah.
to take it immediately with the pawn. Now rook f4
I-
cannot recapture,
I
maybe.
admire that. I do, really I do.
Maybe.
And again, I'm seeing our tournament leader, the crown is slipping away, Christian. This position, and the times again, am I
Not
reading
convinced.
that?
Yes.
Six?
Not convinced.
Six?
Yes, so it's like, we can see
Not
here,
convinced?
7
Not
minutes for white,
convinced.
and
7 minutes for
black, more or
Alireza?
less, yes.
7 minutes and...
It's more or less the same.
Wait a minute. Never
Wait a
mind.
minute.
Queen
No,
to
eight.
f3 was played.
What? Queen
Queen
f3.
f3.
Queen f3, hoping to return the favor against the b7 square.
Guys,
So that b
I think
takes...
Alireza is getting back into this game.
No.
Yes.
No. Knight e5.
Okay, what if I take the pawn?
Queen takes f4 though?
That's
So
that's a question. What if I take the pawn?
Maybe then castling after he just.
And then
Okay.
long
Trades
castle?
and-
Really? You want to play this?
I'm not sure, but like I try to understand what's the idea. Maybe it's just better the ending or what.
But why
I
not
don't
long
think so.
castle? Is Hikaru forgetting about the fact that he can long castle? No. So knight e5, queen takes f4, queen takes f4,
Yes.
rook takes f4.
Aha.
And instead of knight to g6, long castle.
Knight f5.
Keep the knight in the center, right?
Yes,
Yes.
I thought long castles was automatic. I'm also equally surprised that Hikaru dropped back with his knight out of the center. He does it with tempo, so he doesn't lose time, but I feel Black has let his advantage slip suddenly.
Rook to f1.
It looks symmetrical, more symmetrical. And without queens, you cannot really take advantage of those
I
dark
wanted
squares.
queens. I wanted queens on the
Yes.
board. Hikaru wanted queens on the board. I'm not going to explain to Hikaru that he should have kept queens on the board. He knows that already. But okay, after castles, I feel white's.
Can also do the same.
I mean, white is fully back in the game, right?
I can castle as well.
What
And
about? Okay, pawn. Same.
you wanted me to play king b2? I was thinking the same.
Also possible, yes.
Yeah. Okay. No.
No cast.
No castling.
H5.
H5? What? Say what? Say what?
What is Hikaru doing, guys?
Just a second. Say what? What did Hikaru just play? H5?
Yes, because the rook on a5 protects. It's too deep to understand.
Very good, Anastasia. You don't normally protect the pawn on
Yes,
H5
not
like
at all.
this, but good eye.
I forgot completely about that.
Well spotted.
That's why he played this move. Now I understood. The idea was to play h5 actually.
Creating
Yes.
a weakness that you
Yes.
can later one day capture.
Knight to e2 was played.
Finally, we got the idea.
And perhaps we can look at
Yes.
the bird's eye view because we're actually falling behind on the moves. They're not transmitting as quick.
As well, H5 was played. Something was played by white. Long.
Castle
Castle long and he took on
GH.
e4.
GH.
Yeah, or HG.
And
Sorry.
castle long.
And also castles long.
Yes.
You know, sometimes when your opponent castles long, it reminds you.
That
Well, I
yours.
can do it as well. I mean, thank you. I mean,
Great.
right. Hey.
I forgot about
I
it.
forgot. I mean,
Thank you for reminding me.
right. Okay, now that we've created a weakness, can we attack it? I don't know. Rook G5, Knight E5.
Well, you know what they say, Yasser. It's
What?
one move you, one move me. So now it's white to move.
Oh, castle's castle.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yes,
white to
yes,
move.
yes, it's white to move.
Well,
E3.
You see, we're
They
all
haven't
learning
changed
the
that.
rules.
They haven't.
they haven't changed that rule, huh?
No.
I mean, I have petitioned. Let me tell you, I have petitioned.
Even in
Okay, so
960
I
we
really
have
don't
it.
like the fact that your rook on a5 is kind of hindering the movement of my knight on c3. So I would like to go a4.
A4.
Why not? Take some more space, threaten maybe knight b5, and just free up the movement of my knight on c3.
He wants to arrest our
Okay.
rook on a5, maybe.
Right.
And by the way, just to give you guys an update,
Yeah.
it seems like one of the chasers, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, is in trouble
Oh.
against Levon Aronian.
Okay, because Shaq came into this championship round trailing Alireza by half a point, hoping that Nakamura could inflict some damage on the tournament leader and then he could catch up. And
Nepo also racing towards a draw right now.
Uh-oh.
Actually, that one for sure is going to be a draw. There is no other
then
possible result.
Nepo has got to hope that Nakamura
It
wins.
almost feels like Firouzja might actually have draws to win the event in this position. Unless
Because
Fabiano,
all
If
of
the
his-
others.
unless Fabiano against Wesley, and the position is still complex in that one, unless Fabiano wins that, then it seems like Firouzja, with a draw, might clinch the title.
But that's my prediction, by the way, that they play in the final on tie breaks.
Nice, nice.
Thank you,
and it's a
Cristian.
thank you, Christian. And then it's a very complex position that's going on with Fabi's bishop versus knight, the eternal battle. Which minor piece is better? And,
And the
we
times are so close, so even, right?
I know that in Blitz, knight is better. I'm not
In
sure
Blitz?
about Fischer random. What's happening here?
those tricky knights.
Yes.
But the thing is that pawn majority on the king side for white, and the ideas of rook h4, rook h6, it feels like white is very
Maybe
active
pressing.
in the position, right?
Maybe white is the one actually pressing. Rook g1. Okay, that's a surprise for me. I thought Fabi was going to try to bully this pawn with rook f1, maybe drop the bishop back, play h4, and go after the pawn with everything he has. King.
And by the way, guys, Shakhriyar is back in the game.
What?
He's not worse anymore. He's much worse on the clock, though. Only 2 minutes for Shakhriyar against 7 minutes. That one is going to be explosive for sure.
Oh, his rook got kicked out of the 7th rank.
Yes. so-
And this was the game where we were anticipating knight d3, knight c5.
yeah, but it was hard to find. Yes, I mean.
Somehow the knight got to a4. And why is Shaq back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. He's a pawn down.
Yes.
He's a pawn down, but
Oh,
rook on a8,
and Levon has
Very
offered a
good moves.
draw
Has he?
with a repetition of moves. Knight c5, knight b7, knight a4 was played almost without hesitation.
Shaq is
by-
not going to take it. He knows that he needs to win.
Well, he knows that he needs help from Nakamura.
He's not going to take it.
And by the way, Nepo is in.
Well,
The
Nepo
house
has
is
drawn his
finished.
game. So right now he's praying to the gods
Yes.
that Hikaru beats Alireza
Right?
for him to have a chance. Oh,
And-
they're going to repeat?
Yes.
Yes.
I am willing to make a draw.
Shakhriyar
Levon said,
repeats
I'm
the
willing to
position
make a
as
draw.
well. All right,
And
let's move
that
back
leaves,
to Firouzja.
That leaves us with Firouzja. And by the way, after the trade,
He's checking the results. Look at him. I mean, he's
Yeah.
checking. Actually, it's nice to know what actually you need to do.
Exactly.
If your opponents, the rivals, they made draws, now maybe you can also do that.
exactly, he didn't play a4, the move you suggested. Bishop f3 was the choice of Firouzja. Now, Nakamura said, I'm going to go back with the knight to e5. I came from that square a moment ago, hitting the bishop. Well, I probably want to keep the bishop as white. Bishop e2.
No, but then maybe knight will jump on f5 later on. Like bishop e2 and actually white
And I see Alireza looking back at the screens behind him to see the results of his competitors, his rivals. He's
And
seen
to
that
see
two of them have
Fabiano's
drawn.
position.
And to take a look at Fabi's position. He knows what he needs to do, which is basically a result.
Because-
a draw might just win him clinch.
In this position, especially in this endgame, having draws is massive.
Yes, it is.
No, so actually draw guarantees him the tiebreak for sure.
At least tiebreak.
Yes, at least. So
At least, yes.
And Fabiano is not clear whether he's better or not. I don't think he's better.
Okay.
Definitely some chances in that one, but he's not better objectively.
wow.
This is the game for the tournament,
Yes.
and perhaps, just perhaps, the Triple Crown. Something we've never witnessed. I mean, it's not just extraordinary; it's unprecedented. I mean, in Gary's career, he's won 3 tournaments in a row, and probably many more. As has Anatoly Karpov as world champion, as has Magnus. But
Yes.
watching this 19-year-old steamroll a field of elite grandmasters is amazing, and to do it
This way.
this way, yeah,
Yes.
with three back to back to back to back.
I
events.
remember Magnus, winning a rapid world championship and blitz championship one after the other in Dubai in 2014, if I'm not
It was
mistaken.
very, very
It
impressive
was
as well.
Also, yes.
I mean, just watching that unfold in front of you, you're going,
Yes.
"Oh my God, this was so good."
yeah, so
A2, A4, by the way. Finally, it would appear that the rook is suddenly and surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, vulnerable to getting trapped.
And to give you an update, Fabiano's position is starting to look promising.
Whose position?
Fabiano's
pardon?
position.
Fabiano's
Yes.
position. So if Fabiano actually wins, then Ali Reza needs to win in order to clinch. If he draws, they go into a tiebreaks.
Which is
Yes.
what Anastasiya has been saying, guys.
yes, if
This is-
I win this one, sorry, I mean, I don't know what we have to do, but we have to do something.
By the way, there's a terrible, ugly trap that Hikaru just set. Rook C5, knight B5, give me the rook. Knight takes, I want to take the rook. No, you don't. Knight takes, and oops. And if you recapture the knight, that last move, bishop H7, served a purpose.
Wow.
Oh,
Big moment right now. How
For-
are you going to continue with the white pieces?
Exactly,
If you
that's-
cannot go knight DB5, can you go knight CB5?
Knight CB5. And
Get that knight out
But
of
the
dodge.
same, yes, no? Ah, no, then bishop takes.
Visually, it's such a difficult move to make, right? Specifically
Right,
for that
because-
reason.
What about
if I
king b2?
take,
Yes, probably
Take?
take with either the pawn or the knight.
and I can't make,
I don't think that works because when you take on d4, I take back with a rook and I make some space for my king to go to d1.
sweet. Okay.
Yes.
That's a nice point that you don't have to walk into a discovery.
And he played
He's
it
done
knight
Knight
CB5.
CB5, wow.
My goodness,
He knows he's fighting for.
what he's fighting for too.
Yes.
I mean,
This
it's
kid
not.
is good.
I mean, he just plays all of these different positions. He's a very good attacker. He's a very good defender. He's a very good tactician. He calculates well, and his end games are excellent. I mean, what else can you say? He's a universal player. Christian is Ali.
And he's
Ali
only
Reza.
19 years of age. This is the scary part.
He's going to get better.
He's
Yes.
only going to get better. He has like more than a decade to reach his peak, maybe even more
Maybe
than
even
that.
more, yes.
Wow.
Remember
It's scary.
different examples.
Yeah.
So what to do?
What to do?
What about Fabi? Maybe we'll have
Let's
a look.
just quickly
my
look
boy.
at your,
Yes,
There's
your
not much
horse
to
is
my
in the
boy,
race.
my boy.
Hey, wait! The pawn is on G6. This is a good sign for
Yes.
Fabi
Yes,
fans.
exactly.
We should definitely stick with this one for the moment.
Wow, that pawn on. Whoa! Oh, come on! How can this not be winning for white?
It looks good.
It looks good. So we're back
Fabiano
over-
is putting some pressure on Ali Reza. So,
I mean-
but what if Ali Reza wins this, guys?
He wins the tournament.
Yes,
That's it.
yes.
Nothing else to
And
discuss.
My predictions will not work. That's it. Normally, this is the way how it goes.
So yesterday I had dinner with Fabiano and I told him after a pretty difficult day too that he needs 2.5 out of 3 to potentially win the tournament.
Right.
It seems like even with 3 out of 3 he's not going to win it.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember it was incredible. He was tied for first in the U.S. Championship with 3 rounds to go. was Fabi. He went 2.5 out of 3 in the final 3 rounds, and he was clear second because Sam Shankland went 3 out of 3 and won the tournament. And
it was great event for Sam. Remember,
Yeah.
it was like
Disbelieving.
whole world was watching. Believe me, I was not here, but I was
and
checking to.
with this move knight b5, it looks like Ali Reza has solved all of his issues, and no, I don't
What's
see
going?
any.
I'm not knight g4, nothing is working.
I don't see any advantage anymore. It looks to me like Firouzja is doing fine.
Gary might be getting his first victory
No,
against Peter.
Yes.
good for him. I don't want to leave this game quite
No,
yet
we shouldn't.
because
We shouldn't.
it
In fact,
does
they are
feel
repeating right now.
it does feel like
We
we're
shouldn't.
about to see the tournament decided right in the next little while here. Rook h1.
Wait a minute, but now I can take on f5 and knight d3 and at least transition into an opposite color bishop endgame.
Yes, he can take on f5 and knight d3.
That's a
What
draw.
about time? It's 30 seconds only. Yes.
And
plays
here
on
he's going to
seconds.
do it. He's
No,
going to
he's
do
trying
it.
to check also.
But he's just
Bishop of- yes, okay,
shaking
he
his head
goes.
and saying, I don't want to make that bishops of opposite color position. Finally,
Yeah.
it took him 9 rounds to do it, but Gary is on the scoreboard with a draw. Not been his tournament. He's played.
And Fabiano
decently
is
enough.
winning his game, guys.
Yes.
We have it.
We are having a playoff.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Wait a second.
Unless a
Alireza
miracle
still
happens
playing.
in this one or in Fabiano's game, who is completely winning.
Yes.
We are
Right?
going to
If
have...
Alireza loses,
Wow.
No, he cannot lose this one.
I mean,
Who? What?
I mean,
Alireza.
Yeah, it's not
No,
possible.
no,
but
no. It's
No,
too
bishops
simple,
of
right?
opposite color
Yes,
is
by
too. It's too symmetrical. Too simple. Too simple. And Karu kind of looking askance, like, okay, dinner time. Nothing's happening. Takes. I think I'm taking with the B pawn.
have d5, yeah? Maybe. Maybe not.
Just don't want to leave myself with an isolated A pawn. I think I would probably put the pawn on A5 just to ensure that I have a bishop C3 when I need it. King C7.
Alireza, I think, will play it for victory, this position.
You think?
I mean,
If-
F1, I mean, okay, the only
if
one
black
who can
goes
try
rook
to do
H8,
it.
I think the
Five.
game is over.
King D6? No.
No.
Surprising. I went king. Kind of. With King D6, you can be cheeky. You can go to E5 or C5.
I mean, if he plays his rook on H7, comes king to brings his king to G6, for example, if it's possible, of course.
Yeah.
Guys, we're going to see a resignation in the other one, I
I'll
think. So I think we
switch.
should make an executive decision.
I'll
to move.
switch to the Fabi game because, as you say, resignation may be imminent. We've got Rook A6 sighting.
Well,
don't
rook
we?
A8. What do you
Rook
go after
A8, King F7.
Rook F8.
Oops, rook
Rook
F8.
F8.
He did not see it.
What?
What?
No,
He
come
played
on.
bishop F8.
Maybe,
What?
Still winning, but Rook A8 was just
but
his
maybe,
game over.
Yes, he has missed. He has missed
It's not a
Rook
good
F8. Crazy. I don't know how or why.
It's still completely winning,
yes,
Yes.
rook A6.
but he's making
Maybe
it
he just
difficult on
wants to
himself.
torture him a little bit.
Maybe.
Bishop
But
D6
no,
back.
these types of players, you put them away. You don't let them hang around.
You
They'll,
have to.
they'll
Mercy.
find some tricky way of saving a completely lost position.
Rook A8, yes.
But Rook takes
Hitting the knight.
H7 and Rook H8 on tap for white. Wesley knows it's game over. He's going to have to take on F8 and play an exchange down position.
How do you give the exchange, though? I mean,
Rook F8 right now and just say, okay, I'm busted.
Actually, if you play, yes,
he
Because
probably has to do it.
H5,
H5,
maybe
I
there's
can
a
take
trick.
that.
And then he'll take on G7 probably. No? No.
B8
No,
is
no, no,
hanging
it's just...
in all the cases.
No, H5 is a very strange move. I can definitely take that.
Is time a factor, Anastasia?
Christian, are
24
you nervous?
seconds
Huh?
for Wesley and 40
how
seconds
much
for
do you
Hikaru.
worry? Tell us.
Worry, details by letter.
Yes. I'm sure it's interesting.
Wow.
Why didn't he take?
Bobby makes confounding moves we don't understand.
You have 7?
Bishop is on e5 suddenly, and why is the bishop on e5? Why isn't the rook on h8 already? I have no idea.
King g6.
Now we understand h5.
Why would you leave the pawn on h5
Just
alive?
take it.
It makes no sense.
What? Oh, there goes the knight. He blundered the knight. Rook takes g7. Okay,
Now
maybe he
rook
was
takes g7.
losing anyway, but still, this is a knight. This is, come on.
Yeah, you take the knight.
Yeah. That h-pawn is not going anywhere with the bishop patrolling the h2
Yeah.
square.
Yes, okay, this is
Bishop
this should be
e5 and rook f6 plays
Okay,
itself.
he resigns. Yes, of course, and position is lost.
Fabi's done his part.
What
What
about
about Ali Reza?
Let's run.
Ali Reza is definitely putting some pressure.
Yeah,
No.
yes, that's what I told you.
Seriously,
He will
he's
play
putting some
for win.
pressure, guys.
Yes.
How
it's
is that?
unpleasant. to
Hikaru only 20 seconds. What is he thinking?
And he's being invited to go into a bishop's office
Okay,
color
draw.
ending.
Yes, it finished in draw. So,
Bravo, Anastasia.
Did you see that
Bravo.
reaction by Ali Reza? He
No.
saw the result of Fabiano and he was like, snap.
Stop.
I need to play the tie breaks now.
yes.
Stop. But I tell you, tie breaks have favored him. He looked very good in his tie break clash with Nepo. As we are about ready to set to crown a champion. And let's once again inform the viewers of our playoff rules, because they're going to be playing faster to a pair of games. Is that right, Anastasia?
Exactly, because the game will last 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per move, and they'll have to play 2 games.
Black and white.
Black and white, rapid 916.
Okay.
And then, of course, back rank same for both games.
Okay.
And if it's still the same score, still tied, then chess 960 Armageddon game will follow.
Nice.
5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and if black wins or if black makes draw, then it ends in favor of black.
And in the Armageddon game, that will be again a reshuffle of, they won't be playing the same game that they played in the 10+2 games. Okay, that's a nice playoff scenario, and it's gonna be nervy time. And remind us what the prize fund is. These guys have been fighting, they've been fighting hard. Will they, do they split first and second, and there's some extra bonus for winning?
No, I think it's just for the title.
It's just for the title.
That's what-
So Fabi and Ali Reza get 25,000, 37,500, split in half, and now they're playing for.
Yes, and now they play for the pride. Yes, exactly, yes.
31,200.
Yes, I'm trying to calculate it, but Christian was the best.
Christian was
Great job.
there first.
Yes.
Good job, Christian. How did you do that?
Thank you. I only failed college algebra twice.
Okay. You know, this was very funny.
Yes.
In the GMA, we were having an election, and we had to handicap the Soviet vote because there were so many Soviet players. But Carol Jarecki was the teller, and Vishy Anand was also working with her. And why Vishy? Because he could calculate the numbers like that. He said 28% of the vote went this way, 37% of the vote went that way, 16% of the
I
vote
didn't
went
know.
this way. And none of us knew it, but Vishy was a mathematician whiz.
Wow,
We didn't
same as
know it.
Christian. Christian showed his skills right now, and now we know actually what's going on.
And what do you think is going on, Christian?
Well, it is just a crazy tournament, I have to say. And at the beginning of the day, given the fact that Ali Reza was just piling win after win. But first, let's go to the playing hall because Chris Bird is actually
We'll
talking
start the
to
game
the
at
players.
5:30. Okay? Alareza, please click left or right. Right. Right? You will have white in game 1, okay?
Drawing of lots.
The games are going to start at 5:30 p.m.
And Ali Reza gets white in the first game.
Yes.
But the the shuffling of the pieces, the new position, we don't know yet.
No.
Is that right?
No.
The players won't get as much time as they got for the regular. Is that right? They're only going to get
10
like
minutes
5 minutes?
plus 2 seconds, yes.
No,
No,
I meant
before the
with the
game.
position.
Before the round.
Yeah.
It's probably 10
that's
minutes,
a good
15,
question.
something like that. Should be the same, no?
And check this out. Like I can imagine Fabi going and saying, "Okay, where are my troops? You know, assemble. You know, like give me some ideas."
Yeah.
But there's Ali Firouzja who's been on his own.
Yeah, but it seems so far so good, right?
It hasn't hurt.
Not at all.
It hasn't
And
hurt
especially
one
in the
bit.
last round, the games were not decided in the opening. Like, Hikaru had a great
Most
position out of the opening.
And this is the
Position.
new position.
Okay.
Okay. What do we have? We have a queen in the corner. Yes. A rook next to the queen. The king next to the rook. Oh, the rook. You know, in this position, I can tell you what is a fantastic move, opening move. Castle's long.
Really?
You
Yes.
castle on the first move.
Immediately.
Here's the shuffle. This is what
Here
I'm
we go.
talking.
Position number 878, right?
878.
So king goes to b1, rook goes to c1, and then you go like d4, c4. Just blast open the position.
Actually, unbelievable.
Castling on move one. I remember if you shift the king and the rooks over, the rook was on e1 in one position, and Morozevich has castled on the first move, put rook on d1 and e1, blast it open. Break down this opening position for us, Christian. What will the player's strategy try to be?
Well, the problem that I'm seeing early on in the position is the knight on h1 and h8, respectively. Most likely you will get it to g3. Nevertheless, at that point, once you get the knight to g3, you will have to worry about ideas of g6 followed by f5, and that knight on g3 is going to be feeling quite uncomfortable in the position. The queen on a1, that's another problem as well. If you do go a4 and try to get it out via the third rank, the problem is that you're most likely not going to castle on that side anymore, right? Because you weakened the position. So those are the problems that I'm initially seeing in the first couple of minutes here, and as we can see, Fabiano is
Recruiting some pretty good help.
Yes, actually, and also he tries to get some energy back.
A little
bodies,
cooking.
get
That's nice.
some chocolate in, yes.
Hey man, I gotta talk to my agent. I went to that Ultimate Moves, and I went to the Players Lounge, and those guys get much better snacks than the commentators. And
I know.
I know.
Yeah, they have some berries.
Has to stop.
We also
Yes.
get the budget merch.
we get the budget merch,
So
right?
these players get these huge bags of merch,
Right.
and then we got this tiny little
Tiny
bags of
little
merch,
budget bag.
one hat, one T-shirt, nothing
Okay,
else.
stop it,
I
we
mean,
will be fired soon.
What is this?
Wow. I mean, I'm telling you. I mean, we are being shamed. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Second
I mean,
class.
we had the most views ever,
Yes.
and we get a cut.
Can I tell you something?
Please.
I actually had this opportunity to go sometimes to the playing hall while you were talking here.
Oh, I
and
don't want
and
it. I
caught
don't like
something.
where this- I
Yes,
don't
and
like where this
and
is
they
going.
tried all
Is it
food.
a little
yes,
snacking,
yes,
on the
there were some
side?
berries and nice actually stuff, yes. I must admit that I have done it, yes.
They had the chocolate dipped strawberries.
Yes.
I don't have no chocolate.
Yes, you should have told me before. I would.
Okay, we're going to need some more training around here. But first of all, this final position, if Ali Reza wins this playoff, but what he's already accomplished is phenomenal.
Absolutely,
Come on.
yes.
Just tying for first, in winning first clear in the Rapid and Blitz, tying for first, winning the playoffs, tying for first, we don't know about winning the playoffs, but if that's not a triple crown, you got to tell me, Christian.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and see whether he manages to do that. But we are here with a very special guest. Gary, welcome to the show. Pretty unfortunate result for you, but it seemed like you are having fun. Was that the case?
Yeah, maybe I'm having too much fun. I think there were very high expectations after my performance last year here. But last year I did some chess. I mean, this year when I arrived here, I just realized that I didn't play chess over the board for a year. And obviously, you know, the latest events in Europe, you know, the war in Ukraine, and just it's consumed all my energy and attention. But some games here just made me feel really good. You know, okay, of course I wanted to do better. But, you know, looking at these 9 games, I would say in 6 games, at least in 6 games, so this is, I missed very good chances. So I was better against Aronian in the end game. Could be even much better. I was winning against Nakamura. I was at one point winning against Caruana. I had a very promising position against Aldereza. That's a game that actually made me really unhappy because, you know, I sacrificed the exchange. You know, instead of playing slightly worse position, I went for complications. It was correct evaluation, and I knew that knight takes c7 was not the best move, intuitively. But I had no time, you know, and I spent precious minutes, you know, calculating. I saw rook should go on e3 or e4. I wasn't sure where, you know. So, and computer proves that after rook e3, white was slightly better. Still part of a draw, but black had to be very, very accurate. So, knight c7. Then we reached this position. I said, okay, it's a draw. And I managed. I mean, I just look at how on earth I could lose the position with bishop and 2 pawns for exchange. You know, that really, yeah, it was really bad. And then it was a lousy game with Mamedyarov. That's so. And actually, I was very, very happy to play the game with Wesley. I think that's one of the most exciting games we played here, the whole tournament. And I did some really good moves, and as I played, you know, very energetically. And it, as computer tells us that at one point I was better. It's very close to the end. So instead of lousy move knight e6, king e8, and Wesley may not have survived. So. And today also I had very good position with Jan, very good position, and it's also again it's a lack of practice.
Yeah.
You know, you know what you want. Your bishop on d1, and you think on d1 it's not as good as on d3. So that's why you play bishop c2, which is a lousy move because, you know, what's happened, you know, I let him basically to bring the knight from c8 and exchange my knight on g3. So then I just, you know, after the game, he asked me, why didn't I take on e4?
Apologize for a second. We have
Time
to go to
control
Chris Bird
of 10
because
plus
Chris Bird
2
is
second
very
increment. We will play the same position in both games. Once we finish this game, we'll have a rest for a couple of minutes, and then we'll start game 2 immediately. If we're still tied at the end of the match, we will go to an Armageddon game, which will be a different position. We'll have a drawing of lots immediately, and then you'll both get 5 minutes to go over the position before we start the Armageddon game. It's now time to begin. Good luck, gentlemen. Please go ahead and start White's clock.
Gary, I have to ask you one question. You played against Alireza, from one world champion to maybe a potential other. Does he have what it takes to get there?
Well, he definitely, you know, looks very strong. So it is for his age, and I will not be surprised that, you know, if he makes it. I mean, it's by every count, including age. So he's just, you know, he might be, you know, the real contender for the title. Naturally, his outstanding performance here in this tournament. Actually, in these tournaments, yeah, it's just another proof that he's really good. There's a lot to do to work on. Actually, speaking it, you know, I would never play knight f3, closing your bishop on g1. Yeah, that's still plenty of work to do. No, that's definitely not. I wouldn't recommend. Maybe that's the modern way of playing, but still, I prefer my bishop to be. Yeah. So okay, I just, you know, I cherish some memories of this tournament. Again, I wish, you know, there's some good moves I made, you know, all over the board during 9 games could be made in 1 or 2 games, and the blunders, you know, that we moved to 1 or 2 games. But again, it's just it happens. Yes, I have to say that, you know, it's not recommendable just doing what I did. So I needed to take it a bit more seriously, though it was probably impossible these days. But you know, if I do it again, so I may change my attitude and just do a little bit more of studies. Yes. Yeah. Actually, I'm just now, as we speak, I'm looking at this game. Yeah.
It's an interesting one, I guess.
Yeah, because after d4, I think Alireza won't play d4, but after a5, it might be, yeah, Caruana will remind him that the king is the king.
And I was thinking that maybe Alireza wants to go h4 and bishop h2.
No.
Now the pawn on e5.
I think Alireza won't play d4. That's what's planned. But now he saw it. Oh, he played d4.
He
Yes.
played d4.
He played d4. Yes.
No, that's the analysis.
Analysis, yes. And then a5.
That is-
But after d4, a5, I think he saw it now, and that's why he's thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe. Yeah, he should. Yes. Still, I hate bishop on g1. This is certain things, you know. Yes, I would not even consider playing knight f3 with bishop on g1. Yeah, it's a little bit more, you know, emphasis on tactics, instant tactics, you know. But there's certain. Yeah. Actually, speaking about before, you know, with my game with Alireza when I just was in symmetry. So instead of playing some lousy moves like knight d2, in the opening, I could have played before. Just, you know, why didn't I play before?
We saw you discuss with Alireza, and it felt like you almost are giving him some advice for the future. What were you telling him?
Oh, look, you know, again, I think I'm not giving advice. I'm just, you know, it's always nice to talk to talented young player. Actually, made a good move, c4.
Make some space for the king.
Yeah, he makes space for the king, and it's just he's playing for black's king. Yes, a5,
b5 probably.
Yes. Yeah.
Bishop check.
A5, yeah. Look, I think what Caruana will do I think after king c2 he plays c5.
So you give the check on a3 or not?
No, you don't.
No,
give
you
check.
don't give the check.
No, I think he plays c5. I mean, just you have to stop d4. Yeah, and I think c5 is a natural best because after c5 the whole construction is very odd, white construction. So I will say this is because if he plays d4, then just, you know, his plan is justified. After c5.
So not bishop c5, c5.
No. Oh, sorry. You can play bishop, of course. No, bishop c5.
Bishop c5, d4.
d4, yes. Yeah, but then you just then you take and b6, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe b6 instantly starts. Maybe no, b6 now. B6. He can start with probably b6, attacking e4 pawn, threatening bishop a3 check and queen takes e4. He played bishop.
Played
c5.
bishop c5.
That's also good. d4 take maybe knight d6. Then f3. I just don't like, you know, because now white bishop somehow will be.
d4 is on the board.
Of course, yeah, of course on the board, yes.
So we're most likely going to see take. And you feel Fabiano is having good position right now? After potentially, the bishop on g1 is going to open up after f3.
Yeah.
It's going to defend the pawn on e4 at the same time. But you are losing some material by force. Can I take on c4?
Yeah, then queen c3. That's then
you might be in trouble.
I think Fabi had to do something else because he just let. Yeah, I thought c5. You know, after c5. Yeah, I probably had to start with b6, attacking the pawn on d4, and then playing maybe the bishops. Just he could have because then Alireza had to defend the pawn on e4, not
with d3 maybe.
No, but not with f3. Now we can play f3.
Yeah. Still a good position for Fabiano and some pressure on his clock as well.
Knight d6 is played knight d6.
Knight d6 is on the board.
f3 now, yes.
Can he go knight e5 after f3 maybe? Try to take without knight.
That's and what about knight f5?
Yeah,
then bishop a3 check. That's important. It's a check. So you should start with probably queen c3, and after you take on c4, I play knight f5, and then take your bishop.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out the answer because f3 is on the board.
f3 on the board.
Let's see.
Because bishop c4, yeah, bishop c4 take queen c3.
He's definitely calculating,
Yeah.
taking the pawn immediately. Knight to e5 is also.
Knight e5 was probably knight e5, queen c3, maybe b6. Just, you know, not to prepare because just your king is just, you know, just potential. Yes, could be mated. So that's why you want to do something just, you know, because now knight a5, knight c6, bishop a3 check. You have check, so that doesn't work. So that's why you.
Yasser, Anastasiya, any questions for Gary?
I think Fabi has got an advantage right out of this position. And
Yeah,
I'm
95
with,
to CB6,
I'm with
yes.
Gary all the way. I thought that knight f3 was terrible. Maybe there was even a better way of punishing it. Even so, white is shedding a pawn, and I like the position. Gary, Shakriar said sometimes it's very easy to lose with white because you expect to have an advantage. You come and you make a move like e4 or d4 in the opening, and then you can't justify that you put your pawn too far up the board with e4, d4. Did you feel that you had an advantage as white in your games?
Look, it's a very good question, because I think after so many tournaments of 960 we played here in St. Louis, maybe someone has to do a little analysis, like forensic analysis, because the position is very uneven. Some positions, are really challenging. So for black, for instance, today in round 1 and 2, I think we had positions that are really good for white. So c4 in game 1, and I had big advantage with Nepo, c4 and b4, and the same actually in the second round, f4, g4. So that's what Dominguez did, and it's black is just black is under heavy pressure. So I think it's this maybe we need we need to probably limit number of positions, checking with the computer and basically leaving positions that are balanced. But I agree with Shach that it's so easy for white to go wrong, because sometimes moves like e4 or d4, they may actually lead to disadvantage because of the awkward position of the pieces. So and that's why it's very often moves like g4 and b4 are the best. So it's the beauty of this game is that from move 1 you have to think, and sometimes you have positions that have weaknesses. This, like yesterday with Shach, I got so confused with first move because pawn on g7 is hanging, and then
that's knight g3. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's actually it's not a big deal, because I simply could do the symmetry, because the attack was black could have sacrificed the pawn, and instead I made actually after e6 d4 black is lost, so I lost in the game in 3 moves. So Fabi made a castle. That's
Tucking the king away.
It's interesting, but it's just it's still pretty nasty.
Gary, what were you looking at in these positions when analyzing first with your team partners? Were you looking at space advantage? Were you looking at development? What was the biggest factor of assessment that you were basing your decisions on?
I think in this game now, space advantage is very important. And that's why you see so many moves, the flank moves, a4, b4, g4, h4. So because this is not what happens in classical chess. It's sometimes again you may have the strong counterplay in the center, but it's very unbalanced. So it's first few moves are so important. So it's because typically now we play at 15, 20 moves. Now from move 1 you have to be very, very, very precise. Again, today, I got big advantage with white by playing c4 and b4, and the same happened when I played against Dominguez. He played f4, g4, and maybe I could do better. Actually, at one point, I kicked myself in the head that after he played h4, I could have played knight d4, taking at least one of his bishops and creating a little bit of counterplay. But I was so unhappy with him just simply moving, I just had to stay, with my queen on g8, just waiting for the inevitable.
Gary, what's next for you? Any other tournaments or?
I just look. I know my limitations, and I have so many things to do now. It's my next is I go to Europe now. Actually, tomorrow fly to New York, and in the morning, early morning, at night, I go to Europe. So I have several cities to visit. I do lectures and also meet some politicians, because this is a decisive moment for our civilization. And while I was unhappy with what's happened here, I was very happy to see that Ukraine is winning, and that's what matters for the humanity, not how many points I make in the tournament.
Gary, thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you in the next year.
I'm happy to see.
Oh, that would be great.
Let's because I'm also curious. So what's time control?
Right now it's 3 minutes for Ali Reza and almost 6 minutes for Fabiano. So
Yeah, but
almost double his time.
Alireza doesn't like his king on c1.
No.
No.
That happens, you know. When you play b4 with king on c1, yeah,
He would love to castle short, right? But there's 3 moves to go until you can do that. Maybe even more than that.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's the. But the problem is, you know, c4 pawn is just is in big trouble.
Okay, what he
Knight
played?
what?
King b2.
King b2. He wants to
He's
go
trying to hide away a1.
a1. At least he goes on a1 with the king.
So
No, now pawn is a pawn.
how to increase the pressure? Knight to e5.
Gary sounds like a natural
Also
member of
interesting
the
moves.
Pawn Grubber Club.
c6.
Oh, c6, open things up, yeah. Knight to e5 was
Knight
played.
e5. No, we all play again in 5 years. I know the reason.
Now, you know the mission statement of the Pawn Grubbers, Gary, is a pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn, yes. But, you know, it's this, yeah, I know. But how do you take the pawn? Yes.
Maybe slowly. Slowly. No, we don't rush. We don't rush. We want to make sure that we don't fall some devilish trick.
Well, there's some knight f5s coming at some point. You have to be careful.
But that's what I'm thinking. Queen a7 is one of those moves that really help.
No, he played bishop b4?
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4 first.
Yeah, and then knight takes c4, yes.
Knight e5. What did he? King a1.
King a1,
Sorry.
yes.
King a1. Bishop b4.
Queen to c2 most likely.
Knight takes c4.
Yeah.
Now go on c1, I think, yes.
He went all the way to c1.
Yes.
Knight e takes c4. Bishop takes c4.
At least you develop the pieces.
Yeah. Take them out, at least. Knight takes c4.
Knight f5.
F5.
And it has a go. Yeah, still as the. Yeah. Bishop goes on d4 now. Rook. All of a sudden, yeah, you know, queen on a8. That's why. That's why. You know, I was very cautious in evaluating. King on a8 is king on a8. So you can just white is playing with extra queen.
Yep.
And it's a very serious advantage.
Well, bishop
Yasser, do you agree that queen is a queen?
Yes.
Yeah, pawn is a pawn, but queen is a queen.
Yeah, the queen is not participating. Yeah.
No, queen is not part of the, yeah, that's why I think Fabi had to do better. I mean, this is the, actually, Alireza found a great idea. Bring king on a1, escaped.
Yeah.
And Fabi right now actually falling down to his last 4 minutes as well. Definitely feeling the pressure.
Rook takes d7. You'd like to maintain this for as long as you can, no? This
d5. Okay, all right.
It's probably correct move, I think.
Provocative move. C takes.
Trying to simplify things. I think that pawn was taking off. No, never
Bishop
mind.
before.
Bishop
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He goes in the attack. He goes for kill. Knight takes g7. Bishop takes f6. Ooh.
Queen g5.
Take on e4, bishop takes f6 maybe. That's
Bishop f6.
That's an
Bishop f6,
alternative.
I'm not sure. Gf6, because bishop
Queen
c3 check.
h6. That's okay.
Rook b2, yes.
rook b2, yeah.
Yeah, with extra queen, you can do many nice things.
Many nice things.
Yeah, when you have an extra queen, on board,
I'm very strong.
Very strong. No, I'm feeling the heat. Bishop f6, queen h6, knight g7, as you say, Gary. Bishop f6.
Maybe take on e4. You take on f6, and now I go bishop g6. But no, the knight on c4 is sagging. That's why he went bishop g6 first.
Just to stop these ideas of knight g7 and bishop f6.
Knight g3 now, I think.
Knight g3.
I know he'll keep. No, I know. Okay, I know the kid. He's
What will he do, Gary?
He's adding
Knight G3?
pressure. He's
Knight
adding
G3?
pressure. He's
Yeah.
adding pressure.
Yeah.
Knight g3. Okay.
Now, I don't know. Maybe c5. Yes, knight.
Something to be said for c5?
Knight e7 check then. Yeah, but. king
Okay,
e6,
it's not
yeah.
the end of the world.
No. And then, yeah, this is. Yes, well, c5 is very natural. Because that now you start putting your piece into play.
Exactly.
That's the big problem. The
Rook
bishop on d4.
E-
Rook to e8.
8.
You play rook e8.
Yes.
Yes.
He wants to bring the queen.
Queen d8 is going to be a great defender. So Alireza has to do something fast.
And the times, Anastasia?
H4.
Time is really
But it's still a little bit too.
Tickling.
Yes.
H4.
1:40, 1.5 minutes for Alireza. And
Yeah.
3
He
minutes
has to
for
go
Aide.
C5.
Aide.
C5.
He has to
still.
go C5. Yeah, okay, but because it's not just open the position, C5. Because okay, H5, king is protected, so the C5 is important. C5, BC6, BC6, and then just then another C5 if necessary. So also C5 secures the knight on C4. BC6, BC6, knight is secure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry anymore about the knight, and then you can start doing other things.
He made a move.
If he plays,
Queen C8. That seems a bit passive.
yeah, that's the still
He's trying
maybe
to get
not.
the queen to E6.
Yeah, but that's that's the. I would have played C5 without even thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's the.
So now at least white cannot take on D5 anymore because knight is hanging.
Fabi is being very practical
but
with
he
his
was,
clock.
He is,
Yes.
yes. He's
H5,
still-
H5, bishop F5, knight F5,
Queen is 6.
queen E6. Because otherwise, knight takes G7 might be a threat.
Yes.
H6 then, yes, that's H6. That's not. Yeah, you see this.
It's going to be some sort of a race, yeah. Who gets first to the opponent?
Knight takes G7.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What just happened?
What just happened, Gary?
No, king G7, H5. He wants to play.
Okay.
That's
And
why I
then-
said, black couldn't waste time. So he wasted time. King
Yeah.
G7, H5.
Is that enough, though? H5. You cannot go bishop F7 because of queen G5 check.
No,
That might be a problem. So
that's
what
why
do
he
you
just
do?
wasted time. And now he wants to take on G6 and then knight H5 check. And that's the.
Rook H1, knight H5. Things are
Yes.
getting murky. Yeah, yeah.
It's not murky. I think it's. Just,
You think he's taking over, yeah?
yeah, bishop D6 take on rook H1. Yes. Oof.
So bishop D6.
He played bishop
take-
D6.
No.
H6 and rook H1.
Oh my goodness.
Definitely.
H5. Still probably not saving there. Rook H5.
Took on G7.
G7.
Yes.
Rook H8. Queen G5.
I feel all three results
Rook
possible
H7.
here.
I think winning.
He
I
needs a
think
good
White, I
move
think
right
White is
now.
winning now.
You think White is winning?
Fabiano needs a good move.
Yeah, that's
Defend
why
off
he
the
plays
attack.
C5, play active moves.
Well, one thing, Rook H1 will allow Bishop D2, so we have a tempo to do something.
Ah,
Okay.
We have a tempo to do something. I am not sure what I'm supposed to do, though. Am I supposed to play, I don't know, Queen E6? Like,
the Queen E6 on you lose the piece. H6 and ED5. No, H6 first and then ED5, yes.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you lose
yeah.
the piece.
got
Cannot
it.
take back because of bishop takes F6. That's a problem.
Again, I suggest C5.
Yeah. C5 still.
No, C5.
Still C5.
Then he can do take and knight H5 check, yes. Sir.
Knight
And he's
E5.
played Knight to E5.
Closing up that diagonal. That seems like
And
a
very
good practical
quickly
move.
came
Yeah,
an
but that's
answer.
the-
I'm not sure what it was.
No.
There it comes.
Take on G6.
Take on G6, take on G6. We're expecting
F4.
Four.
F4. Well, Reza really wants to open up that diagonal.
C5. Again, C5.
This is the last chance.
C5. Play C5. Bobby, play C5.
No.
Play C5.
He will never play C5. It's, oh my God.
The other played C5, Yasser. C5 was good. B6, knight C6. And black was
Finally, he listened to you. C5.
But a little late,
not sure that's that's a good moment.
right?
'Cause
The,
now-
the moment was missed.
He's trying to
C5.
exchange the queens, tame the position.
No,
Takes
that's not good.
This is
Something tells me it's not good.
not, no.
Do you take back?
Bishop on
Capture.
D4 now is just as a killer.
King
Yeah.
F7.
So,
King has a very, very
Seven.
strong indication. It's all
A3,
gone
A3,
south.
A3.
A3 might
but
be
look
a
at time,
problem.
29 seconds
A3.
against 19.
Rook takes
Queen
B7.
B2. Knight E3. Rook C1.
Ooh. And what's the clock time? Sorry, Anastasia?
It's,
23 seconds against 15 seconds, guys.
It's 20 against
for Fabiano.
15.
Queen
And just to remind everybody, this is the first of two games.
bishop,
They're
bishop,
switching
yeah,
colors for game 2
Bishop on B5
in these playoffs.
is a killer.
Rook H8, trying to cover up the H5.
Oh my gosh,
H5
clock
square.
time's 11 seconds.
Against
Against-
9, 14, 13.
Okay, it's completely winning for white, but
What is this?
Rook H1.
Rook H1, Knight
A3.
A3.
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, where did
Fabiano's trying
that come
to-
from?
To do some mates as well.
Goes back.
Queen into f3.
Maybe it's a draw.
Wow.
Alireza is still trying to win this. Rook h4. Done with 3 seconds on the clock.
Whoa, what was that?
Knight f1.
Come on,
Queen
move.
comes to
3
d7.
seconds.
My board can't
Wow.
even keep up
No,
with the
no, no,
players.
no.
They're playing so quickly.
By the way, there's only 2 seconds increment, not 5.
Ah, yes, maybe they forgot about it.
No, they didn't. No. 4
2
seconds.
seconds.
Yes.
Knight A3.
Knight a3 is
He
coming.
did it. Knight c2 on
Knight C2.
tap.
Wow.
And he's done it.
Oh, that's gonna
Knight
be
takes D.
That's gonna be a mate.
Oh,
That's gonna be a mate.
Unbelievable.
What a show, yes? What a
Wow.
show.
Wow.
Love it.
My boy.
Well, great that we had you here, Gary. You
What a
enjoyed
show.
that one.
What a show.
Wow. Anastasia.
Okay, one more, yeah?
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes.
Okay, fine.
What?
So I think Fabio won all the games today, yes?
He did.
Actually, yes, he did.
4 out of 4 so far.
Wow.
Four games, yes.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. You're.
Oh, it's still not over.
It's still not. Very
But
good.
we'll
Very good.
Keep,
That
fingers
was a photo finish, and the clock and nerves, just about everything played a role. We saw it all there. And the crazy part was way back, it looked like Black's king,
Was
like
in
right here.
danger.
Like, look at this moment. After e5, this is where we're blasting open. White's king looks perfectly safe, and after c5 takes, it's Black's king, who we think, is in trouble. It's crazy. I don't know. Cristian what we saw was nerve-wracking. We still got the jitters.
Oh, yeah. I do too. I mean,
What
this knight a3, knight c2 ideas, I don't even want to spoil it almost with the engine and everything that's happening, but
so we have this
what a
result
victory
once
for
again.
Fabiano with the black pieces. Of crucial victory, nevertheless.
Sure.
There is no, it almost feels like there's no opening advantage given to the white side in chess 960, so anything can still happen.
Right.
Alireza can definitely bounce back in
And they
this
played
one.
the same position. That's important, I think, yes.
Exactly.
Actually, now you can play the same way as your opponent and improve it. I don't know, it's so tricky.
Wow.
I don't know what's happening in the mind of players.
I know, and unfortunately, I messed up my board.
You know what's funny, guys?
Yeah.
Even after knight to c2, one move before resignation, this position is equal. Queen
Say
takes
what?
c2.
Yes, it's
Knight
still
c2,
equal
queen takes
position.
c2.
Of
I
course.
have knight e5 coming. I'm going to regain my queen back.
Look at this 95.
So one move before resignation, this position was still balanced.
Wow.
And perhaps, given the presence of the pawn on f6 so close to promotion, I would be
It's
giving
funny,
at
rook
least the
h2.
practical chances to white.
Rook b2, yes.
Right? Yeah, something
Checkmate
like
is not working.
Yeah, rook b2.
Rook
now.
b2.
Me too.
Okay,
Crazy. I
Crazy
will
position.
take this knight, but what a game. And they don't get much rest, I have to say. No rest for the wicked here.
Yeah, only 1 minute,
As,
couple of minutes.
They're wow. They're going
E4.
with the. Oops, I did something wrong.
Yeah, actually, I mean, move e4, yes. I remember Fabio was talking with Levon, and normally he says, first you check move e4, and then you try to figure out if it works or
If
not.
you can do it, right.
Yes, so probably they came to the conclusion that you can play like that. So e4 is on
Exactly.
the board right now. Let's
And I
remember
need,
10
I need
minutes.
Need some help with my board because it's just not doing
missed
what I want it to do.
Something. Yeah, and I will just remind our viewers that we have 10
H6.
minutes for the whole game, yes,
Did you
and
guys
plus 2
just,
seconds only.
Guys, did you just see the last move by Alireza?
I love it. I love it. H6, bishop H7. In the previous game, he had the worst bishop ever. And he's going to make sure he's not going to lose this game with the worst bishop ever.
This almost feels like you're with the black side. You're
Yes.
playing against e4, and then your only chance, or at least what you perceive as the only chance to play for a victory, is to play the modern.
Well-
It feels like a modern, yeah, like a Pertz.
Well, I'm thinking that you play d5, and if your opponent is so obliging and plays the French defense, then after e5, e6, this bishop is so happy to be outside of the pawn structure.
Unbelievable.
I mean, what could be sweeter? Playing a French defense with an active bishop, light squared bishop. It's
And we
the
know
best.
that Alireza lives in France, so probably that's how he came out.
Exactly. And indeed, e5. Okay,
Yes.
so we're expecting something like e6 followed by c5, and to try to channel the game into some French defense kind of motifs.
Yeah.
This knight on e8, by the way, if you're playing a French defense, it's it needs a life.
Well, probably something like. The problem with c5 is that the king becomes so unsafe.
You
right?
couldn't really play c5.
He did that, Alireza, with the white pieces in the first game, and his king got in big trouble.
And
What
he
was the
played
move?
something on the
G5.
flank.
All right, so he's playing it like a Caruana.
G5.
He's trying to get the knight to g7 and exchange that via f5 or e6. He's playing this like a Caruana.
With the knight coming to g6, perhaps?
Yes.
Quite the mixture of ideas that we're seeing here. And as Gary, who's with us through that whole first playoff or tiebreak game, was mentioning the queen
Yes.
stayed on a8, did Fabi's queen for quite
And,
a while.
Well, Fabi's trying to get that queen out as fast as
Yes.
possible.
On cue.
A4.
You
He was
see.
traumatized, you know, this queen needs to get out as soon as possible.
True that. So let's get these pieces into play. Knight to g7 to e6 or to f5 as mentioned. But I like the knight on e6, funnily enough. And if I can get the other knight to f4, I'm kind of happy, Anastasiya. Kind of
I
happy.
think so. Maybe also if, for example, Alireza was thinking to play bishop g7, there is queen e3, perhaps the move.
Bishop g.
If, let's say, he wanted to develop his bishop, then e7 will be weak.
Yeah, the training.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, a7, a5. I'll match you move for move. The one small difference, though, that queen is not coming out to a6. And as you say, if the bishop does leave queen a3.
But
well,
I can get mine.
let's
via
do it,
A3,
right?
Let's go queen a3.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, I understand. Actually, you cannot go e6 because
Yes, now we can just grab the
Snap.
bishop. Yes, so queen a3. Yes, maybe.
feels like the very natural choice.
And again, for those of you joining us late, shame on you. But Fabi leads 1-0, the best of two.
Queen
If he-
a3 was played, immediately responded with knight g7.
Right. And once more, if Firouzja, however, should win, we will see our first
Ever, probably.
Armageddon 960. They will switch up the position, so it'll be a new position, and black has draw odds. You know, I would really, really rather be black.
You
in
take
that
black all,
Yes.
all day
every
long.
single day.
In
You
that
wanna make it draw.
Armageddon.
Yes.
I don't know. That
Okay, we
extra-
need to find a better system because it feels like it's almost too skewed towards black.
In that case,
Yes.
exactly. By the way, very nice, crafty little move here. After knight g7, we saw f3, e6. It's a little move, queen b3, and just saying, go ahead, try to solve your problems with knight g5. I've got bishop d3 and wait for you. And yes, you're welcome to trade and open up the h file against the bishop, and you're welcome to trade again on my terms.
Bishop e7 was played.
So bishop e7, and this is a prelude. Alireza is absolutely ready to, you know what? Castle
run
King
away.
side, to run away.
I forgot about that move.
Absolutely. Yeah, like this castle.
I really forgot about that move.
Yes.
Bishop f2
Wow.
was played.
It is a funny looking move, right? The king goes all the way across the board
Yes.
to g8. By the way, bishop d3 on the board.
Bishop f2 was played. Knight g6 and now bishop d3.
Oh, I see, sorry. Bishop f2 was played.
Knight g6.
Knight g6. And now bishop d3.
Bishop d3 castle.
Absolutely, why not? Oh my.
Okay, now I'm starting to feel a little bit
And
some danger around my king on c1. So I would like to. I'm getting jealous of your king. I would like
Yes.
to castle as well.
But to do it, you have to move the knight first, yes, and then
That's
you
the problem.
can do
That's
it.
why he played c3.
Probably knight
C3.
c2 is the plan, and then short castling too.
Makes sense to me too.
I don't want to keep my king there. Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to. You better move it.
I mean, c5 is going to pry open the queen side for sure, so it seems better to have the king in safety.
But that's actually a problem. I don't know if you have time for knight c2.
Yes, because c5, c4. Wow.
c5 is so powerful.
Well, at least I'll have a safe square. All your pieces are on the king side. You can't chase me away from b5.
You go queen b5.
Are you so sure about that, Yasser? Because knight
No.
e8, knight c7 is coming.
He's fast.
How?
E8?
Knight e8, knight c7. So for example, if you go knight c2,
Wow. Yeah,
Can
I
you
understand, and I get trapped
Yes.
on the b5
you
square.
might be getting trapped. I mean, you still have d7, but
Or you can go
are you going to take that
a2.
risk?
I don't think I want to, actually. So b7, b6 does set up, and this is maybe the first big thing for Fabi.
Knight e2
He-
was
Knight
played,
e2.
which surprises me a bit. I'm not 100% sure what he wants with that move.
Yes, c5 is played.
Well, he's going to b5.
And there you go.
He went to b5.
So knight e8. Let's see
So
what happens.
with c4, bishop c2, knight e8, there's potential trapping of the queen.
Those moves are on the board.
Knight e8 also.
Knight e8 also?
Yes. No, knight e8 is not yet on the board.
But
You
very
can feel it
tempting.
coming,
It's
right?
very tempting, yes.
There it comes.
It is on the board now.
And now the question is being asked, how are you going to rescue your queen from this snare?
I mean,
that
I
you-
get it. You still have the d7
I
square,
think
but
there is an idea to play h4, maybe f4, something like that, no? If we
H-
solve problem with queen.
Well, yeah, exactly. And again, if we could cast... Okay, let's do it. Let's just get our
Yes.
queen out of dodge.
guys,
b3.
this is really not looking good for
Ah, no,
Fabiano.
b3. Really?
Help,
Computer doesn't
help
like
it. Help it.
Let's
b3.
go.
Knight c7.
Knight c7.
Queen d7.
All right. So in the
You-
worst case, I can pick up the queen, right? Rook
How?
to d8.
Rook to d8.
Queen c7.
And
No, because you have queen c6. But you still have queen c6. All right. Let's try to be crafty.
don't be
Rook
crafty.
b7.
Rook b7. Queen b7. Queen b7.
With the idea
No,
rook
queen
d8,
b7.
yes.
Bishop takes g6, guys, and queen
And
takes
then,
c7.
Yes.
queen takes c7, yes.
No, 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 no. I was waiting for you.
Uh-huh. You want... That's why b3 is not a good move.
Come to Papa.
He played b4, by the way. None of this will
B4.
happen.
Okay, similar idea. Just to force you to show your threat, right? What is your threat? But I wanted to do B3 in order to. Now I was a little bit afraid that after AB, I don't get my queen back.
I don't think you are.
I don't get my queen back. But B4 on the board?
Yes,
Can
b4
you
is
just
on the board.
confirm? Yes.
Right now, Firouzja is thinking. Firouzja is nursing, by the way, a 1-minute time advantage.
That's huge. Guys, it feels, dare I say it, we're heading towards
I
Armageddon.
think
It's
so.
as
It
early-
feels dangerous. It
It
feels dangerous
feels,
for Fabi.
ooh.
Yeah.
He has spoiled his position. His queen got lured into Black's camp. And once more, shall we? Knight. Okay, the difference here
No check.
is that there's no check. So bishop takes g6 is a genuinely
Yes.
powerful threat, as is queen takes c7. So in Ali Reza's shoes, the question is, instead of knight c7, let me take this pawn. That way the queen can't escape. And let me play something of this nature, right? Preparing knight c7.
The problem is, right now after this move b4, also strategically, my
but you
pawn
have
structure is so good with the black pieces.
Exactly.
That's why before, I don't know, I liked h4.
You like which one,
I
sorry?
liked, instead of b4, I thought to do something on the king side. Like, if we have time, if
Right.
our queen is not trapped, maybe some
I-
moves like h4 with the idea h5. And if he takes f4, f5.
Rook b7 was played,
okay.
guys.
Rook b7, yes. So,
Yeah, it just, again, the problem with both queen a7 and rook b7 is the knight will hit the queen, but the queen now has a choice of squares.
But
And
the thing is, I think what he's planning to do is actually follow it up with knight a6 and knight b4 after that.
So, for example, we put in, I don't know if this is a good move or a bad
Knight
move,
c3 is on the board. Yeah, this is what's
But-
happening right now.
but to follow it up as,
I think
well,
we're going to see it, guys.
I can
Rook
be
c8.
stubborn.
Rook c8 was played instead of knight a6.
So he's
In this
keeps it.
position,
rook c8.
rook c8. Thank you. But I'm still not, okay. The problem is, I desperately want a castle kingside, but my knight is this infernal knight is in the way.
Yes, sir. I mean,
Yes.
you castling kingside is not your only problem. The
I know.
is the queen.
I got issues.
And we're
I
hunting
agree.
that queen down.
I agree. I
But how
got
will
real
you trap?
issues.
How will you trap my queen? There is no. Is
I
it
think
a
I'm-
real threat like knight a6, queen b5,
No, I think I'm just going to go bishop f8, knight e7,
bishop f8, and knight
e7.
e7?
So
okay,
I
then
think bishop f8, basically at that point you have to give up the light square bishop.
the bishop on g6. Yes.
But if you do that,
Right.
Yes, the king will be also.
The clock times, Anastasia.
Yeah, the clock. I think now Fabi is thinking for too long. Yeah.
3
3 minutes and 40
half,
seconds for Fabiano, 5
Yes.
minutes for
5
Alireza.
minutes.
5 minutes for.
That's a very significant difference on the clock.
Yes.
Very significant.
And Alireza has the easier position to play.
Oh my goodness, he's got so many tempting moves, including b6, b5. B6, b5 might be one of those where your queen gets trapped most simply. For example, also, hold on, rook c8, what can I do? I make a bad move.
Yes. Let's say.
b5 takes. Oops.
Oops. Yeah,
Oops.
not
There
good.
are so many issues that could go wrong. Oops.
I think he played king d2.
He
King d2.
I think he
King
played
David
d2.
2.
I'm not
Yes, he
sure.
did. Oops. Let me get that one back and King to D2. Where are you, King to D2? Promote the variation.
So what? Bishop f8 or b5?
Bishop f8 seems like the right move.
Yes.
At
So
some point you
imagine
have
bishop
to force your
f8,
opponent
bishop takes g6 maybe.
to give up that bishop.
But still, I mean, you are threatening knight e7, but I have queen d6, and then what? Rook d8. Yes.
No, he says.
What did he do
I
after
believe
King D2?
b5 is on the board.
Yes,
B5.
that was the one I was worried about. B6, B5.
Looks logical
A
according
takes
to this.
b5.
A takes
Fabiano
b5.
understood that this queen a3 is coming, so that's why he played king d2.
He wants to play rook a1 sometimes maybe.
Well, guess what?
Oops, he
There
gave
goes the
up his
queen.
queen. Yes.
There goes the queen. There goes the lady.
It's a girl. Okay, and now we've got a rook and a knight only. We don't have a pawn.
Now this
Not
is
even
bad
pawns?
news.
Not
Yes.
even
This is
pawn.
just simply bad news.
This
for
is a
Fabiano.
terrible position. So we can anticipate, well, let's win a pawn with rook to b8 and let's take it. Bishop takes b4. He's done it. Oh, you want to lose that
96.
pawn.
Well, now queen a3 is coming, which was played.
Queen a3 looks like a really... This looks like game over.
This
Yes.
is over. Yeah, this looks like
Well, you know, Fabi just decided why not to play Armageddon. It's the first Armageddon of 960 in the history of chess, and let's say I've never had this fun in my life.
And,
think he's that
and our
nice?
commentators
he's that
would
nice?
have had an
Exactly.
easy day.
Yes.
We would have congratulated ourselves and we would be going home.
boring.
But no,
Yeah.
but no. Let's stay around and have some fun.
Exactly.
Well, I have a flight to catch at 9 o'clock, so
No
Yes.
way. Where are you going, dude?
I'm going to Vegas.
Oh, the big fight.
Can we jump with
Going to
you?
The big boxing
I'm
match.
going to some fights.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll catch that flight. I'm not sure.
So what's more violent, chess or boxing?
Chess boxing, maybe.
Maybe both. Chess boxing.
G3, I like that move. Right?
G3.
Knight f4 was coming. Knight f4 was a big threat.
Yes.
You
Positional.
didn't like it.
Knight f4 coupled with the move c3. That was a problem.
As gift me the pawn?
Sure. Why
Rook-
not? Take the
rook-
pawn.
Yeah, give it.
Even though taking the pawn, you allow rook to a1.
What?
Maybe.
Rook to A1, yes.
Maybe he doesn't want to see that.
Rook to A1.
Maybe you can catch his queen as
Oh,
well.
he wants to, he's reaching for the C
He's
pawn.
looking at c3 right now.
He's looking at it. You drew his hand back.
It's not so bad. 2 minutes against 3. So Fabi is still in the
But
game.
we do know that this is a completely busted position for
Sure,
Fabiano.
sure.
Okay, we know, but still.
Okay,
Most players are
resisting.
tired. 25 days of play.
It's all about the nerves right
Yes.
now.
Yes, it is.
So,
Yes, it is.
So how do
2
you follow
minutes
it
to
up after
3 minutes.
C3, by the way?
King E2. What?
What's the follow-up? King E2 and then what? F6?
Yeah,
Rook A1 instantly.
Yes.
It was like Fabi intuited
Had to go for it.
that
Had to kick that queen away. The problem is that comes at the expense of one pawn. Queen takes b4.
with a check.
Yes.
Well, there it goes with a check. Knight,
King E2.
King E2.
Take on E5 now. The knight on D6
Takes on
is
E5.
in peril.
It certainly is.
So Rook B1, Queen D6. That's a problem.
Correct.
One small problem. It could
And
be fine.
I don't think that knight's coming back. I mean, it's strange. First the queen got trapped. Now it
Rook to
appears that the
A6.
knight is getting trapped.
Rook to A6, that's just a desperado.
Okay, he tries Rook B1. I mean, yeah. What to do?
What can you do at this
Yes,
point?
Bishop D6, Rook B1.
You have to fight until the end.
Fight. Die with the
Exactly.
boots on.
I mean, Bishop D6, Rook B1, Queen C3,
Right.
then Rook D6, yes?
That's a very good question.
And then you
D6,
take. That, I
takes
like
B1.
that.
Yes.
I like that very much, what you just proposed,
I think that's the
Anastasiya.
best. Yeah.
Yes,
He
Rook
goes
just-
for it.
C3.
And queen to C3.
And now what to do? Like
I take on
D6,
B1.
Rook takes D6 was played.
Yes. He played Rook D6 and he took on B1, Bishop takes.
I
Right.
think we should look at the bird's eye view because
This
they're
is.
playing fast and I don't think much is happening anymore.
We think
In
it's
terms of
just over.
swings.
Yeah. Okay, he just took. Oh yeah,
It's too
he
decisive.
resigned, Yes.
It's
Too
too decisive,
decisive
guys.
Yes.
game.
Too many pawns. Wow.
Well, I've always said one of the most difficult things in chess is winning a game,
Yes.
but winning on demand. That is the mark of a champion. And I tell you, winning with black. Okay, here we go.
Black will have 4, and the 2-second increment will be in effect from move 61. Okay? Whoever wins the coin toss must immediately choose whether they want white or black, okay? Before we see the position. As soon as we know who's who, we'll let you have the position, you'll have it for 5 minutes again, and then we'll get the game going, okay? Heads or tails? You're correct, it's a head. Would you like white or black? White? Okay, Fabi will have white.
Bobby just took white.
Really?
Really?
Okay, this is very interesting. So let's repeat what
Yes.
Chris Bird just said. Says, we're going to print out the game, but you have to call what you want, white or black. Fabi won the coin toss. He chose white, and he must win the game. Firouzja will have draw odds. They just have a few
No,
minutes.
but It's all about the time, guys. Why
Exactly.
did he take white?
Wait. Fabi will choose white, right?
Fabi chose
White.
white.
So
He chose
he'll have
white.
5 minutes. Yes.
This is inexplicable to me. I mean, to my
Black's
eyes,
winning all the games.
Black was doing great, and especially in this matchup between these two players, right?
Yes.
In not the Armageddon, but tie breaks, Black won both games.
Exactly.
Why would you choose white and actually give yourself a handicap of 1 minute? 4 minutes to finish the game against 5, you only get those extra couple of seconds after move 61. I think this
Correct.
is the key aspect.
And the good news
Of
is they
this
will have new
Armageddon.
position. Absolutely new position.
Shuffle them up, Anastasiya.
Yes. To confuse the players a little bit.
A little bit, a little
Yes.
bit. Okay, the bishops on the, we've seen this type of, but the knights, the queens, break it down for us, Christian. What do you
Well,
see as an issue?
Once again, I think the knight on f1 might be an issue. I can see it going to e3, but then again, that's going to accommodate the bishop on g1. I can see it
Okay.
going to g3, but then the bishop on h1 is going to be very uncomfortable. So the knight on f1 is the key piece. Find a way to get that knight out, and you will be having a favorable position. Knight on f1, deal with that, and well, I mean, guys, it doesn't really matter at this point, right? We have a chess 960 Armageddon. I can tell you all that is about this position. I can tell you which are the bad pieces and which ones are not. But it will all come down to nerves, tactics. Tactical awareness as well is key in this situation. And I have to say, I really dislike this decision by Fabiano to take the white pieces.
I will actually, let's say, disagree a little bit,
play
because
the devil's
Fabi
advocate.
decided today that either I win this game or nothing, you know, like all in. He decided, I have to win this game. Sometimes it's actually better to play with this kind of psychology, like you have no choice, like you don't play for a draw, you play only for victory.
But that's fine. Black is winning every game. It's fine.
You can do the same thing, but with black, yes?
But at least give yourself an extra
And with an
minute.
extra minute, Anastasiya.
Give yourself an extra minute. Win the game with black, no problem. Nobody's
yes.
complaining.
Nobody's complaining. I like playing the devil's advocate. I like being the provocateur, but in truth, I'm kind of with Cristian on this
Christian,
one.
yes.
Say it,
Take,
Yasser,
Yes.
say it.
take the
Okay, I have
black.
to still believe in my boy, you know?
Yeah, right,
I'm losing
right.
my chances.
But Black won both games, and pretty convincingly. By the way, I'm just looking at this position, and I'm thinking e4. I heard what you were saying, Cristian, about bringing the knight on f1 being a problem piece. I want to play e4, put the knight on e3. And I suddenly realized there was e4, f5, and this bishop is sitting at a2. So I was like, oh, man. d4 on the board, f5. Attacking the pawn on a2 and knight b3. And this is not a mistake, as Black is getting a minute less.
Oh, wait. Black
Yes.
is getting a minute left.
Yes, of course. That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to. I was a bit confused because 5 minutes for white, 4 for black, but black has
There's
draw.
draw odds.
Yes, so
Oh, okay. Then it makes perfect sense.
okay.
It makes perfect sense.
Dude, you're not watching the show. We came on the show. I asked Anastasiya, break down the playoff rules for us, would you
Yes.
please? That was the first thing she told us.
Am I crazy? Or
Yes.
in a general Armageddon,
Yes,
it is
always
Black
like
who
that.
gets
No, it's
more
always
minutes,
like that.
right? Black has more
Less
time, so
time.
this is completely different. Huh. Who decided on that? Who made the rules, guys?
Bobby Fischer
It wasn't
decided.
Bobby Fischer. No way it was a Bobby.
There's
Bobby
no way
Fischer
Bobby
is
was
angry and
Envisioning this. Oh my goodness. Okay,
Queen
then
D5.
Fabiano's the decision is perfectly
Sensible?
calculated.
Sensible.
I
Okay,
like it.
again, we'll
Well
love him.
calculated.
Again, everybody loves him. Yes,
everybody
okay.
loves.
That's fine.
We've got a very early queen trade,
Yes.
as Ali Reza is saying, hey, look, guys, all I need is a draw. Let me take the queens off the board and go into an endgame. I think you made a good
Oh,
decision
for
there.
sure. Yes, for sure. I mean, you have a
And-
minute down, you're a minute down,
And
you're
I-
trying to make 60 moves, you might as well take the queens off the board.
I definitely don't want to see e4, e5, which would hem in the bishop on h8. So I'm capturing. I'm capturing on e4. How you recapturing with the bishop or the knight, Anastasiya?
So
I think
I
we're
will take-
already far away from that.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Let's see
okay.
what's
That's why I think we should stay with
The bird's eye.
the
Yeah,
bird's eye
we
view.
got to
It
stay.
doesn't update fast enough.
It's not. Yeah.
So they took on e4, knight is there, bishop on d5. Okay.
He took
Mm-hmm.
knight takes bishop d5. Is that the moves that were played?
Yes, and castling, a long.
There's a castle.
It's
Short,
a
long
fumbling, stumbling, rumbling, short castling.
Actually, yes, but it
Felt long. Strangely enough, I actually thought the king was going to be safe on the c7 square. And woo,
Oops.
something got traded.
That's
Yes,
bishop.
bishops.
Okay.
It's fine. Not, it was not.
A rook,
I thought
right?
it's a rook.
Anything in the corner is usually a rook.
Okay, that's a castle.
Castles. And
The
the
D1 knight to
d5
C7.
square is a very healthy outpost for a
That
knight.
actually might be a slight
Bishop
problem,
f6
right?
or king f7? Nope, knight d5.
Because he.
I'm
he
starting
also,
to like black, guys.
Yeah, protects e7 pawn. Yes or no?
It's not the Maroksi bind. It's the commentator's bind. Pawns are on d4 and f4, very unusual, instead of c4 and e4.
No, it's all about the time right now. Fabiano needs to
Exactly.
maintain his time edge. I don't think he has any edge in the position anymore.
a3. Do you remember how they got to this position? Because I sure don't. Okay, it updated. It took a long while there for the update.
e5. Okay, that's important
E5.
moment.
That's a big decision.
Yes.
Well, it sure is.
I
There's a
think you
pawn on
just
d6 hanging,
Take everything. Yes.
and a bishop recaptures on e5.
Everything is being chopped off right now.
And for Ali Reza, every exchange is bringing him closer and closer to his goal.
But
of
there's a bishop
drawing.
d4 sighting, and now the knight is coming to d4. How do you defend the pawn on c6?
I don't.
C5.
I
He
advance
moves it,
it.
c5.
I advance
Yes.
it.
Knight c6.
Okay.
Yes.
No
C6.
knight f6 checks. The knight on
Fabiano is,
d5 covers f6.
It's coming in. The problem is, how do you continue? How do you get that knight out, actually?
Yeah, maybe king c2, b3, c4.
No, but king c2, rook e6.
Yeah.
By the way, I still like black's
you mean-
position.
Yes.
I like black's position.
Yes.
Rook f3 is possible. Or just
Now black is starting to look good.
So you need to play what, knight d2 in order to save your knight? Or knight
Knight
g5, yes,
g5.
you have to move your knight, yeah.
well, does that help, Anastasiya? h6. Where are you going next?
What, h3?
Right.
No.
That's not
Okay, first.
exactly what you play for.
F3.
Okay,
Okay,
he had to
he
give
found
up
the
the
move.
file, meaning the e
G7,
file, and
rook
king
d1.
g7, and
Rook d1.
the minute advantage has
Almost dissipated.
right.
Almost. Still not there yet. Still 30 seconds extra, guys.
Good for Fabi,
And
we'll
we're
see.
only at move 26. It
So-
feels like we've been in this endgame for a while, but there's still 35 moves
It
to
does.
make for Ali Reza before he gets his extra 2 seconds.
Exactly. By the way,
Knight
instead
is
of
back.
g5, king f6, I must say, was tempting.
He threatens g4 now.
The knight on
sometimes.
c, yes.
Perhaps now king to f6.
Now, once again, black has draw odds in these Armageddon games.
We said it doesn't matter, but now, looking at the position, it feels like draw odds are a big factor.
A very big factor because I can see knight d7
Seven,
check,
knight
king
d6.
e6, and
No.
That's
Whoa,
not
whoa,
looking
whoa,
good,
whoa,
guys.
whoa.
Whoa. No.
That's an intriguing defense. Rook to f1, you cannot take on d3 because of knight e1.
So king e7, and asking you what you're going to do with the knight on
Perhaps he's
d3.
going to go for that.
King e7? No, he's
King
hesitating.
e7.
King
It's
d7.
on the
It
board.
took him quite a number of time. But g4.
King d2.
G4 is on tap. G5, G4, he's done
definitely
it.
feels like the right solution. Knight
Knight
h4.
Look at this,
look at
rook
this.
g3, knight f5.
Be careful.
Oh, what?
Knight f5 is coming,
Yes.
and you have only 1 minute left on the clock, and we are at move 33.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Knight f2. These
You're
knights
losing
are
a pawn,
jumping,
guys.
Guys are
you know?
jumping everywhere. And
Yes.
Ali Reza, ooh,
Oops.
he touched the rook.
But only 50 seconds.
Because-
Time is becoming a big factor right now.
Knight
Knight takes
e3
G4.
was
White
a
has a pawn.
possibility instead of, and now
Well,
it's Fabi.
Definitely
Fabi,
favored in this one. A pawn up and extra 40 seconds on his clock.
okay, but how do you nurse the extra pawn home? It's not going
Exchange
to
the
be
rooks
easy.
first. Why not?
Trade the rooks
Oops.
and
No,
play for the draw
you can see
by
that.
taking away as many pawns. So
Don't exchange pawns.
capture first, move the knight,
Knight goes to g. That's a
threatening
crafty
knight
move.
a3.
That's
Pardon
a
me,
really
threatening
good
knight
move.
b1
Yes.
and knight a3. Apologies.
No problem.
Move 39,
Knight
still
E3.
21 moves to go.
Come on,
until
knight
he gets
E3.
the extra seconds.
What a move, b5.
What I remember, you cannot give checkmate
Trade,
with
trade.
two knights.
You had very good training.
So he takes all these pawns.
There it was.
Finito.
That was the move I had expected a moment ago, by the way.
One.
Okay, he's trying to promote one of those pawns, but okay, not easy.
Okay,
Not
that,
easy.
Yes,
that
knight
pawn is
C4.
safe on a5, so that's a good news for Fabian.
Well, king c6, king b... Whoops, I was expecting king c6, king b5.
Now he wants to play
Boy,
knight
did
c6.
I get that wrong.
He will give up this knight for this pawn, most probably.
Well, how do you guys feel?
Oh, we are fine.
Who has the better chances at this moment?
I think Fabi will take it.
Yes, because now this pawn...
That pawn is coming to
He's
a6,
moving.
and the g pawn is coming as well.
Wow, a6, c4 is not
I don't think you're in
exactly on
time.
the square.
I don't think you're in time right now. Go g5.
I got to come back with the king
G5.
now.
e5, king g4.
King f6.
Still 8 moves to go.
Oh,
my
he's gonna
goodness,
come
king
back.
c5. He's going on the other side. Knight takes c4 might
Knight
be
takes
winning.
c4.
Might be
takes
winning
C4.
right now.
Wow, and he finds it, knight c4.
King b5? No.
Well, he played it. Let's wait
Take
and see.
the pawn.
Oh my
Eight.
goodness, the knight is back in time.
How it's possible?
Oh, knight d6 and knight f5.
Knight f5,
Oh
maybe?
my goodness,
This
is he
is a
actually going
tempo.
to save this?
I cannot believe it.
I think he's saving
It's
this.
almost a zugzwang.
Oops.
It is a
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
This is
Knight f6, and that's a Zugzwang.
unbelievable. Bravo, Fabi.
Wow.
What a game.
That
Ali
was
Reza
great.
is
Yes.
smiling as well.
No, he knew that I'm rooting for him, choose him.
And even our producer, Tom. Is that a Zugzwang? Zugzwang.
That's a
He
Zugzwang.
knew what was going on.
Wow.
Was there any question? There he is, our
Champion, yes.
9LX.
Fabiano Caruana wins the tournament and he gets $31,250. Christian, you were right
Thank you.
in calculations.
Math is sharp.
Well, I mean, truth be told, I would be happy for anybody who won the event, whether it be Ali Reza Shak. But I'm thinking most especially for Fabi.
Yes.
He needs this. He's had a bad run. Let's face it, Christian. He's had a bad run from the Olympiad, from the candidates, and this is something he can build on.
No, absolutely. I think this was crucial. I think a good result, and for the first time after many, many years, we worked together in the Seinfeld Cup, and I was seeing some positive news coming from his camp as well, and from his training going into the Seinfeld Cup. He showed that he can definitely fight and be back in the top 5 in that tournament. He finished on +1, so that was a positive result for him. And of course, this is crucial. This victory in chess 960, it doesn't matter that it's not classical chess or rapid and blitz, or it's chess 960, chess 9LX, and it definitely matters. Any tournament victory matters because confidence is key at this point. Confidence is very often the thing that separates these champions. So it's definitely very, very important for him.
That's exactly the way I felt. And here is how we finished up. Let's go through our roster of players.
And check-
Anastasiya
and let's
will
see-
carry at the last table.
Thank you. Yasser.
Yes.
And so we have Fabiano Caruana who won the tournament. He tied for the first place with Alireza Firouzja. And then we have Nepomniachtchi who tied for the third place together with Shahryar Mamedyarov. Both of them had 6 points, half a point behind.
Very nice.
And then Wesley So with 4.5. Levon Aronian has 4 points. Hikaru Nakamura also 4th. And then Peter Svidler and Dominguez with 3.5. And Garry Kasparov, half a point.
Absolutely, with 7.5. As we get our guests in studio, Anastasiya, let's just break it down for our audience. But we are ready. We
Yes,
are ready. I
that's
wanted to
great.
thank everybody at the St. Louis Chess Club. But first of all, Ali Reza is with Christian.
Ali Reza, first of all, congratulations. What a titanic struggle. You tried to get the hat trick, but in the end, in that Armageddon, it didn't happen. At the same time, even after that loss, you are still smiling. Take us through your feelings right now.
Yeah, I had hat trick. I won GCT, Seinfeld, and St. Louis. So
That's a hat trick.
yeah, this was quadruple. But yeah, no, Fabiano played very well today. So he beat Wesley, and yeah, then I think he deserved to win the tournament.
How did you feel today's rounds? Take us through the first 3 rounds.
I played well. I missed a lot of chances. I think against Hikaru I should just play for win and forget about draw. I think I was much better, but the first round I am most mad about because against Peter it was just completely winning. I think just F3 was winning at the end instead of FG. So
Yes.
it was winning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
F3.
So yeah, I completely okay. I was very tired today also, so I'm happy that I managed to go to the tiebreak at least.
But still, in the tie breaks, you actually won on demand with the black pieces, and you started off with that enterprising H6. How did you come up to that conclusion?
Yeah, it's I understood immediately that it's kind of Karokan position to get the bishop on H7 and push D5. Looked very interesting. Probably it's not the best way, but it looked very interesting, and I played very well that game. So, but yeah, in Armageddon, it was just a mess. So I cannot be sad about it.
Still a very successful trip to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Sum it up for us.
Yeah, it was a great events here. Everything was very high level. Really, St. Louis is a great city. I think when we came here with family, we were very comfortable from the beginning, and it kind of felt like home even. So the hotel was good. The playing condition was great. So it's one of my favorite places now, and and my chess was, I think, very good. I think I lost only 2 games in the whole 3 events, so that was a good performance. But in general, yeah, I'm very happy. I hope to be back here, and yeah, couldn't have been better.
Alireza, big congratulations for you. We definitely hope to see you soon here in St. Louis. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And our congratulations as well. Indeed, Alireza. Wonderful, wonderful performance. He will return to France a very, very happy man. I mean, he has done something quite shocking and unprecedented in chess, winning 3 events in a row, or at least tying for 3 events in a row, because
yes,
we do
the
have
last one, yes.
we do have
the winner,
the real winner by tie breaks, getting set up in studio. And also, we just as we're winding down our shows, we really do want to say how grateful we are to our St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for all of the hosting they do. They're wonderful. They take really, really good care of us. And we're going to shoot back to Cristian and Fabi.
Fabiano, congratulations. A huge, important victory for you. Chess 9LX. How do you feel right now?
No, this feels great, of course. I mean, even though it was a total mess of a playoff, and it was super difficult, and honestly, I was very lucky in the last game, in Armageddon, and also in the first game. Still, I feel very happy.
Sum it up for us. What are your feelings right now after this important victory for you? What were the things that you enjoyed the most about this tournament?
Well, it was overall fun, and the last day was especially good because I didn't think I had any chance to win. With 3 rounds to go and so many people ahead of me and so much catching up to do, but all the games went well today.
And how about the tiebreaks? How did you leave the tiebreaks? You started off with a nice, clean victory. Well, clean.
Yeah, no, the thing is, once you get down, like, I assume from the opening I was borderline winning, and then it became a total mess, and I'm sure I was losing at some point. I'm like, there's no doubt that in the time scramble at some point I was dead lost. And then he blundered mate in a position where I might still be losing after queen c2, I'm not sure. But definitely a few moves before I was lost. But once you get down to a 2-second increment, it's like it's only enough time to physically make the move. You can't actually think about the position. It's not like online where things go a bit faster. So 2 seconds is just enough not to flag. So of course the quality, like once you get there, it's just 0. It's like we're beginners playing pretty much. And yeah, then he played a great second game. I forgot he can castle short.
We did too.
when he did, I was like, oh no, my position is quite bad already. And maybe e5 was impractical, because then we get this really, really tough, protracted fight, and with such a time control, you know, it'll go out of control at some point. And then, okay, I thought white, I wasn't sure, but I thought I'll just go with white in the Armageddon.
You have to take white, right? Specifically because of the time advantage.
Yeah, but 1 minute is not that much, and you don't really, like, I think it's pretty much equal from the opening because you're both on your own. It's just like a new position for both players, so the white advantage is very minimal. But I thought, okay, Alireza will probably flag me if I take black, so I thought I'll take my chances with white instead.
Fabiano, you have so many fans around the world. Any final thoughts for them?
Well, you know, now I have a new job as a chess podcaster, so I guess I've become an amateur chess player, so it's good to still be able to play well.
Well, definitely played well. Congratulations on this big tournament victory. And, well, we're looking forward to see you in the U.S. Championship.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Fabi. It was really a great deal of fun calling your games, in fact, everybody's games, but the incredible number of decisive games in the tournament.
We lost the track, I think, at this moment.
I think that's one of the things that makes it so much nicer for us as commentators, because every day there was so much action and pieces getting thrown around. Cristian, your take on the decisive in the Showdown, this decisive number of games.
We had so many decisive games in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and we followed it up nicely here at the Chess 9LX. I have to say, I had a lot of fun casting the games with you guys. I know my job is generally to look at the engine, but I was trying to not pick at it at all because I was having so much fun analyzing, and the players as well. That's what they said when they first came for their interviews in the first day. We enjoy seeing new, fresh positions. So I'm definitely enjoying this format, and I hope to see more tournaments. And of course, it was such a pleasure to once again be back in the casting booth with you, Anastasiya, with you, Yasser. You guys are on camera right now, so
I'm trying to get in some
Christian is
notes on
terrible.
here. I'm saying, Christian, no,
You're ordering dinner at this point.
don't invite Christian. Don't tell him.
Because he runs, he
It was a lot of fun,
his
guys.
It was.
flight, yes.
It was.
Yes.
And let's go through the roster of players, starting with our 10th place finisher, Anastasiya.
Exactly. So we have Garry Kasparov, who took the 10th place and 7.5 came home.
Exactly, and in a 9th position.
Nice position. We have Peter Svidler, who woke up last days and he takes 7.5 also.
Tying with
Tying for the 8th place with,
the tournament defender.
yes, Dominguez. He's on the 8th place.
He was
together with
defending
Peter.
he was defending this title in he was returning champion, I should say. And in 7th,
We have Levon Aronian. He
Or
is
6th.
tied actually for 6th place together
Right.
with Hikaru Nakamura.
who had
Yeah, he started slow. Yes, it was not good. But then actually, second day was great. But today, it was not so.
it wasn't his day.
Yes, only draw with Alireza.
Exactly.
And then we have Wesley So.
My pick
Yes,
to win
5th
our
place.
world
Not bad, not
champion.
bad.
Yeah. Our reigning
Yes.
world champion in Fischer 960.
Yes.
He'll be trying to defend his title in Reykjavik. And
Exactly.
in the 4th position.
In the 4th position, we have Shahryar Mamedyarov. Actually,
tied
he
for
tied
3rd.
for the 3rd, and he played really well this event.
He really did. He had that 4-0 streak that was very impressive, had us all abuzz.
Yes.
And the players started with an incredible 4-0 streak.
Exactly. And yes, he was the leader. Actually, after the first day, he made 3 out of 3. Jan
Right.
Nepomniachtchi. At the end, he finished on the 3rd place and has won $17,500.
Our congratulations to Jan. He really enjoyed calling your game. And our boy
Yes, Golden
Wonder.
Boy. Yes, 31,000. I mean, not bad at all.
Fantastic. Ali Riza Firouzja,
Firouzja.
a name we will be repeating for many, many years to come. But all
Exactly.
hail the champion.
And Fabiano Caruana, yes, he won the tournament. He fought like a lion.
He did.
I like very much the way he played and handled it in the last Armageddon game.
Yeah, it was great. And Christian, over to you as
Like he's
Oh,
gone
sorry.
actually, yes. Yes,
Oh,
he's
that's
in
right.
Vegas already, yes, he's on
he's
his way.
catching his flight. The playoffs were perfect. That's great. I mean, well, I just wanted to say once again to our great thanks to the people here at the St. Louis Chess Club at Scholastic Center. You really, really do make coming to St. Louis fun. Commentating especially so. I love the production team. Love working
Yes,
with them,
production
even
team
as
is
we
great.
insult them backwards and forwards. You guys are great. You know who I'm talking about, Tommy and Firouzja, always in the keeping us on our toes.
Yes.
And to you, Anastasiya, seriously,
Thank
it
you
was
so
wonderful,
much.
wonderful
Yes, sir.
having you.
Yes.
Calling the action alongside you, you were terrific. Really.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I mean, it's
Welcome,
such a
welcome.
pleasure to be here with the best commentator in the world.
Oh,
Yes.
get out of here. And to yourselves, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing your day with us and joining our show. We're going to be back next month for the U.S. Championships. They will be the national championships for the Open National Championships as well as the ladies. Don't you miss it. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you then. Bye for now.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.